Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 달리 you도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you loud Real, real world
PSG Talon missing 3 out of 5 of the starting pieces on the chessboard.
With all the difficulties thrown PSG's way, you obviously do have to temper your expectations.
I can say this, it's either going to be fantastic or awful.
Match right now, PSG once
double
again
sleep.
back. There's the double sleep, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but immediately D out with the cleanse, the Cullen coming out as well. Kaiwing steps back, forces Longing away, that Baron down to 1,500. The shockwave from Uniboy is absolutely huge.
PSG have come up to play here.
This is the second best team from the PCS with 3 substitutes. LGD, try as you might, you cannot stop the might that is PSG 2-0 on day 1.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了 ！Kaboom! They lit the fuse! 你看到了吗
They're gonna win! This is it!
Worlds wasted no time delivering what we crave as League fans. A lot of explosive gameplay, sprinkle in some spicy rivalry and finish it all off with a big helping of underdog upsets to wrap up day 1 of Worlds 2020. Here we see Rainbow 7 and V3 arriving in Shanghai, captured by the Oppo Cam, making sure you get all of the great moments from Worlds 2020. Hiya, I'm Machine, your guiding star through a jam-packed day of play-in action. Orbited, thankfully, by 2 absolutely big-brained behemoths in Yamato Cannon with that smooth, dulcet, I'm not going to say chocolate, maybe caramel voice?
Okay, I'll take it.
Well,
Any ice cream flavor.
Compliments.
Oh, I haven't got to you yet, Sticky. I'm so sorry. Amazing is joining us, of course. He's been on the world stage, and now he's taken a break from his busy schedule to hang out with us. What an honor, a privilege.
Happy to be here.
How did you find those first few days of, well, first days games to yesterday? That made sense.
I found them really interesting. There were a lot of things that, I mean, I kind of expected, but a lot of things I didn't expect. For example, the PSG upset, just actually like running through LGD. Then obviously the LGD Esports like suddenly turning up and actually showing that they can beat a Brazilian team. So that's something you don't expect from the first day.
No, the standings will tell the story better than we could. So let's get a brief look at what transpired after just 1 day of play. We've got Legacy Esports and Team Liquid untouched in Group A, with Mad Lions and INTZ looking to make ground as SuperMassive do premiere today. But that PSG result, that's 2-0. Look at that on the screen. I can't quite believe it.
Yeah, the PSG one is the good story. The INTZ story is the sad one. They went 0-2. They put up a fight against Mad Lions, but that match against Legacy Esports was definitely one that they're going to remember because of the nature of play-ins. It's a single round robin. You lose that one match and you're going to forever suffer because you're not going to get that rematch that you would have in previous World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, in a round robin format, those losses will haunt you. They will follow you. That 0-2 will be a mark on their record, a blemish on their record. But with the PSG, I mean, we had a perfect display of both individual brilliance and some team play.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect this from a team that obviously has brought in 3 subs, but their individual play has actually been staggering to a point where it actually shines in the early game, especially Kong here. And then in the late game team fights too, especially on the Nashers, around the Dragons, their objective control was just really perfect, which is something, again, you wouldn't expect from a team that brings in 3 subs because they only had like a couple of days of practice. So I'm willing to bet they can even become better.
There's room for improvement, and they're already 2-0 in their group. I mean, we're not going to sit here and say, did you expect it, didn't you expect it? But they were the underdogs, absolutely. And the internet has caught fire with memes of ripping up the old visas, guys, because, I mean, it is the first time I've ever encountered it in my entire, esports consumption, where it may be a case where these stand-ins are leading the team to victory in a way that they may not be able to replicate.
Yeah, I think it's incredible that everything kind of fell into place.
Isn't it?
And after 2 matches, I think Usually, I wouldn't jump to such conclusions after 2 games, but they showed a lot of brilliance at every step of the game that is very easy to replicate. They rallied around simple ideas with the Bard ult into tunnel and just kept ganking the same way. They chose their moments well, team fought very well, and showed a high level of individual class, and at the same time, very good preparation. It helps to have a coach in the carry role, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The fact he hasn't played competitively into that capacity in a year, de-pulling his weight. A lot of credit to be given to PSG, though, over the course of those 2 victories. But I want to turn attention to another game that did turn heads and pop heads as well. Yes, Team Liquid versus Mad Lions was our crescendo of our first day of play. And amazing. Did this one live up to your expectations?
It didn't quite live up to expectations because I did expect Mad Lions to win. Yeah. So in that regard, it didn't. But the hype was there. There was especially tactical, especially impact, both of them turning it up. You could kind of expect this from Tactical coming in because he has shown that proficiency throughout the regular season and the playoffs too. But Impact, he's more of a words above player where he turns it up when it comes to the late stages of the season.
Should I be adjusting my expectations for Mad Lions or maybe my expectations for Shadow or after first day's performance?
I think the key thing was Mad Lions, you know, their performance in the later stages of the regular season wasn't that great, and I think everyone had the expectation, considering the meta didn't shift so much, that they would actually just catch up. And now they had a lot of time to practice the Evelyn. It's not a new champion, but that's something that just Shadow didn't look comfortable on.
Bit of a stupid question, but what was the intention of that Evelyn pick? What would it have looked like if it was being done right?
Just look some self-made games, some Kanafi games.
Okay.
Those are great examples. Just a champion that becomes a menace after picking up enough farm, maybe a kill or 2, AP jungle item, and just take over the game completely.
Just didn't get quite manifest.
He just kind of ran it down, honestly.
Well, that's one way. That's one way to summarize. I'm sure, Stucky, you could articulate that a little better.
I mean,
no, he ran it down.
What I would say is that Shadow looked uncomfortable in a way that I think it just deviated from his usual playstyle. So usually opts for the early game junglers that kind of like have certain gank pathings that he can always abuse to a certain extent. With Eve, that is not quite there, and he actually has to wait for that level 6 spike to come in. And I think that's something that Mad Lions has struggled with throughout the end of the season too, where the meta shifted slightly from ganking junglers to farming junglers, and maybe that's actually common trend for them too. I do, however, think that they have more mechanical upsides than they've shown yesterday, so I would expect better performances coming in.
Okay, expecting to see them shake it off, and we'll move on from there. Let's get one more reminder of PSG's great day with the Red Bull top play. D and Kaiwing's great escape in the bot lane. I mean, this was one worth checking out, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It was quite frustrating because, you know, Rainbow 7 had a lane matchup that needed the snowball. Then Echo as a jungler. The AP jungle meta is so powerful because the moment you reach that item, you get to kill your jungle so much faster.
I mean, it just trips me out.
It is. Everything mattered so much, you know, the 3 relics that are under the turret. You know, imagine he chose to not use it there. And all of a sudden this would look completely different, but it turned into a Echo double kill, and the coordination was there, the TP landed, and that was just the story of the rest of the game. Just continuous fights around that area. D and Kaiwing knew exactly what they were doing.
Because the conversation we started before was, you know, very different about saying, you know, PSG are going to have to play just win lane, win game. But we're seeing team play. It's cool, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we see more of it stepping into the next day. In fact, it is about to kick off. Today starts with V3, kicking things off with Rainbow 7, followed by 5 games before things wrap up with Team Liquid versus Legacy. But yes, that's right. I'm not stuttering. 7 games of action today. 7. Madness. And we get to see the debut of SuperMassive. I think that's one worth mentioning as well.
It's super exciting, some of the teams we haven't seen so far. You know, on paper, some of these matchups look quite one-sided, but in all honesty, you know, we've seen so many upsets in the nature of best of ones. Anything can really happen. I think the teams you want to pay attention to are, of course, Unicorns of Love, what they bring to the table, SuperMassive as well, and then V3 that are going to do the first showcase today.
Yeah, so UOL, we'll be talking more about them later, but just from the offset, should I be buying into this dark horse whispers about the UOL boys in your mind?
I mean, they're Unicorn after all, so I do think so. What I like about them is simply that they do not care about who they face. I think they remind me a lot of the old Gambit when Diamond Prox used to play.
Ooh, that's a name I remember.
So what I like about that is just, like, that's maybe just a mentality within that league that whoever they face, they just make up a strategy against them, they specify it, and they suddenly have something to run with. And we saw that with Sona Lux in the finals too that they ran, and that's really specific to that team where they're not afraid to pull off any strategies.
Not at all, and I'm not afraid to go ahead and keep on moving, because while you were popping off at home during yesterday's games, the pros were doing the same in Shanghai. So let's listen into some team comms in the sounds of the game, presented by Bose.
I kind of need base. I'm just going to base and come on.
Or no?
Probably.
I don't know.
He doesn't need to, but I think he's basing mid.
Do they have TP? TP check?
No, I checked it. Tommy's no TP.
Mid is missing, but he's probably
not here. Catching wave.
I just want to control bot side now.
30 seconds. I'm human loading here, okay?
There's a cannon here after.
Oh, you got it.
I got it, okay.
I just human loading.
I'm way stronger right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lee Sin come fast out. Fast side timing.
I'm moving bot.
I'm gonna hit mid.
I'm play safe, I guess.
Loading here, guys.
My Herald is timing out in 20 seconds, by the way. So it's happening on this wave.
Okay, I don't have ult.
We can just push this one.
I don't have ult.
I have the Herald.
I'm hovering.
Placing in bots.
Going
on call.
I'm looking TP. I'm coming. Both mids can move.
I'm looking TP.
No flash.
I'm going mid.
There's no flash. Nice.
Yeah, go.
What's no flash?
Syndra can move soon.
And Herald is coming.
Just looking Herald. I think they're looking mid.
Yeah, wait. Never mind. I'm fine, I think.
Oh, I always love hearing these team comms, and it is something that, you know, it's a kind of the unquantifiable for a lot of fans. You don't get to hear that every day. Of course, Yamato, in the coaching position, you do, but it is something that players can be strong at and weak at, still on the tier 1 level.
Yeah, for sure. I think in this case that we were just shown, Team Liquid played a composition that was very weak early on and requires a lot of coordination to make sure you don't get dove against a Mad Lions that likes to be very, very active. Sure. The Twisted Fate coordination all across the board. I think in that match, they definitely showcased their experience in the likes of Code JJ and, of course, Impact.
Yeah, I want to see some more Twitch, if I'm honest. I'm a big fan, but we'll get three new teams taking to the stage. So let's start with the TCL representatives, which bring back some familiar names on SuperMassive. This is quite the mix. When I see those flags, Turkey, Korea, you know, I don't see many of those combinations in esports.
No, I mean, it is something that's pretty rare. It's kind of like a common theme for SuperMassive, however. They've had Snowflower for the entire, for a long, long time now. They've run with Zynode, with Armwood, with Bululu. And I have to highlight Kakao because to me, he has been the hero of like the playoffs because he has actually really done well within that farming heavy playstyle where it kind of gets him back to the Season 3 Nocturne. Now there's the Graves, now there's the Nidalee, now there's the Lilia. Like all these champions kind of fit his playstyle where he doesn't have to do much early, he doesn't have much jungle participation, but what he does is he brings the late game damage and he honestly like dominates through the farm where he has like even an XP difference, gold differences, all these stack up to end with.
It kind of reminds me of, you know, the last time we saw Kakao at Worlds. He was trying to force this style where he was going for CS records with the likes of Skarner. He also played the Hecarim when no one else did it, and he was kind of tried to force this style. And right now in the current meta, just it flows perfectly.
Interesting. I saw as well that there was a great one that because the players are slightly more socially distanced, it's an indirect buff to Nocturne because they can't look at each other's screens. That's a good one. I like that. But either way, we've got UOL as well. Now, Yamato, I'm a bit of an ignorant boy. Fill me in on what I need to know about this team. All I know is that they dropped 2 games in the entire year in the domestic season.
I feel like the look that they are having is very similar to how I would judge like a G2. It's like they're almost playing disrespectful, they're drafting disrespectful, but the individual skill is clearly there. They bring out victories out of nowhere. The final was quite sloppy, but it felt sturdy because they always figured it out. Sometimes you saw all-ins where they died, sometimes you saw 10k gold deficits that they managed to win in the end, and it seemed most of the time they were just kind of testing their limits. And the big question is, can they solve some of these issues against better competition? Because in the LCL, they dominated big time.
Maurice, I'm not making it up. You said you think this is a team that aren't afraid to play anyone. Do you think that carries over into play-ins where they've got, you know, bigger fish to fry?
I definitely think so. So I think the challenges that they faced in the LCL so far have not been great. And I think now that they actually like have to face like different teams from different regions, maybe that extra motivation is actually going to come in for them to actually try out throughout the bootcamp, throughout the playing stage. So I think they're going to be ready. I think it's going to be interesting. And I think they're going to bring strategies.
Okay, turning towards game 1, we've got a first look at the representatives from the LJL, V3 Esports, who overcame long-time Japanese representatives Detonation Focus Me in a close 5-game series. So we've got some familiar names. Boogie's the one who's been thrown around a bit. Yamato, I know you haven't been keeping your eyes on them too much, but V3, I'll tell you now, Caedrel's got high expectations. I think you should start setting some as well.
My goodness, it's a tough group. That's the issue.
That's
for
fair.
Me,
That's fair.
It's a very tough group, and with the level of play we saw from some teams, I don't know if we can have quite the same expectations that we have from DFM from the last Sunday with the World Championship.
Yeah, and of course it is. It's something that I think a lot of people are excited for. Who would you say is a name that you, or could you give us some additional details on the V3 stars to watch?
I mean, for me, it is Boogie. I think for what I like about him is simply that he's the facilitator of the team. Like whatever happens in the early game is basically run around him. So they pick mid top lane prior lanes, mostly counter picks, in order to facilitate him, get him to invade the enemy jungle, take away camps, then dive the enemy top laner, so that they actually have rhythm in their play, and it's always like kind of the same thing. And I think that is actually the words meta right now. We actually play more towards top side. We actually have more plays coming in. So I do think that it flows pretty well for them.
So it does sound like a lot of people have kind of been given the gift of the meta, kind of contributing and massaging their own natural play style. They ended first in the regular season, but we'll see how they fare. And of course, they're going up against Rainbow 7, who got surprised by PSG. They were the victims of all of us discovering that PSG came in hot.
For sure. I think that the benefit of this was that if V3 are looking at that match and are looking to replicate that, you know, get a double kill early and then just snowball cleanly. You know, that is, you know, a tough thing to replicate if you don't know how. I think Rainbow 7 can be very happy with knowing that, you know, the game was lost in a fashion that they can easily fix. Just make sure that that dive doesn't happen. Don't give Echo double kill, and you can showcase what you're capable of, because Rainbow 7 kind of kept their cards close. They showed some draft priorities, Ball, and that's, I think, Rainbow 7 is going to have a different look.
So definitely, I don't have to start ringing any alarm bells for Rainbow 7. They just got caught off by PSG. And the same sentiment shared by you, Amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Especially stage hitters on the first game, like especially if you have been like isolated to a certain extent, like we've been playing in houses to a certain extent too. In other regions, that's the same. So I do think stage hitters may come into play, and an early double kill never helps.
It really does not. It's no fun for anyone. But let's see who comes out on top as we do prepare ourselves to hand it over and see what they're baking up, because it's pastry time and crumbs for game one. This looks good. Is there caffeine in this?
I think so.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome everybody to the second day of play INTZ for the 2020 World Championships. My name is Pastry Time and I'm very excited to be joined for his first Worlds cast ever, although certainly not his first Worlds. It is Alberto Crumbs Rengife. How you doing, man?
Hey Pastry, I'm doing great. Can't wait to get into Latin America versus Japan, playing in China. Where else can this happen other than Worlds?
Yeah, pretty wild to think all the things that are happening to make this event happen, but we are here now and ready for more League of Legends action. This will be the first time we're seeing V3 as well, the representative from the LJL, so very excited to see what they bring to the table. We've already been surprised, Crumbs, after one day of play, so certainly potentially there are more surprises in store.
Absolutely. V3 is a team that teams are fearing. We've heard from Kadro that this could be a dark horse, but the group has already been shaken up, and the fact that PSG has already taken to the top and LGD have fallen behind, or at least played to the perceived worst look that they could possibly have, this just frees up everybody else to gun for that second place spot if PSG really is as good as they make it out to be.
Yeah, I think for this group in particular, Group B, it kind of felt like, you know, it was a foregone conclusion that LGD were going to top the group, and then, you know, the next best team was going to slot in, you know, the next teams were going to slot in and they'll fight it out from there, but certainly not the case from the early games we have seen. So we'll see if R7 can bounce back here after picking up a loss yesterday. As mentioned, they were the victims of PSG's rampage already throughout Worlds, but V3 will debut on the world stage for this year, and are certainly the representative that we maybe weren't expecting from the LJL. Detonation Focus Me have been a mainstay of the play-in stages of Worlds for quite a while now, but the 3-2 win in their final did push V3 here. So it's Boogie and a bunch of new faces from the LJL.
That's been the theme for this year in League of Legends. A lot of new players, new teams making their ways into the regional finals and all the way here at Worlds. And for V3, I think what's going to be interesting about this team is that the way they match up against Rainbow 7, you're looking at a lot of similarities in the carries in the jungle, a big emphasis in the mid 2v2 synergy, as well as utilities from the bot lane, and some carries in the top side. Now, the top lane players are really working better around the tanks, but when they can get their hands on these champions that are a little bit easier to execute on, like the Renekton and the Camille, set you up with an AP jungler, you can play to a lot of top lane dives like Amazing was talking about.
It is really interesting, actually, just to kind of think about, you know, where the meta is now, because I think there is a lot of room to explore, and as Worlds is almost always the case, we play on a single patch for almost 2 months with the best teams in the world, and the meta does evolve rapidly often throughout the tournament. But here, just kind of kicking things off, I think there is a lot of possibilities for teams to explore. I think lots of people are pointing to strong junglers, but you need your solo laners to be enabled to do that. And then the other side is like, well, you know, there's lots of good ADs you can play as well, and support counterpick has become also very important for a lot of teams. So you can kind of play anywhere. So I think think there is a cool opportunity in this event to showcase your style as a team. And for V3, they'll get to show that off here. And of course, for R7, they'll get to right the ship and get the wins starting to tally up. Because as a reminder, the team to finish first in each of these groups in the single round robin will auto-qualify to the main event, and the bottom teams, of course, will drop out as the other ones will fight the other group in best of fives to try and qualify through. So a lot to play for here, even though we're already in day 2, but it looks like picks and bans are going to be on the way in just a moment. And we'll see what the teams have in store. R7 on the blue side, V3 over on the red. And first things first, what is the first ban of this series? It is Galio.
Ooh, it's been very heavily banned against V3 towards the second half of the summer season. It's a really good pick for Ace, but like you were saying, Pastry, showcasing your own style, you would hope that what these teams have been doing in the regional leagues is developing their own way of playing the game. We harp on this constantly throughout all the broadcasts. How are teams playing their own game? Because when it comes to Worlds, you know so little about your opponent's tendencies that if you were trying to make a game plan around what you expect them to do, you're almost always going to be grasping at air. It's better for you to have been working on a way to play the game on a specific set of champions and just double down on it. Despite what teams or the meta might be thinking, you just have to play comfort, and that's when you'll deliver the best that you can be.
Yeah, I think especially in this stage of the tournament, single round robin is very unforgiving. You only get one chance against each of the teams, and of course you need to win as many games as possible to keep playing here at Worlds. Tekram and Graves on the V3 side, as Lilia is going to unsurprisingly join the ban list, although on the blue side notably here for R7, but certainly not a pick you want to be giving away to Boogie. And there is Callista as well, going to be banned away from Archer.
I think this opens up a first pick Ashe out of R7. It's the most contested pick between these two rosters and the one that looks the best for both Archer and Leza. It would be a really strong way to offer utility, and we've already talked about the dangers of that Ashe on red side when you can also counterpick the support, making it a really devastating mid 2v2. Let's see what R7 is thinking about, because the Lilia being removed was the other pick that I was looking at for being contested, and an Ashe doesn't really give away what you're trying to go for with your composition. She's quite versatile.
Absolutely, as the last ban is Lucian in phase 1 here for V3, another champion that's been very popular. Nidalee also extremely good and extremely quick through the jungle, so I like that first pick up there for Jose Diodo.
Oh, talking about taking skill matchups. This is what Jose Diodo wants, being able to just have his pick of the litter against whatever jungle matchup he has, and he knows he's not going to be up against the Graves, which tends to be one of the matchups that Nidalee is usually picked into. Might just end up going up against the Evelynn. If that's the case, you're going to see a lot of early game priority out of R7 to be able to invade and shut her down. Instead, it will be the Ashe and Renekton locked away, denying the Renekton Nidalee synergy that could be so devastating in the top lane, and making use of that Ashe bot lane. This could be a counter pick support from V3 on red side.
Yeah, nice safe picks though on the V3 side, so I like how they're kicking off the draft. Renekton's seen a lot of attention, often in the bans actually, so nice for Paz to be able to get his hands on that champion. 2 picks now though over on the R7 side, and Twitch is going to make his second appearance in as many days, Crumbs. In fact, I think R7 maybe going to nick the LCS playbook here for a second, because I remember that bot lane from yesterday.
Hey, Core JJ and Tactical looked really sick on that, and it was actually into the Ashe as well. So the Twitch's value against this pick is that if you don't see the Twitch, you can't arrow him. So it doesn't actually matter that the Ashe is looking for a pick. You're going to be the one that's trying to engage onto her. She's so immobile that if you can catch her with that arrow on cooldown, heck, even if you catch her with the arrow available and you can outplay, you're able to have so much kill pressure on her.
All right, well, nice and stable here for the final one. Ace is going to go ahead and get Zoe. And we'll see what ban number 4 for V3 is here as we kick off phase number 2. Clock ticking down.
It's going to be a lot of value towards Mercury Treads, Cleanses, that thing of the sort. For Zoe and Ashe going to have a lot of long-range engagement. This looks to me like a Renekton that we were talking about earlier, Pastry. A weak side Renekton, just to be able to have some sort of pressure in the top lane, not necessarily looking to focus the lane, but rather survive and have a physical damage threat that you can then pair up with the rest of the team when you group up.
Look, let me tell you, Paz is no stranger to the weak side from the games from V3 I did observe in my prep. Constantly getting left out to dry, but often getting out or almost getting out of some pretty precarious situations. So certainly Boogie is the one that is calling for a lot of the action, and often that leaves Paz alone on his island. But Renekton's certainly a nice and stable champion, especially with Ornn and Shen now taken away. So some of these big ticket tanks going to be taken off the board away from R7, as Leona going to be banned away to not leave up the counter pick for Rakan, and they decide they don't need another support ban. They'll just chuck another ban over to Boogie and take out Lee Sin.
Leona was good into the Rakan, and I still think that V3 will want to look for more physical damage. The more heavy AD you have, the better Zoe is going to look throughout this game, and you always want to set up your Zoe to succeed. The last thing you want to do is over-index on magic damage and make it so that your Zoe has to deal with a lot of targets buying magic resistance. It's going to be the lock-in set, which at this stage can be really effective as a flex support or potentially into the jungle.
Yep, I think perfectly good in either role, so I like this pickup a lot from V3. Potentially decent into Rakan as well. Often you get targets to face break once he dashes over to someone, if you can get in range, of course, is kind of the trick there. But this is something we've also seen quite a lot of. I saw this pop up in a lot of the different finals for the teams that are attending play-ins, but it's been quite popular here in the play-in stage so far. There is Tristana mid for Alone.
Okay, so I think Trist started to make rounds in team scrims because people were looking for an answer into Lucians. He's such a bully of a laner. At least Tristana eventually can become even more powerful than he is and survive the laning phase. But this puts R7 in a tricky position. I think a Sion could be a strong pick here. You really would like a top lane tank. That's going to be the case.
Yeah, there is Sion. Good call there from Crumbs. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of like, you know, tank top. I'll use this very carefully. Double Enchanter and then double Marksman, right? So I like what R7 have put together here. But I'm expecting an aggressive jungler here for Boogie, known for his Evelyn. So that's certainly a selection here that he could make. But we haven't seen this one in a while, so I want to lock it in. But Elise, never a stranger to games at almost any level.
Wow.
Could be a menace here. This is one of your favorites, Crumbs, actually. It's Elise and Renekton.
Oh, I mean, it is a really deadly combination in the mid 2v2. This is the original Nidalee Renekton combination. It was decided that no top laner could survive against the level 3 dive of these two. Renekton just builds up a big minion wave, Elise passes to the top side, and suddenly you're dead. At least Sion could use his passive to survive and get some creeps afterwards, but the the Elise Zoe combination can also be really devastating if it catches you in the mid game. So a ton of pick potential out of V3 here, and a much harder to execute composition out of the side of R7. Usually you want long range CC that can be chained onto the Nidalee spears, but a lot of these skill shots, Sion ultimate, even Rakan, are going to have to rely on actually being hit versus what could have been very easy in things like a Nautilus ultimate.
Yep, of course, kind of the flip side is that, you know, two good marksmen both actually scale really well. And the ability to potentially enchant them. I'm sure one of these two between Nidalee and Rakan are going to go for Ardent Sensor, if not maybe both of them. We'll have to see exactly where the builds do fall down. Nidalee especially is very flexible. In fact, both those champions are quite flexible in how they can build, but you know, if we hit, 25-30 minutes, everything's feeling good, have to be pretty happy with the composition R7 have assembled. So I am expecting V3 to have to be a bit more of the aggressor. If I don't see a level 1 Crumbs, I'm honestly going to be shocked. V3 have so many good tools at level 1 to potentially find a pick, so we'll see what V3 are bringing to the table. As a reminder, this is their first game at Worlds 2020 here in the play-in stage, and 4 of their players have never attended the World Championships. It is just the jungler Boogie that has his experience from the Flash Wolves, so we'll see what happens here. Can V3 pick up their first win and kick off their Worlds campaign on the right foot? Or are R7 going to right the ship and pick up their first win of Worlds themselves?
I mean, if you've got an Evelyn or an Elise and a Renekton, you always have the opportunity to play make on one part of the map. So I think that V3 have actually given themselves a pretty good opportunity to get ahead early this game. You know you're dealing with a Twitch late game. You never want to hit that. You never want to see the Twitch also get a Nidalee heal to get even faster on his ultimate. So I think that playing to the top side could be something that really catches Rainbow 7 off guard here, because a lot of their laners are just going to hopefully farm and then be able to rotate over. They don't have the crowd control or the long range collapse that you would want when you're dealing with a lot of jungle invades.
Yeah, because the other thing is if V3 can, get things pushing, get things roaming. They have so much crowd control to potentially lock down some of these marksmen, especially earlier on when these champions are quite a bit squishier. Apart from the Scion, there's not really much tankiness. On the R7 side, there's plenty of healing, but I mean, we already mentioned Elisa Renekton, Zoe add CC to the pile. Ashe, of course, has some of the most CC of any marksman. Even Set can party on with the ulti and all the face breakers. So I believe there is a brief pause just to make sure the settings are correct for these players. So the game is slightly delayed to starting, but shouldn't be too much longer before we get our first game of day 2, Crumbs. It's going to be 7 games today here, 7 best of ones. We are unfortunately not covering all of them. I know you were very excited for the overnight marathon, but only here for the first 3.
Hey, you know, sometimes I'll queue up in the day, maybe play 12 games of League of Legends, who knows? So it's nothing new to be able to play or be involved in a ton of games of League of Legends. But I want to go back to the game we have on your screen right here, a point that you made on R7's composition. Not a lot of tanks with the exception of Scion, which means it is really difficult for you to face check if you fall behind in the vision department. You need to be ahead of the play in order to secure the zone and then move in. If you're dealing with Elise, Zoe, or an Ashe, or even a Set that can hex stack flash over walls and engage onto you, you have nobody that can survive that initial engage. So R7 need to be really mindful about what V3 can do with this composition from the fog of war. When Scion is not grouped, they are in real danger.
Also curious to see the pace that these teams want to bring. I mean, I think we are expecting V3 to put their foot down somewhat early. They were extremely fast in the LJL, although they did slow down in their playoffs. So we'll see if they've got some of the pep back in their step, Crumbs. It's time for day 2 of play-ins. The 2020 World Championships. This is going to be a fun one. R7 back here for their second game, V3 here for their first. And teams are already spreading out. And unfortunately, Crumbs, I did not get the level 1 invade I asked for. Everyone's just chilling out around the river.
It's so nerve-wracking sometimes, especially if you're a team like R7 that already went down 1 game. It's not the end of the world if you looked at, say, the regionals where they came from, but in a group round robin where you only have 4 games, 1 loss can actually be the difference between you making it or not. So being wary, playing it safe, and knowing that you have tools that can eventually just win team fights flat out in a Twitch just makes teams more cautious.
All right, well, Paz is going to chill out in this brush for now. We'll see Alone and Ace doing battle here in the mid lane. Kind of curious to see how this one plays out. Tristana has lots of good things going for her up against Zoe. Can buff yourself out of bubbles. Shooting the minion waves is a good way to kind of control them and keep Zoe from pushing you in and then leaving her lane all the time. But Trist, of course, does need some items and some levels to get the scaling going, but Boogie 2 in the bottom lane could be where the spice is, especially since Boogie is actually pathing down here. As we do see Jose Diodo's runes on screens. Conquer in Italy, not something we always see.
Okay, that's going to be making a lot of use out of her auto attack. She wants to get in your face, but not necessarily dive in. There's a big threat of getting burst down if you dive in, so just using those autos, stacking the Conqueror, and making use of the red buff can be a really strong way of playing Nidalee as well. But it's just a little more mindful of what V3 can do. And on the flip side, you've got the Elise, who already hit level 3, but won't be going for an early gank just yet. The hawk shot from Ashe spots out where Nidalee is at. And interestingly enough, the jungle meta that ended up involving champions like Lily and Hecarim did start to move towards a lot of Raptor priority. These champions can clear it so quickly, and it gives you a ton of map control, being able to be so close to the mid lane when you go for these invades. But these 2 junglers are not those kinds of picks, so moving away from what seems to be what most teams are playing, and especially a pick like Elise, which is really just taking a big gamble. You fall behind on this pick, you are relegated to just being a cocoon bot, if you can even hit those.
Yeah, they actually took the same path, I believe, starting red and then full clearing blue side. Now they're both going to go ahead and do Raptors into Crab, it looks like. So Boogie is going to be on the top side of the map. It was a great double knock up there from Shadow here in the bot lane, but Reyna is going to start punching back as Archer and Reyna have been able to get the push on, but CS is nice and even here in the 2v2. So Cleanse and Flash still available. Exhaust, of course, for Shadow versus the Ignite for Reyna. So R7's bottom lane really just wants to farm things out in peace, Crumbs, as Boogie is, as you expected, ready to dive this Scion top lane.
Right on cue with the minion wave being crashed. Let's see if they can pull this off. They should have enough damage. The Renekton's Fury just got used up, though. I think they're going to pull out of it.
I'll say maybe getting a little ambitious with that Q channel, but does not get interrupted. Cocoon misses for Boogie, and it's a low committal dive, but a little bit of time wasted there for the Elise that is going to make Jose Diodo push into the enemy jungle, but sees that indeed they did do the same path, so all those camps are clear. They're going to go back instead and spend the money. So good setup there for Paz and Boogie, but nothing to really gain there on the top side as everyone just walks away.
Sion is a very scary champion, and in that case, you can look at it and say, well, could Renekton have stacked the minion wave a little bit better or traded a little harder against the Sion? But Sion has done a good job in recognizing that this was the play that was coming. He's falling behind in CS, still has his biscuit available, so he just knows that if he doesn't die to the Elise Renekton combo, he would have done his job in the early game and then survive to hit those team fighting and then be able to outscale the Renekton in that utility department. So I think this is just a solid play out of R7's top laner, recognizing what his job is early game.
Yep, certainly going to be weak side Sion. As I learned with the Vamp Scepter already back here in mid lane, it's double Vamp Scepter actually here, so some Blades of the Ruin King perhaps for these marksmen on the way. The cleanse has been picked up here by Zoe, but just going to push this wave back a little down in CS. Should be a little under a wave, assuming she can grab all those minions. But junglers have gone back. They've spent their initial gold, picked up their jungle enchant. And everyone's just relaxing here as R7 probably pretty happy with the pace of the game so far, but Reyna going to get the face breaker down. Leza is going to get shielded. Now the exhaust will be forced out here as Reyna's continuing to go. Boogie was there ready to as well, but no gank angle to be found. Reyna eats a lot of return fire, but Set is going to go ahead and be fine, I think.
Junglers are around though, so they are thinking that there was some action happening. The exhaust came onto the Ashe just because they were afraid that Nidalee and the Elise were going to get involved into the mix. Now the junglers make sure that nothing goes down and that the vision just gets cleared. This will allow R7's bottom lane to push the minion wave back and get a nice little recall timing so that Archer and the Set are not able to get the recall that they so preciously want without losing minions.
Ace does cancel that recall from Alone, but I think Alone's just going to hit another wave and be okay with it all. Is going to be a quick dragon though for R7 after the bot lane of V3 does reset. So it should be an easy take here. Will be no contest for V3. I do like the attempt from Boogie looking down to the bottom lane, but was well covered there by Nidalee.
Oh boy. This dragon being Cloud tells us that it's Infernal or Ocean Soul Pacey. We're going to have a very dragon-focused game.
Well, that's good news for R7 because they got the first one pretty early. Paz still here in the top lane. In fact, neither top laner has gone back yet. I see 2 TPs, I see 2 Doran shields, and there was even a biscuit for Arce until just a moment ago, because guess who's back? It's Boogie once again. Looking here for Paz on the top side. Better get out. Oh, a good block. But here comes the Nidalee, and now going to turn things back around. Paz looking a little bit low, but the Fury Bar is charged. Jose Diodo, he's going to get in there. The tower's going to take it, but the dominance is popped. Paz is massive, literally, as he's going to try and get for the first blood. It is Elise that is going to nab it. And now Arce is going to run him down. Paz looking a little bit worse for wear. Probably going to die here if they can try and escort the Renekton out. Paz has a little bit of health back here.
Oh no!
Now another TP is coming in, and where did V3 go? The spears aren't going to connect. They might just get a kill here. But it's Arce coming back from the dead indeed. Here's the Tristana going to try and scoop it up. They're going to get another kill though. Paz is going to get one at least. And now Boogie is going to fall. It is going to be Alone to be donated. Yet another bit of gold. But what a mess in the top lane.
Exactly, what a mess. Everybody knew the action was happening to the top side, but you just see how strong Renekton and Elise are able to take down the Sion twice. In the meantime, V3 is putting even more pressure into the bottom lane, being able to deny the Twitch and the Rakan, but 2 kills go over to the Tristana on the side of R7, so that actually is pretty good for them, because yeah, your Sion goes down, but it's just Sion. You did not pick this champion to get ahead. He's building resistances. He's going to be there to survive, to offer crowd control. Now that Tristana is going to be accelerated, she is a really scary threat that's going to be very dangerous to the range that V3 offers, which is not very high with the exception of Zoe.
Yeah, top side control is going to continue here though for V3. Boogie's going to get the Rift Herald off the back of that. Paz is still up 30 CS in this lane. With Blade the Ruin King also fast approaching. This is going to be quite a scary Renekton still for a while, but Alone, as you mentioned, is going to be accelerated. So we'll see which carry can out-carry here as we move through the early game. 1,000 gold-ish, not quite actually for V3, But the Rift Held here for Boogie should be able to nab some turret plates. And Alciri wants to drop it. If recent history is any indication, Paz is going to continue having that snowball fed towards his lane.
Yeah, oftentimes you don't get to be greedy with the Rift Herald and think that you can get it for an entire push. A lot of the times it's better to just use it for the plate and make sure that the guys that are ahead can stay even further ahead. That way you are able to hit a better item spike, which then translates hopefully to a better team fighting later into the game. So let's see if Elise goes for it, because they can still return to the top side of the map. The Scion is a bit beefier, but Elise's percent HP, and there's no MR on this guy.
Yeah, certainly could be troublesome, as Ace did get accosted by Alone in mid lane, but Tristana going to start demolishing plates all by her lonesome. One of the other reasons Trist is good in general, she's very good at knocking down towers, and Alone is going to continue getting gold for himself here with that Bilgewater and those pretty early Berserker Greaves. So nice and strong in the 1v1 as Blue Buff number 2 going to go over to the Nidalee. They actually stole the other one as well out of Boogie's jungle. So Jose Diodo feeling good. He's actually up a pretty significant amount of CS. If he gets level 8, he'll be up in XP as well. He is indeed up a level right now.
That blue invade really hurts the Zoe more than anybody else, because already the cleanse value against Ashe and Zoe from Tristana was huge, but then when you pair Elise alongside it, how do you even gank this Tristana? She can do whatever she wants in this lane. You can anticipate that if R7 gets ahead, items like Quicksilver sashes or even the Mercurials comes through, and that makes it even harder for V3 to be able to find the picks that they so want. And so they're now at the mercy of Twitch and Tristana jumping them from the middle of nowhere, and those champions can get to a point where you just get 3-shot before you can even retaliate.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Crumbs, but it's going to be a dragon-focused game, and in order to get either the Infernal or the Ocean Soul spawned up, there is going to have to be this Cloud Drake taken care of. So 20 seconds until the dragon is spawned, you can tell, because there's 8 players in the river already. No TPs on either top laner, so it is going to be a 4v4 if there is a contest for it. Unless Paz wants to start walking down like 30 seconds ago. As Archer's going to clear this wave, as both teams still jostling for vision here around the objective.
It's so scary for V3 to enter this river. You have the Twitch that's going to be able to ambush anybody, and Tristana that is continually pressuring mid lane. Renekton has roamed from the top side, hoping to turn the tide in these dragon skirmishes for vision. V3's moving in to start it. I think they've earned it. Scion is coming, but he's late.
Yeah, Paz with a nice roam again. Being able to move first matters a whole lot there, as V3 are going to equalize on the dragons, and it is Infernal Soul today, Crumbs. Nice and spicy to kick off day 2.
A Zoe with Infernal. Oh, your Scion!
Oh, Scion! Oh, gonna get knocked up there is Ace. The stun is gonna land though, as the arrow was used by Archer. No, it wasn't. I take it all back, but now Reyna gonna get chased up. But he's going to get out of there safely. Here comes Boogie. They're back down from Rappel as R7 still trying to find a pick. Boogie not going to quite eat the tip of that Nidalee spear. And both teams are going to walk away injured but not felled.
We had 3 different skirmishes on 3 different parts of that mid lane. The Scion, the Elise, and then the set around the banana brush. Luckily, no one ended up going down. That's the kind of fight where you realize we're too spread out, guys. Just leave, make sure that the next time we know what's happening, because you want to take the fights that you are confident in winning, not the ones that you're not even sure are happening.
Alone is continuing to smash plates here in the mid lane, as also a plate is picked up here in the bottom side. Riftchild though top, as Paz is indeed going to be the beneficiary of this Herald. Already taken out 1 plate. Jose Diodo is here to answer the wave, but there we go. That's the gold that Paz was after. And like you said, Crumbs, no need to get greedy and stick around the tower trying to knock it down. Just get the plates and get out.
Yes, and this is going to be a Blade of the Ruined King now for the Renekton. The plate gold should have been enough. Now he can stay in lane forever and continue to push in the top side while he waits for the TP to be back on. This Infernal stack is going to be really dangerous for all the teams, but it seems like we're going to have our first start to a fight in the bottom lane.
Oh, Leza just unleashing here. Shadow going to get the knock up as well. Twitch ulti not up though, as Reyna going to dive back in, and Leza's eating too much damage on the trade. Just a couple seconds early there for the Twitch to try and engage, and now Twitch is in danger of getting dove. You can see Ace is booking it down to the bottom lane. Oh, what an arrow! Great cleanse though.
Some good damage there. Zoe will go back to the mid lane knowing that the Nidalee is already here. And that engage from R7, like you said, a few seconds of wait time would have given Twitch the ultimate, and then you would have just completely destroyed the Ashe. We've already seen from Tactical. It's actually such a great look that we were able to have this team take the bottom lane that we saw from Team Liquid, because we know exactly what to expect. We've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, it's nice when some homework's done for us. Alone, we're going to face check the Elise, and pretty scary with the Echoes already completed, but Alone says I'm pretty scary too. Ace still going to try and make it happen, but Boogie's just going to get obliterated, set a little too late, but always able to stop the show, as that is going to be a double kill there for V3. Now Archer going to chase down Shadow, but he bounces back in towards Leza. Ace looking for the bubble, does not unleash it, probably didn't have it on cooldown. So a 2-for-1 trade there as V3 snagged the double.
That was Elise picking a fight against the most fed member on R7, one with a cleanse on top of it all. And so not making the most out of that cocoon into this skirmish. So Tristana, yes, she goes down, but let's see how this all happened, because she doesn't have vision of this at all. And the cleanse is a bit late, but she already does so much damage. Just a few autos and the ultimate is enough to take down the Elise, and they at least get a set ultimate for it. So that does present an opportunity for the bottom lane of R7 to now pick on the Ashe. No set ultimate available does allow the Rakan and Twitch to ambush the Ashe, and suddenly her support can no longer peel for you.
Boogie is going to spot Arce potentially roaming down here, but just trying to get some vision here as the second Herald is up and available. Blue buff though going to continue to go over to Nidalee, again with two marksmen, with a marksman mid I should say. Tristana doesn't really need it, but it is nice for Nidalee to be able to continue to collect that buff for the majority, if not all of the game. But V3 also know that the second Rift Herald is up. They know that because they got the first one. And V3 going to go ahead and pull everyone here nice and quickly. And with Tristana bottom lane, going to just have to be a trade here, Crumbs.
They're happy with this trade. This Tristana is going to demolish this turret. Her E does so much for taking these turrets down. So it's a fine trade on the side of R7. They get their carries even more gold. Tristana continues to get solo experience. And more than anything, Tristana had blown her cleanse in that last fight. Had they looked for a skirmish or kept the Tristana in the mid lane, someone like an Ashe could have been devastating to deal with, because an arrow to the face, you might be able to buffer that jump, but you're still stunned, and then the team can follow up on you. So making this move right now, I think, is a wise move out of R7.
Yeah, tower trade overall, and it is in fact Paz that picks up the bonus gold for taking down the first tower, but still a trade that R7 will be happy with. We'll see what V3 want to drop this second Herald, though. It's going to be mid, don't even need to ask the question. Boogie's just going to drop it down mid. We're going to have a bit of a party. Set going to start doing sit-ups, and R7 going to have to be careful. There's an awful lot of poke coming their way. Shelly, get in there. Power's going to get low, but not out just yet. R7 maybe looking for the counter engage here now.
The Renekton is coming from the top side. We're fighting over the mid lane wave to be able to rotate into vision for the Dragon, but V3 have plenty of control wars. They have to use them with these poke champions, or else they were for nothing.
You see 5 ultis and 8 flashes, I think? 9. My eyes deceive me. It's only Jose Dio that doesn't have his. So this could be quite the fight here. As you mentioned, Crumbs, the Dragon focus game in Dig with the Infernal Soul up and ready. Teams do want to be the first to claim their second Drake if they can, but mid lane also matters here with both towers being up, so going to be a big back and forth here as the teams are fighting around 2 very important objectives in the central part of the map.
It's so good that Sion has roam. Look at how much he's able to be in the face of V3, and no one uses spells on him because it's just not worth it. He's so beefy. They need everybody there to focus him, or else the poke is not worth it on him. He'll now leave as the rest of the team funnels back out into the mid lane and into your own red side for vision. And it looks like the vision wars continue, but now Sion could potentially have an angle, just waiting for the Twitch to have this ambush cooldown up.
Yeah, as you said, Crumbs, when you don't have vision, it's so frustrating to play against V3's comp, and V3 know that they've cleared the vision out. They're starting to just continue to throw poke and try and hit anyone that isn't named Sion. Unfortunately, Ace comes up with only the Sion, but still a decent amount of poke, and V3 are going to start the objective here. There is a control ward in the back for R7 that sees this, but V3 are just going to force them to try and make the steal.
Hey, Spear. Nope. No steal. They're fine. It's only the second Dragon. It can be very dangerous eventually, but it's better to not force a fight that you don't know you're going to win.
Oh, how did you hit the Twitch there? What a bubble angle there from Ace. Here comes the set charging in. Rain looking for the face breaker, but doesn't find it, and the Haymaker also on cooldown now, as the shield was not popped. They are going to look for the trade kill. Haven't grabbed it just yet. The tower will fall. Drowsy indeed, and there's the kill. Shadow going to be dropped there by Ace. And now Alone going to get exhausted. Will cleanse out of there, but Archer is just laying waste as Ace finds another paddle star, this time to the backside of Alone.
That's a great fight out of V3. The arrow we knew was going to be huge. The Ash is so important to allow more members to find fights, to be able to punish mispositions out of the enemy. That engage, R7 is so lucky, happened at the 19-minute mark, because a minute later, they would have lost the Baron, and a single fight could have just decided the entire outcome of the game.
All right, well, as it stands, almost 2,500 gold up for V3. They've got the first team to 2 Drakes. They've knocked down the mid tower as well, so we'll have a look at the Axe replay here. R7 really wanted this tower, and it looked a little dicey for V3.
Using the Scion for the engage, it's a great move then. And when everybody else is retreating in the same direction, you know the follow can be so sick. And the Zoe flash bubble from the wall was a pretty cool mechanical look out of Ace.
Like we said, Crumbs, when one Caesar hits, the rest are going to come in like a tidal wave. There are just so many crowd control options here for V3 that getting away for R7 could prove to be quite troublesome. So they do manage to chase down those few kills. They open up the center of the map, although it is just a trade for the mid-outer towers at the end of the day. 2 items now done for Archer, 2 items done now for Paz. Everything going in the right direction for V3's first game here at Worlds 2020.
Yeah, so far, it's a good look, and continuing the narrative that we had thought of potentially this team being a dark horse. We'd always like to see Japan at the top of their game in League of Legends. They are definitely exceptional players in a lot of other titles, and League of Legends has been one that has evaded them for quite some time. Seeing this team show up today, and as they play 2 games, could be the beginning of a very powerful Japan squad.
See if they can continue building up their gold lead here in the mid game. There's 2.5 minutes until that second Infernal Drake, I guess 4th overall Drake here. But of course, the important thing is that it would be V3's 3rd Drake if they can nab it, which would push us ever closer to the all-powerful Infernal Soul. But as we mentioned in Champs League, R7's comp pretty good once the items start coming online for these AD carries. 2 is good, 3 is much better, and more than that is just kind of gravy in this kind of double marksman comp.
Yeah, the IE on Tristana is cool. You really want to see the Hurricane out of Twitch. That's a big spike. It's kind of the same as what the Hurricane spike was on Aphelios before, where you just get so much value out of your inherent abilities. The spray and pray with that just becomes insane, increasing your crit chance as well. When you compare it with the Infinity Edge, that triple item, that's really where Twitch becomes an absolute menace, because nobody on V3 is really going to be buying armor. So yeah, the Tristana can be really strong right now, but you always know where she's coming from. Being able to ambush a fight once the initial CC has been committed on another member of R7 is the window that Twitch is looking for to be able to unleash his entire ultimate.
Well, minute 15 now is R7 going to be first to try and set up some vision here, but with V3 all backing off, I imagine it's going to be everyone get some control wards, and we going to want to move out onto the map and set up. Like we mentioned, like Zoe's already so frustrating on her own when you can't see into an objective. At least on top of that, plus Ash, plus Set with a Hex Flash, and Renekton with the flash coming back off cooldown as well. Very tough for R7 to face check the river if they don't have that vision. So it's going to be a big battle here as Reyna already starting the sweeping out of the wards. Paz also doing the same. And V3's timing pretty nice here. 40 seconds out of the Dragon. Can get that vision down nice and early.
Good timing and a lot of control wards in the inventory. Love to see it out of both teams. You've got plenty to make sure that they know where the enemy is coming from. Sion is grouped already. He knows he needs to be involved in here. And Twitch is coming from base with the Hurricane. So this is a fight that R7, being 3,000 gold behind, can still win. They just need to find the carries dealing damage. Here we go.
Ooh, in there for Arce, trying to get the ulti happening, but Reyna is going to eat the charm instead from Rakan. Shadow, though, getting a little bit low on the return fire, but that's going to be a dead set. No, not yet. Into Zonies he goes, and now Paz dive in the back line. Look at the lockdown. Leza does grab him, and now Arce going to dive into the back of the fight, but he's just going to get face broken and punched out as he flashes over the wall out of relative safety. But Ace is still looking to chase, trying to get the bubbles through the terrain, and V3 1 kill, and that's all they'll need They should be able to nab the Infernal Dragon off that.
V3 were so happy to see that R7 was willing to engage onto the set out of all champions. He is the support. Yeah, he looks scary, but he is not a carry. They were so happy to take that fight, and the Renekton, who was coming in from the bottom lane, went unnoticed. The Twitch did have a good angle to open up if Renekton wasn't there, but he was, and that was what turned things around because they got both summoners out of him as well.
He's getting a bit spicy, but it was a fake flash after all. Does foreshadow to jump over the wall. No sums for Leza either, as he does respawn. But R7 worried about this potential Baron. They are going to start it. This is a very aggressive counterplay. But Boogie already here sweeping wards out. I think you have to get off now.
Oh, yeah. That is not necessary right now. Yes, it can look dire that you're down those 3 dragons, but even if you lose Infernal, your Twitch can still win you games. So R7 do not need to do this right now. If they want to pressure this objective, they should get a little bit better vision and make sure that they know what the call is, whether it is to turn and take a fight or to try to burst it down. I don't think you have to go for the 50-50 though, so I would like to see them attempt to turn a fight, and that's where you would want the Rakan to be able to find a flank angle.
Well, again, we kind of mentioned the enchanters in air quotes, especially for Nidalee, and the marksmen they are trying to empower. 2 items for both those marksmen now, but again, really want to be at that 3-item mark to feel extra good about where your build is. They do have the 6 Overshadow, very good at empowering Twitch. We saw that yesterday, of course, with Tactical and Core JJ when they showed off this combo yesterday. And a pretty late Rod of Ages for Jose Diodo is interesting to me. 2 stacks only now. It's going to take a long time to charge that one up. I understand wanting to be a little bit tankier, given that you do want something that kind of resembles a frontliner, although you'll, of course, never be Scion. But I'm curious if, you know, Sensor or even a Chalice or Things on Holy Grail is going to come through for Nidalee, because I think at the end of the day, you're not going to carry this game. You are trying to empower the marksman to do that job for you.
I think he might be the one person that doesn't believe that right now, Pastry. You're totally right, though. The Nidalee is not going to be carrying this game. A Grail would have been phenomenal here. You get the MR against both Zoe and Elise, but a fight is happening again until the set, though.
Ult for Scion. Raynor is the target of all the ire of R7. Pops the Haymaker, jumps out of there, and Archer's letting it rip. Arrow going to hit Shadow. There's Boogie going in. The Cocoon's going to land. Shadow going to try and dance out of there, but they are just going to get straight on top as Raynor getting there with a face breaker past the back line once again. And R7 are going to get torn to shreds by V3. That is 4 kills already, as only the jungler is left alive to watch.
You can only speculate what the calls are for V3. The second that the engage goes on to set, they are just saying, take this fight. We cannot lose it at this point. The Renekton is flanking. They eliminate the carries, and this looks like a done deal, Pastry. They have been winning fight back-to-back, getting objectives non-stop, and this Renekton that was the initial focus of the game, which we saw from the Elise pick, has turned to be exactly what V3 needed.
Jose, that looks very dangerous, but Paz going to keep tabs on the jungler, ensures that the Baron does indeed go over to V3, and Paz might even have enough time to finish off this tier 2 mid. He's going to think better of it now that Shadow's here. Nope, I take it all back. He's got the Baron Cannon to back him up and 2 teammates right behind him. Leza, though, going to try and unleash onto Ace, but does not pull the trigger. V3 staying out on the map a little longer than I maybe expected, but they do get a bit of extra tower damage as a result. And now the reset's coming in. They're going to ride that gold lead towards this Infernal Soul that's coming up in a minute 30, but we'll watch how this all started, because like you said, they just keep going for this set.
It would have been Twitch that would be the follow-up alongside the Nidalee, but Tristana wasn't there, and now in this position, it is brutal. Look at the Renekton coming in from the minimap on the red side, so they just need to keep R7 interested here. The second that they see them retreating, it's so easy to follow up. Set has no problem re-engaging onto this one, and it is all too easy. In picture-in-picture, though, we got to fight over this Dragon Zone. It's 1 minute, though, and V3 is just thinking about using the Baron for the waves, not this objective just yet.
I mean, you certainly have to be thinking about fighting for this if you are R7. Gold lead, though, 8,000 gold ahead for V3. And we're not even done with this Baron power play. 3 items now finished for Archer, 2 items completed for Zoe, a Morelli Nomicon on top of it all. Now for Boogie, and oh, that's the one I was afraid of. Paz with the Death Dance now finished. It sometimes feels like you can kill Renekton before he can kill you when he only has 2 items. That certainly does not feel the case now. He's got an Elixir and a Death Dance now completed quite early on into this game. Paz looking to take over the team fights like he has been doing, as Ace is just making it so challenging for R7 to even get in the river for this vision. But that's a good bit of burst onto Boogie. Arrow, they're going to land onto Jose Diodo, taking the jungler out of the game, makes it tricky. Reyna going to be diving in there with a Sad, and Paz once again is just wreaking destruction in the back lines of R7. And the rest of V3, they don't care about the dragon. It's not up yet. The team, though, they're up to try and get kills, as Leza is not going to get bubbled. Still has the cleanse, but Ace is just keeping everybody out of the way. Paddle Star not quite on the mark there to take out the Twitch. He was camouflaged, to be fair, and Arce buying time, I suppose. It is just so tough for R7 right now.
Pastry, you'd think we were in Florida with how many times this Renekton keeps surprising people coming out of nowhere. There's crocodiles everywhere in the face of these carries who just can't catch a break. They are just trying to position themselves for these fights, but like we said, there's nobody that can really check bushes. There's nobody that can tank these initial CCs. Where Sion goes, they just have to move around him. He's a slow-walking tank. It is so simple for them to find the targets that are important, and Twitch and Tristana just never really got to play this game past the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, still searching for that third item. You know, just so far behind in gold, like almost 10,000 gold behind R7. V3 did get the Infernal Soul, by the way. They were so busy chasing all those kills that they knew that they could get it eventually. They just fall back and get it as the Baron wears off. And this gold lead is insurmountable, it seems like, for R7, but they are going to keep on fighting. There's certainly scaling built in here, Crumbs. There are things to hold on to, but V3 have come out swinging as we hoped. Seems like they've picked up the pace from their regular season in the LJL, and they are ready to play here at Worlds 2020.
They're clean. They're playing quite well, and even at the Baron, where you saw the Renekton sticking around under Zoe, so they never greeted. They're not making moves that are uncharacteristic mistakes. They're not doing anything that is an unforced error. They're just playing by the book, going around the objectives, taking advantage of what their composition does, and when they see a fight that they can win, they're just going for it. So that kind of play has actually netted them a 9,000 goal lead, a soul, and putting them at just about checkmate.
Yeah, seems like, you know, one or two more moves and the game's going to be sealed up from there. We'll see if R7 can foil them. Also, quietly, for all the explosiveness that Reyna, Boogie, and Paz have had, Archer is having barn burner of a game here. 4-0-4 on the Ashe, has been on point with the arrows, following up nicely with the rest of V3. It's just been good all around for V3's first showing here at Worlds 2020, but R7 holding on to what is left of their base. They haven't lost their inhibitor towers just yet, but the Baron is back up in a minute 25. Paz is the split pusher from hell in the bottom lane here, and nobody wants to challenge this Renekton. In fact, nobody can challenge this Renekton.
You know, this is why Ashe, I thought, was such an important pick, because since Caitlyn got nerfed, the nerfs that Ashe got were minimal, and it also affects the jungle matchup a ton. So yeah, you might be thinking, yeah, I get the Nidalee, but now I get whatever jungle I want with a hawk shot behind me. So if you were thinking about invading and being really cute about that, the Ashe not only holds it down in the bottom lane, but it makes my jungler track you even more effectively. And I gotta tell you, this Jose Diodo might just be the most ambitious jungler I have ever seen in my life, Pastry. That is a 32-minute, one-page Medjais.
Yeah, he's got a Sheen as well, so he's going Lichbane. Doesn't want the Chalice, doesn't want maybe an Ardent Sensor. Just trying to match damage for damage here. Ace's book looking a little bit better right now, but I appreciate the optimism, most certainly, because, oh goodness, all right, cleanses out of there. Mark's gonna fire Crumbs, it's all fine. Lund and Lizard is gonna have to blow those summoners as the pick tools are starting to fly out from V3, but Archer's level 16, he's ready with another arrow in not too long.
Okay, so because there are GAs and stopwatches and Zhonya's now on the side of V3, it is a lot harder to win these fights, but now we actually are at that 3-item spike for the Twitch. So yeah, the gold lead is serious as well as the Dragons, but mispositioning from V3 can be punished with a team fight loss, but here's another pick.
Oh, it just hurts. Oh no, CC follow-up though. Boogie couldn't quite get there in time. Good ulti there as well from Rakan to try and disengage the situation, but Reyna is going to find the face breaker, but he's got no teammates to follow up on. They ran out of CC somehow. I didn't think that was possible, but I don't think it matters. Archer just laying into Arce. See you later, Sion, as Boogie is going to go ahead and collect the last hit.
They thought that Set had overextended. Set has been the one champion that has been the bane of R7. Every single time they see him, they think they can take a fight, but he has gotten the better of them consistently. They can now turn to the Baron. Here's an attempt at maybe a pick, but this Renekton's thinking about turning.
Yeah. Paz just destroys that poor Twitch. Extremely ambitious play. But Paz just deletes Twitch off the Rift, and they're going to go ahead and take this Baron. They don't even need all 5 of them. Ace and Paz are keeping the rest of R7 busy. But you kind of alluded to it already, Crumbs. I think if this was a movie, the tagline would be, they thought they had caught Set, and they were wrong, as Ace is certainly caught alone. That's going to be a nice clean kill there for the Zoe.
I was thinking the tagline could have been something like Crocodile Just. I was going to say Just, but it's like, okay, I guess a lot of animals do have that.
Crocodile Dundee 3, Crocodile's Revenge. Yes, Paz has certainly been on form so far. Baron picked up, and see you later base as V3 just gonna rush it straight down mid here to try and look to end this game. Justice left to defend alongside Shadow. Here's Rakan is desperately trying to keep the Nexus afloat. 2 more though respawn for R7, but V3 are not done with this push, Crumbs, as Jose Diodo is going to make his way back in, but V3 are going to go for the throat. There's the dunk in again from the Set. Jose Diodo does take down the Set, but Archer is just going to lay waste to the rest of the backline. No, Crumbs, it's about the KDA as Archer with the GA is going to try and get maximum value, but V3, their first game at Worlds, and it is a dub.
Dang, they look good. They looked really good here, Pastry. That was a clean win out of them. You can't pinpoint a single play that you said, ah, yes, this was a glaring error. In this group, I am really now looking forward to seeing V3 face off against PSG.
I like the pace, you know, super fun comp. Had, you know, some early game lean to it, let's say. And they bought like a good amount of aggression, like you said it. They're not just playing well with their composition and using the tools they have, but they're not overextending, right? They're still setting up well for objectives. They're still making sure to be there on time, to have the control wards, to get out the vision. They know what their comp wants to do. They set up well around the objectives. And just a pretty clean one at the end of it all. It just felt like there was a point where R7 knew they had to face check a river that they didn't want to. That's exactly what Elise, Renekton, and Zoe want you to do. And they did it, and then the team fights went awry from there. Certainly a tough game there for R7 as they did put up a fight, but V3 looking quite a bit better, at least in that game, and certainly a confident start to their run here at Worlds 2020.
I think R7 can learn from V3 about their composition and being able to just have way more tools for playmaking than not, and that allows you to play at the pace that you'd like, because you can take the fights whenever you are actually strong instead of waiting for the opponent to do so. Having a Tristana and an Italy in the mid lane, you don't really have the options to decide what plays you want to take. You're at the mercy of what the enemy goes for, so hopefully from the 0-2 deficit they now find themselves in, they can draft a little bit more crowd control and then find the plays that they'd like.
Yeah, I think just kind of thinking back through the draft, like banning their own away and banning Shen especially away is kind of one of those things where it's like, do you really need to ban those away? Like Renekton's probably fine in those matchups, but I think that's the kind of tool that maybe was missing there. Like Sion was good, but it didn't feel like there was ever an ulti that really worked out, and just not enough angles for Shadow on the Rakan either, because V3 were always ready with a pick tool, always ready with a bit of extra CC.
The Ornn would have definitely rounded out that composition more than anything. What's better than one Molten Edge? You get 2, so that's a really smart ban out of them.
All right, with that, we are going to throw things off to a break, but you can listen to Get Jinxed thanks to Spotify here. Don't go too far out. We'll be back with more Worlds 2020.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. The LJL champions V3 just secured their first win of Worlds 2020. So let's check out the Mercedes drive to victory. It was the huge fight in the mid lane, about that 26-minute mark. I've got Yamato Cannon and Amazing hanging out with me here at the panel to break it all down. But yes, we are not only reacting from the game we just witnessed, V3 locking themselves in the victory, but we can see some of that gameplay as well. This team fight did kind of determine it all.
I think all in all, this was the kind of trend of the game. I felt like R7, they tried to find engages because they were kind of falling behind on the side lanes, and V3 just capitalized on it. They had a clear identity in their composition, stuck to it, and it's a good first showing. They stuck to the win conditions that Amazing spoke about earlier with the mid-top.
You got exactly what you expected.
Yeah.
You got the follow through. And in our next game, we'll say hello to an international mainstay, TCL's SuperMassive, a team jam-packed with experience heading into their very first match in Shanghai. So familiar faces, but for the uninitiated watching, including hosting, who are those familiar faces that jump off the page?
Honestly, everyone on that team, like everyone is a recurring member to a certain extent in the world stage. So we have Armwood, we have Zynode, we have Kakao, we have Snowflower, Bululu even. Like all of them are familiar faces, they're veterans of the scene. But what sticks out to me is Kakao, especially with his recent resurgence, because he has actually like rejuvenated his playstyle, where he came back to the farm-heavy playstyle that he's been known for in Season 3, even Season 5 when he went towards the last time. And now the meta actually shifted to a certain extent and actually allowed him to become the one
second. To be. I was told my chair's too low. Just got to...
All right.
You're too small.
Yamato.
Then I can add to the point.
Yeah, go on. You can do your talk.
And I think also behind the players, the organization SuperMassive is something that we've seen many times. We've seen them at MSI. We've seen them at the Worlds. GBM also being the coach of the team. I believe this is his first year. And GBM was also always renowned as kind of a clever player that kind of played Xerath mid lane when no one else did. And I think that kind of fills the strategic role into a team pretty well, so I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and it's worth reiterating as well that the main player that was on the tip of your tongues when we first addressed this was Kakao. I want to bring back around to him because he had a huge summer as well, statistically, and we're taking a look at some of his highlights here. One to watch.
I mean, obviously the early play, like just coming in, his statistics jump off the charts simply because in summer, he actually became someone that was quite confident in his identity. He didn't play much around lanes, he didn't do much early game. His jungle participation or proximity wasn't really that high, but what he did is he actually out-farmed and outplayed everyone come like the 10 to 15 minute mark. So he actually had a huge lead coming in. We see it right now. The damage percentage is 90.1. That's actually huge for a jungler. He's second in that. And the XP difference is something to highlight. So he's first in that, and he's first in the goal difference. So these kind of sets stand out, and they're actually worth highlighting in this case.
Yeah, and what would you say for SuperMassive coming into this, you know, is their win condition? How do they convert this into, how do they make their debut a strong one?
I think looking at INTZ's 2 games, I think there was a clear issue in the mid to late game with how they manage their side lanes. They like to group up, fight together, and roam around mid lane, but when teams are resilient to that, they tend to fall behind. And I'm looking at the solo laners, I'm looking at Armut specifically to be able to capitalize on it. I remember practicing, he was always looking up to Kabashard, learning from him. I could see the growth when I was watching him back when I was coaching in the LEC. And I think in this matchup specifically, INTZ is definitely a team where you can kind of get ahead through farming alone if you're resilient to those moves that INTZ throws at you.
And I'm glad you're bringing up the South Americans because, of course, I want to talk on their opponents a little bit as well. 0-2 on day 1. I mean, Maurice, it's not curtains, but certainly is not the way that day could have played out.
Yeah, what gives me some kind of comfort is that they actually just screwed up both games, honestly, to a certain extent. So minor mistakes actually snowballed to a certain extent and then became like bigger mistakes in the end. So I do think that there's hope. However, stage fright or stage nerves seem to actually play a factor for them because these small margin of errors actually usually shouldn't happen, especially when you're sure of your plays. And I think they weren't sure of the plays, and that's what I would like to see from them.
Think of it from a human standpoint. They've gone from playing in the same studio against the same teams in the same, in the same environment, whether it's at home or in the studio themselves. Now it's Shanghai, 2 weeks. Everything, the way you did it in your video, I really liked. It's like everything smells different. You know, to get into that mindset, these guys have got a lot to overcome just to start picking up the Ws.
Yeah, for sure. I think all in all, their issues are very tangible. You can point to them, and I think that is helpful. I think they had some moments where they did well. For example, the Bardolts were landing on Tristana. They fought back against Mad Lions. The Urgot showed up. They had a couple of good fights. Decisiveness is there, but I think just their macro decisions and sometimes slipping up, getting caught off guard when they're not on even tempo. These are things I didn't expect from INTZ because I thought this was their strength.
Those sound like things that could be a product of nerves and communication, though.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
You could attribute them that way.
Speculation.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But isn't that what this desk is? Practically a speculation desk, not an analyst desk.
All right, well.
Yeah, I mean, give me some hard-hitting analysis then, Yamato. What have you got for me? Who's winning this game? There you go.
SuperMassive.
SuperMassive. Tell me why, Yamato.
I just believe in their individual skill. I think lane phase-wise, I think they are better, and I think just through sheer force of farm, I think they're just going to end up being ahead.
All right, SuperMassive for Yamato, but we are stepping away. But fear not, we'll be back with SuperMassive versus INTZ after this.
Put me on the spot.
Dude, yeah, but you asked for it.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Promise tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
The Oppo Find series pushes the boundaries of technology to constantly create new possibilities. Crafted from highly durable ceramic, every curve is deliberately designed to feel like an extension of you. We've incorporated a 120Hz UltraVision screen. True billion color display refreshes seamlessly. Oppo Find X2 series.
welcome back to game number 2 here as we're going to see SuperMassive's debut on the World's 2020 stages. INTZ Crumbs are going to try and change things around quickly. Not a whole lot of room in single round robin when you only play 4 games, but going to have to put up quite a performance here up against SuperMassive.
It was unfortunate for them that they had to open up Worlds playing 2 games before anybody else was playing, so you didn't know what the meta was going to be. You didn't have the opportunity to get used to seeing those high-intensity games. So now 0-2, another loss here pretty much guarantees you're not making it out. So INTZ need to make sure that they're winning every single game from now on, if they even want to have a chance, because as far as we can tell, the rest of the group is pretty darn strong.
Well, the good news, I think, for INTZ, and the Des did highlight this, is that lots of things within their control, right? You know, they had a lot of great moments actually in their games as well. It just felt like some uncharacteristic things, maybe some nerves, as Amazing was alluded to, just kind of led to enough mistakes where they weren't able to close out games, even though they played quite well in a lot of their moments across both of them. So, as Yamato said, those are tangible things. They are fixable things. You have to fix them very quickly on an extremely high-pressure stage, so I don't envy the position they're in, but it is certainly possible to turn the ship around even at this juncture. But their opponents are very familiar faces to stages like this.
SuperMassive being the powerhouse of the TCL, and we've already been used to a lot of very talented players coming over from the TCL into the rest of the world. If you're familiar with the LCS, we've got Broken Blade and Closer, some of the most familiar faces there. And in the TCL, I mean, you've got players that have been playing around the world for quite some time. Kakao, a guy that was rivaled as one of the prodigy junglers before, has found his way back on SuperMassive, and guess what? He's still pretty freaking good, and a lot of their team around him is up to par. And if that wasn't enough, GBM, your bow tie aficionado, who, like Yamato was saying, is a very creative player, but felt like always lacked the fingers, lacked the mechanics to be able to pull that off. Now as a coach, that's exactly where you want that flavor coming into your team, being able to offer things like, hey, you could play Vel'Koz middle here. You could go with a different way of looking at the game and get yourself an advantage from the draft. So drafting is going to be even more important here, as we've already seen in the last game, where if you're messing up those playmaking tools, well, suddenly you now are at the mercy of your team, of the enemy team.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a well-traveled team on the SuperMassive side. You know, Kakao won an LCK title, played in the LPL for a bit. In fact, the last time he was at Worlds, if I recall correctly, it was on an LPL team all the way back in 2015. So back on the world stage, if my history is correct. Someone will correct me very rapidly if it's not. But again, familiar faces certainly on the SuperMassive side. Zeitnot, a player that we've seen a lot of and always look good. Snowflower was dazzling people in recent international performances, so certainly no stranger to a stage like this. We'll see what they've got here for their debut game of the World's 2020 as GBM, looking stylish as always. I am incredibly upset, though, that my bow tie brother is wearing a regular tie, but I will forgive that today because he is otherwise so handsome.
He really was much more consistent about it when he was a player, oddly enough, but maybe he feels like he has to be wearing a tie in this newfound position of authority. Who knows? But whatever the case,
true professional now, Crumbs.
What this team is doing quite well right now is that they have a very defined identity. You know that Kakao is going to be playing those carry-style junglers, and that the top lane is very happy to play tanks. And that's something that a lot of teams were faced with as a dilemma coming into Worlds. You see everybody else playing carries into the top lane, you figure we should try to do it as well. But then you realize in the scrims, maybe our players aren't that good at playing these kinds of champions, or we don't have a wide enough champion pool to play the carry matchups and the counters. Might just be best to stick with what has been working, with another way of playing the game. And so you just say, well, we're going to have to take the weak side. We're going to have to take our carries in the jungle and make sure that we execute well. And if we lose, then so be it. We at least lost on our own terms, playing what we thought was strong in our region.
Yeah, Ahmed's just great. Like, he's not just a tank player. Like, he's embraced it for this team, right? Like, SuperMassive know what they want to do. Zeitnot played only Caitlyn in their finals win that got them here. So they certainly have their style ironed out for INTZ. We'll see what they can bring to the table. Tae's Urgot was a highlight for me of the first day, despite the losses that INTZ have incurred. So we know what they can bring to the table. And there may be even more surprises on either side as we are going to get ourselves into game shortly. There it is. It's time for Champ Select.
All right, SuperMassive, though, can be so deadly here.
Oh, goodbye, Caitlyn.
It might actually be the most dangerous way to start off these tournaments where you haven't seen the opponent if they get to be on red side, because you don't know what they've been playing and they can get the most out of that counter pick. Already banning away the Camille. No surprise. Probably is just making sure that Armut has his tanks and that they're not going to get bullied.
Well, respect being given across the board. That Caitlyn, as I mentioned, is banned away from Zeitnot. Lilia going to be taken away. Not super surprising in general, to be honest. Such a strong champion, but Kakao, of course, always happy to pilot that one. Zoe going to get banned away from Balulu, barred away from Redbird, Camille away from Tay. Urgot banned from Tay? Probably not. It's Volibear instead.
It's interesting that the Bard got banned because against Legacy, the Bard got let through and they went with Nautilus into it instead and were able to actually end up beating it. Now, he did have some very powerful ultimates and it has been almost perma-banned against him in the CB low season, but instead they're gonna lock in with Nidalee and it gets answered in kind with Shen and Hecarim. You already know what this comp wants to do, Pastry. They want to dive.
Cal's ready. He's, you know, first game at Worlds for 2020 on the Hecarim. Played an absolute cracker of a Hecarim game in game 2 of their finals. Did quite a lot of ganking, actually, towards the top side. So maybe Armut's going to get a bit more attention than he otherwise would playing these tanks, but clearly knowing their style here, as you mentioned. But Chromes' reaction was for the almost insta-lock of Renekton and Sylas.
Yeah, they were so prepared. So already the Renekton-Nidalee combo being very strong. We've seen what it can do in many iterations of AP junglers. But against the Shen can do fairly well into the Renekton. The Spirit's Refuge can stop the stun, so it actually can be outplayed by the Shen. So there is a good chance that this emphasis of top lane from INTZ doesn't actually pay off. And with the Shen, with the Hecarim and the Senna, the diving power that you have is really insane. We just don't know what INTZ is going to pick, if they actually are going to have targets that want to be dove or that are easy to dive, because locking in this Sylas into the mid lane already guarantees that you have the matchups that you want, as you can now ban away the mid laners and give yourself another Shen ultimate.
Yeah, Senna also picked here for Zeitnot. Kind of interesting to see where he goes next as far as ADs go with Caitlyn banned. But you know what? He's like, Caitlyn's banned. Let me take another AD that can get to that range and even more. So clearly lacking his long-range ADs. Very proficient as far as positioning and just laning and playing League of Legends, honestly, is Zeitnot. Very good player. Ezreal, Ashley going to be banned away, so Macau eating some bans, and Balulu on the other side is going to lose both his Azir, which showed up a lot in their finals, but Vel'Koz, another champion, he's also capable of piloting, which is something that is pretty rare among mid laners at this tournament.
It is. You can tell the GBM spice trickling down to SuperMassive. And
goodness, that's a Lulu.
Okay, so yeah, that's just going to enhance the Hecarim even more. Everybody trying to dive there, and so Hecarim normally does really well into the Ashe, which is why it's a little surprising to see the Ashe ban, but it's going to now force a Jhin pick out of INTZ. We've seen teams try to go for things like a Tristana if they're worried that there's going to be too much threat into the backline, but with the Lulu being locked in, I think they can just try to outplay the dive happening, because it's only going to be the Hecarim, and now you can round out your support. So you essentially get to counterpick the bottom lane out of SuperMassive and just hope that Envy, who has been one of INTZ's best players, can hold his own into whatever Balulu wants to do.
And Balulu, though, is the one getting counterpick as a result of how this draft is shaking out, so perhaps SuperMassive were considering the Sylas flex? No, I doubt it with Renekton picked. Just wanted to wait instead. Is that Lulu mid for reals?
No.
No. Surely. Okay.
What? No.
You give a second, Crumbs. Okay, all right, it's Lulu mid. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no.
But I was already surprised to see Lulu support, Crumbs, and it's not even Lulu support.
Well, Leona does so well into Nautilus in the first place, so I'm surprised they want to round this composition out this way. I feel like this is actually going to give Envy a very happy laning phase here, and he has a very cool array of ultimates to steal, not only being able to boost himself with HP, but also now have a Nautilus ultimate to add on top of it. I think that Envy can be in a really prime position to carry this game, Pastry.
Yeah, certainly I can see why they wanted the Sylas, I guess, because they saw two good ultis and were hoping that a couple more would get picked up. So a cornucopia of targets for Envy to pick from there with the Sylas, but we'll see if INTZ can indeed put their first win on the board against very stiff competition. SuperMassive For me, I think one of the favorites to get out into the main stage, given how strong they have been historically on the international stage. We'll see what happens here for their first game as coaches. We'll meet for the customary fist bump. We'll get ourselves onto the roof for game number 2 of 7 today, Crumbs. We'll only be here for this one and the next one, but don't worry, there is quite a lot of League of Legends to be played today.
We've got an absolute marathon, and I'm really curious to see what the hype about SuperMassive is and if it can live up to their expectations, because this Lulu pick is really questionable for me, Pastry. We had seen it before when Karma at the beginning of summer was being picked in all sorts of roles before she got nerfed, before players realized, hey, maybe these picks are good, but we want to have better damage and better utility from our mid laners and just turning into another support for one of our carries. So that's what I'm worried about here. Bolulu as a mid laner, you'll want to see him be a little bit more empowered as to just being somebody that's going to boost the Hecarim from going in, because the Hecarim really depends on the early game to be able to snowball quite well. If he is even, if he is behind, he's not going to be very useful.
So you think GBM has already gone too far, is what you're telling me?
I think he's gone too far.
Game 1, he's already...
he's too far.
He's already gone deep into the back of the playbook. Pulled out the Lulu for Bolulu. It's kind of a fun one. So we do have a pause, but we'll get some info on that as soon as we have some. But once the game is going, we shall be too SuperMassive, likely eager to be taking to the stage for the first time.
They're eager, and I think that so is INTZ. Coming down from 0-2 in 2 games that were definitely winnable, both of them. Feels like this team can have a lot more fire in them going into this matchup against an opponent that they have not seen before. They must be thinking even more about playing their own game, and this tells us that that is exactly it. The Nidalee and Renekton already having a point of pressure, and you also get to look at synergies that might be overlooked, like the Jhin and Nidalee together, being able to combo into a root, into a spear from a long distance, can just catch out opponents from afar. And that's something that SuperMassive have to really keep in mind when you're dealing with these champions like a Lulu that are not very safe, that can eventually be picked quite easily. Well, a Jhin that can roam into the mid lane can be just as deadly as an Ashe firing an arrow.
Yeah, certainly a little play here as players are just getting their settings organized, and we'll be on with the game shortly. It shouldn't be too much longer before we're able to play this one out.
It's such a cool stage.
Oh god, it's amazing.
I mean, this isn't even the dance moves, right? We usually wait for the virtual or the augmented reality for the musicians to show up. This is just, we're just playing.
What do you mean? That city's really there, Crumbs? Are you telling me? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Don't shatter my illusion, Crumbs. Let's watch some League of Legends instead. SuperMassive looking to try and put a win on the board. INTZ certainly wanting to do the same in Dire Straits, already 0-2. SuperMassive get to start off fresh-faced here on day 2. As we have a quick check-in with the runes. Not too surprising, I'd say. Another Conquer Nidalee here, so something that's clearly more common than perhaps I was aware of. Phase Rush for Kakao, always a great one. And that first ward will be taken out by Tay, who collects the first CS of the game. Top lane is done.
Ah, so nice. And it actually will matter quite a bit, because now the Renekton is going to be able to hit level 2 sooner than the Shen. He was already going to be getting priority in that lane, but now it gets even tougher, which does present the opportunity for Nidalee to path to the top side and really chunk down and potentially dive out the Shen. So let's see what the junglers choose to do with these pathing. Renekton, or sorry, the Hecarim is the champion that can go for an entire red side clear into a recall and try to maximize the value of the blue buff later, but we'll see what they think about when it comes to affecting these lanes. There's a lot of potential ganks that can happen into the bottom, and you have a Leona that wants to be going in, and 2 to 3 forms of crowd control from the bottom lane available on SuperMassive. So Kakao pathing to the bottom side, I think smells that there could be blood in the water in the bot lane.
Yep, buff to buff it looks like for Kakao. Takes that reg with a lead from Amut as well, who also got to lane late. So was already going to give Tay pressure on the wave, but Amut, you know, he's happy, man. He'll play weak side, he'll pick tanks, he'll leash for Kakao. It's the kind of play you'd love to have on your team, you know. Very reliable.
when you want a player that plays weak side, you want somebody that's going to do it with a smile. The last thing you want is a top laner playing weak side that's really upset about it, that normally wants to play carries, and that tends to be the difference between teams picking carries or not. How happy is your top laner doing that?
All right, well, Kakao is indeed did go buff to buff. He's going to go Gromp and now Wolves by the looks of things, so it's going to be a lot of farming for both these junglers, which I think we could have predicted fairly safely. Shinny, though, flying through the jungle, as is expected from Nidalee, and does get that ward down as well, so a bit of value from that early sweeper already.
It's getting 2 wards, and it's a big thing to look at the mechanics that a lot of the players have when it comes to clearing out the jungle, especially on picks like the Nidalee, being able to not only kite away effectively, but stay at a healthy level of health in order to then gank or effective crab. So seeing Nidalee be this effective at clearing out vision while doing jungle camp is a really good sign.
And here's the Ghost, there's the stunner. Unwood's going to be in trouble. Kakao, I've seen this so many times, and that's first blood over to the Shen.
Oh, that is a great gank to have. Now that the Shen can start to get some items into this matchup, it gets really tough for the Renekton to punish this lane. And what used to be the place where the Nidalee and Renekton want to go for, you now start to have second doubts about that. You might not think that you even have kill pressure anymore if Renekton can bully out, if the Shen can bully out the Renekton and have control of the wave.
It's just so wild to me. Like I've actually seen that gank before in Game 2 of the final SuperMassive played. I think it was even the same 2 champions in the top and junglers. Balulu's in a bit of trouble, but nothing Lulu can't handle. She wins his way towards her tower. Healing just fine here, 1v1 versus Envy, although is running a little bit low on mana. And Kakao is going to go ahead and finish off the rest of the Krugs, as Shinny is trying to at least try and out-farm the Hecarim after that gank. But Kakao, he's doing just fine on that front as well. As Shinny going to get stunned. The spear after the stun. That's a dive incoming. There's the flash, there's the auto, and Shinny's going to pick up Balulu.
What a spear there, knowing that the Lulu was going to walk a little bit further up after the chains connected, and that's a huge deal because now the Sylas still has flash. So there is an opportunity to repeat this one. Not immediately, but later on. And now we really get to see what this Lulu is thinking about with those fairy charms. I think it's safe to say this is going to be the full utility Lulu. And I'm starting to have doubts if SuperMassive have enough damage.
Redbird, I love the play, just barely missing the Zenith Blade. But that roam from bottom lane, Balulu was... he was about to get killed again. But Redbird, unfortunately, just off with the skill shot there. But Envy's going to go ahead and reset. And TP back to the lane most likely, so not going to lose anything at all here as Lulu's already TP'd back to mid.
The play doesn't work, but the idea is still right. I want to see INTZ continue to punish the flashless Lulu. She is so vulnerable here. It's something that the better teams on day 1 were doing, which was just knowing who doesn't have flash and ganking repeatedly. Because the thing is, you don't actually know how many times these players can die having no flashes. You haven't played against each other, so you don't know that, hey, after 1 kill, they're going to be playing safe. You don't know if that limit is 3 kills, it's 5 kills, so you want to try to maximize how much bang for your buck you're getting out of these burn summoners.
Cow also just hanging out in this brush, waiting for the Scuttle Crab, but perhaps someone else will walk by and he can spin on them. Kakao actually going to wrap mid here. Oh, I think just spotted barely. Yeah, Envy did see it. Kakao, though, is going to keep heading in. Sal's like, surely they're not there, but certainly is. Dash is out to safety. Snowflower here as well. Getting very active here on the Nautilus. Nice. An early good juke back there from Kakao to not get speared by Shinny. And the control ward that did indeed spot Kakao will now be discovered and taken out appropriately.
So Sylas is level 6 and is waiting to steal an ultimate here. Not willing to commit to anything just yet. Had 3 pretty cool ones in front of him, but we'll just wait for those until the fight presents itself. And knowing that they're going to get a dragon, they're going to be fine. And there's also a Shen that is going to be available with an ultimate now. So just playing the objective game is going to be a fine look here for INTZ, knowing that you have the champions that you are comfortable with, and I'm pretty sure you're actually going to end up out-damaging SuperMassive pretty heavily if they don't get ahead on this comp.
Nice Drake take. This Kakao's farming up to level 6 now for both junglers, but Kakao with the Shin might be looking to pick a fight again if you can find someone willing. Envy continuing to shove mid here as well. Balulu actually keeping up nicely in CS despite getting himself killed. But Envy not too far behind. A little over a wave, about a wave and a half as Balulu is going to pick these up.
Yeah, the danger with the Lulu is what happens in the team fighting phase. How do you look at that stage? Are you able to skirmish? Are you able to assist your team when it comes to vision by yourself? Because usually this is not a champion that is a threat by any right, just when she's walking around on her own, whereas someone like Envy can just walk into the jungle and be a huge menace, can get solo kills, can pressure so much. Lulu needs to have her hand held the whole time by Hecarim, so it's going to be a matter of playing that 2v2 quite well out of SuperMassive, using the Shen ultimate to outnumber, and Shen is just now happy in this lane. He's not going to get dove anytime soon, so the options that INTZ have going on for them revolve around mid to bottom, which plays into the hands of hopefully seeing the Hecarim and Lulu together.
Yeah, with that Shen as well, like you mentioned, as Kakao, he actually took that second blue, so this game is a very Kakao-centric draft, actually, now that I think about it. He's kind of got 1.5 supports, I guess, Snowflower, sorry, 2.5 supports with the Lulu and the Senna able to help out, and the Shen riding in on top of the Hecarim, making sure the Shen can get to the backlines and the Hecarim stays safe as he charges forward. Going to be Trinity Force, nice and quick here for Kakao. This is the Hecarim thing. We'll see how much more aggressive he wants to get with his build. In that game I alluded to in their finals, he did get very aggressive with the build, but does at least want to finish this very expensive purchase before that. And did start the Rift Herald, but with bottom lane missing, didn't feel too safe about trying to complete it, especially because Armwood's getting pressured here in top lane as well. So not a whole lot of space with his bot lane resetting to contest this objective, and Shinny is going to clear out the ward knowing that and start the Rift Herald instead. Yeah,
so Kakao didn't know where Leona or Jhin were. All he knew was that his own bottom lane had based and that the enemy bottom lane was not in the lane as well. At 8 minutes in, it's safe to assume that this swap is happening. And Hecarim is going in for a fight with Shen ultimate.
Will get stunned though, but Shinny is going to eat quite a bit of damage. He's going to flash over the wall, but there's a Senna ulti over the top, and Armwood's going to ride in and take down the jungler. Now Kakao looking to chase down Redbird as the next softened up target, and that's going to be an easy kill there as the double kill goes over to the Shen. Renekton just gets killed surgically by the Doctor in the top lane, and Kakao finishes off a third as SuperMassive really punish INTZ for that Rift Herald.
It looked like INTZ thought they were going to get the Rift Herald for free and got to completely disengage. They did not expect that Hecarim was going to come in from the top side of the map, and they lose so much for that one because now they get to use that Rift Herald, but where? Where are they going to find value for that when the re-engage happens from Envy?
Model Assault here, but there's Riptide away from Snowflower, and Balulu's here just... No, he was just hanging around. Thought he'd TP'd in, but was mistaken. Kakao just going to run out of there. SuperMassive going to disengage from INTZ's attempted pick. So just a very well played combo. And already, Crumbs, we can see how deadly the Hecarim Shen is. Kakao waited so long for this play.
So they see the Hecarim there, but what happened in the bot side here? Because this is what really caught them off guard. The fact that this engage was so sick too. Really curious about how that one ended up working out there, because I felt like the Hecarim did not end up going through, but Shen followed through all the way. Regardless, there is a giant horse on your screen, and he is very scary.
Yep, Lulu ulti there from Balulu. Things just so tricky. And that Trinity Force will be done awfully quick. Keep an eye out on Kakao on the minimap and just wait till he hits B. Because imagine if he's hitting it, Trinity Force is done. And that is real bad news for INTZ as SuperMassive up almost 2,000 gold. Hey, he's hitting recall. I reckon he's got Trinity Force completed, Crumbs.
I think he certainly does. And now they're thinking about diving there. Oh, the E missed, but it doesn't matter. They can still go for him.
Trying to read the Duke. Here's the TP though. Armwood with the taunt though. He's trying to leave. He's in a literal 1v5 and he gets a kill. He's going to get another kill. He's an absolute madman, but the Titanic Hydra is going to make it look all so easy as Balulu sweeps in at the last second and didn't even need to ulti to keep the Shen alive.
Oh, it's disaster, Pastry. They thought they had an opportunity since they saw multiple members in the bottom. You knew you could outplay him, but he's so strong right now. And with the initial CC being missed, and it felt like people weren't really too sure that the dive was happening, you could see that they were second-guessing themselves, as not everybody was as close to the Shen as you would have liked them to be to follow up on the CC right away. And it's just going to go from bad to worse. Losing to the top lane Shen, who now has a 500 gold spree, a dragon for free. Let's take a look at how this play unfolded once again. So Leona goes in, but look, Renekton's not even here yet, right? 5 people.
That's 5 champions!
Like, what do we do? Do we go in? Do we not? The taunt gets to Leona. He's so tanky there, and still has the flash available. With the Lulu showing up, you best believe you're running out of there, because she still has ultimate.
Lulu just TP'd in and hit E. That was the easiest assist of his life, as he does indeed have the Athenes and Holy Grail. So it is full util right now for Balulu as SuperMassive. Such a ridiculous lead already. I was excited to talk about Kakal's Hacker Room getting going again, but Amut is the big man on campus here in top lane with the Titanic Hydra Shen.
This is why Shen is just so strong. Unlike champions like Sion or Ornn that tend to be the other tanks that you think of in the top lane, he does have a ton of damage and is able to consistently dish it out. The Shen Titanic Hydra build is just a complete bruiser, and he just doesn't look like it. He doesn't play the same way, but once he connects that taunt, presses that Q, hits you 3 times, and the Hydra is on top of it, that's percentage HP with a ton of damage behind it.
Yeah, and you don't always get to do this, right, Shen? You always want to do this, but sometimes, you know, the game doesn't afford you that luxury. But with 5 kills and a single assist for 100% KP there for Amut, he's absolutely able to go for this more aggressive build. Stuns Chain in the mid lane. Balulu gonna wild growth himself, flashes out of there. Blast Bullet ready to go. Does connect, but Balulu tanky enough with the shields and his own ulti.
Very good itemization there from the Lulu, especially into the double AP mid-jungle combo. You just don't have the damage to burst him down, and your Jhin is not very strong, and neither is the Renekton. So ganking this Lulu now has become impossible if you're not bringing in the Renekton and Jhin together. So you just get a guarantee hyper Hecarim, and he's quite fed. And the great thing about him not having so much gold yet still having the items that he needs is that you now have more threats on your team in the Shen, and that was what we were worried about. Were they going to have enough damage? That ship has sailed. This Shen is so fed, you're always going to have damage.
You see a little replay there in the picture-in-picture. Ah, looks like that was cancelled there. Amut not able to get himself out, but does eventually go back to base, get himself a Barmy Cinder to join that Titanic Hydra, if he wasn't pushing fast enough already.
Okay, so we got 2 minutes until the dragon spawns, but it's going to be a Cloud Soul. It's pretty good, I think, for SuperMassive here to prioritize this objective, not only with the Shen, Hecarim, but the Lulu as well. Having more stacks of those ultimates or lower cooldown is going to be really powerful for them. So I think they should most certainly prioritize this objective, despite it not being one of the more combat-oriented ultimates. This composition, ult-reliant, will really love to have it.
I mean, look, Hecarim's passive gives him more damage for moving faster, so it is a combat soul for Kakao, I think, at least. As they're going to take down the Scuttlecrab here and look to maybe play for the second Rift Tower. Dragon up in a minute 30 there, like you mentioned. Perhaps SuperMassive want to walk down there instead, but I think they've got time to do both.
Now, Shen does not have ultimate, and him being in the face of Renekton doesn't let him TP right away, so it would still be a 4-on-4 just yet. We'll see how the top laners play it out, because they can choose to either leave it as a 4v4 and just try to fight each other and keep each other in vision, or you see what sometimes happens where both top laners just run away from each other and make sure that they can TP into the fight. You already saw how this matchup plays out. That was a really sick use of the Spirit's Refuge to dodge out of Renekton's stun.
Yeah, it's definitely a matchup that's got a lot more intricacies than it may appear at first glance, and certainly getting the better of that little interaction there. He's going to go back once more. There's the Ruby Crystal, not quite flying up to his next items just yet. But it looks like Dragon is going to be the player. Is Kakao looking to flank Envy in the mid lane. He's still alive though, so Kakao has not started the dive. But there's an Nautilus ulti, Kakao poking around, but sees two, decides maybe the dive isn't worth it. Zeitnot able to poke down the tower. That's mid prior for Supermassive as they are looking to take this next dragon. Macaldo actually grabbing first tower, interestingly. All alone there in the top lane, but that means they're absolutely not contesting for this dragon.
Yeah, that was surprising to see that, and seeing that the Jhin was top was the cue that gave Supermassive the idea to go for the dive, because you assume, well, Leona could probably also be in the top side. Is there an option to go for this dive? But they thought otherwise because it was 15 seconds until the dragon came up. If you miss that one, you also lose the dragon when you already have secured vision with both mid and bot lane shoving. Best to play it safe and look for a fight that you know goes right and you won't lose out on the objective that you're coveting.
Just the second Drake, Supermassive, third overall, so not too bad to give away. Teams also don't always want to fight for the Cloud Soul. Is considered to be one of the weaker ones, although like I said, I think certainly very good, at least on the Hecarim. And no one's going to turn away a Dragon Soul. Always good to have one, because there is indeed only one per game. Bottom outer tower looking a little bit unhealthy on the INTZ side, but Balulu not going to press his luck, as Tay is going to go ahead and catch this wave. And Supermassive not pushing too quickly here, Crumbs. Rift Tower going to be started here by Shinny. We'll see if INTZ can nab this one.
Yeah, they're taking their time here. They have a Senna, which is going to be fine later into the game, and they just want to make sure that the fights they take are the ones that they're going to win. They're playing it just calm and collected, and they have to remember that all their gold is in the Shen as well. So if they actually take a 4-on-4 in another part of the map and the Shen's not able to pour in, it's not that big of an advantage as what they would initially have thought. So they want to make sure that Armut is in that position to be able to help out before they take these fights. And if he's not, well, as long as they're taking the objectives, the pace of the game is just fine.
Yep, Supermassive up, but, you know, not by a huge amount of gold, 2,500 or so, although Balulu is going to extend that advantage. He does complete the kill of the outer tower here in bot lane, so Supermassive finally going to tie up the turret score as well. It's just, you know, it's time to chill out. Perhaps we'll wait between dragons here, 320 until that Cloud Dragon is up. But Supermassive don't need to do too much more right now, but I think INTZ happy to keep things a little bit slower here, as the assault in mid lane is maybe where things will start to unravel a bit. Zeitnot and Snowflower have been very persistent in trying to knock down this tower.
It's been really tough for INTZ to find a way to make a play on the map, because we already saw the itemization from the Lulu being a really big nuisance against the Silas and Nidalee, but the Renekton now having to match Lulu is just not going to cut it, and he doesn't even have boots. You're not going to be able to chase anybody down. He didn't go for the Blade of the Ruined King first, so you don't even have the sustain or the chase potential in the lane, so there's not that much that INTZ could go for at this stage in the game. So they're looking to just get Envy in a position where he's very fed, where he can start stealing those ultimates, ideally level 16, if that's even possible before the gold lead grows too large. But that's going to let the Silas really rip it with having so much access to ultimates and just turn team fights into complete chaos, because that's what they need right now. They need Envy to have something like a Lulu ultimate, a Hecarim ult, or even the Nautilus to influence these fights in an even bigger way during the team fights.
Well, so Adam's not done for Omud. And Death Dance on the way for Kakao, so is going the aggressive route here on the Hecarim. Skipping his gemstone as well in his enchant, but it doesn't need it. Wants the big ticket items instead. Rift Tower pop bottom lane, that is going to be the tower forfeited over. But that'll likely be a trade for mid out of here. Supermassive not too upset with how this is going. Tay will be very thankful for the gold, given how fed his lane opponent is.
They had 3 members there and didn't even think twice that they should not dive the Shen. It was just out of the question entirely, and it's just so odd to see that when you have the Renekton, you're not going to be making those plays. It's a tough spot here. They need him to have boots, because with the Cleaver build, you're looking at team fight, but how are you even going to find these flanks when so much of Supermassive's composition can actually kite you really effectively between the Lulu and the Senna? The Renekton finding an angle seems farther and farther from the truth.
Yeah, especially with like Nautilus as well. It just feels like he's a whole team worth of peel as far as CC is for your squishier targets. Certainly the items are up for INTZ if they want to fight for this dragon in 50 seconds or so. 2 done for Envy, 2 done for Macau, and almost there for Tay. Might be there on time. Does have his TP if he does want to farm out for a little bit longer to be at maximum strength for the potential incoming fight. But SuperMassive just back out on the map. Gonna keep pushing. Balulu has been in a side lane for a lot of this game since we've kind of broken out of the laning phase. Armwood, of course, is in the side lane constantly as this Shen, even though it's receiving more attention than he may like. And Zeitnot's been parked mid lane there with Snowflower and sometimes Cacao for a lot of this game as well. So it's been kind of a holding pattern for the last 10 minutes. But 10 seconds out of that dragon is up. SuperMassive already rushing down there.
Yeah, it looked like INTZ just was nowhere near contesting this one. The Leona moving to the top side. Hopefully, we're thinking that they could take down the Shen there, but Envy, he's not strong enough to take him down. In fact, it doesn't seem like there's a combination of champions that INTZ have right now that can actually threaten a legitimate dive against his champion without at least trading 1-for-1 or him just getting a flash out of it. So they are really in a pickle here. Sylas is a good match to the Shen because he can steal the ultimate and get out as well. But then you're faced with the problem of you don't have Sylas in the fight to begin with. And then how are you looking to initiate? Because the Jhin and the Leona are not strong either. So they are going to be the recipients of the Hecarim with the Lulu diving into them with the Senna and the Nautilus ultimate as well. So INTZ, without the Renekton getting ahead, is more and more, it's just so much harder for them now. You have a Renekton that fell behind. That's all you need to know about Renekton, really. That's the champion in a nutshell.
Yeah, it feels that the timer is certainly ticking. 4 minutes or so until the Cloud Soul is up. Again, not a soul that every team always feels like they have to absolutely fight over, but SuperMassive just happy to quietly play through the rest of this mid game and look for a pick-off here. They feel like in the spot they're in, they know how to play this composition out. Cacao's going to be up to 2, like, top laner worthy items, like very luxurious purchases for this Hecarim. With the Triforce and the Death Stance. In fact, he may be done with Death Stance now as he is recalling.
He even got the Skirmisher Saber there to make his fighting a little bit stronger. Normally you see the Talisman just stay without being upgraded, but here it's going to allow him to win more 1v1s than not, potentially looking at flanking a Renekton or even a Sylas. That item will definitely make a big difference, but it's not like he's thinking about taking these fair fights. There's so many globals to help out the composition that is crafted around him.
Yeah, kind of have to start looking at XP as well here. Going to be the first to level 16 by the looks of things. Cacao also level 14 from the jungle is 2 levels ahead of Shinny, and now Envy's getting chased down and wants nothing to do with his Hecarim that just stole the enemy blue buff and is going to steal the Grump as well.
Everywhere Hecarim goes, INTZ have to avoid him, but they're going to go onto Envy. He's in trouble.
Yeah, that ult's not going to do enough, although maybe he's going to deny the dive for a little bit longer here. GLP pop for Balulu, and Envy's just about to get scooped up. There's a good stun though laid in onto Cacao. The Wild Growth gets popped. Onslaught of Shadows out for safety, but Macau pops in with a bullet and is able to take him down. But Armwood now going to look to take down Tay, flashing forward, but the flash is used by Tay as well to get a little bit extra distance, but the chain is not quite there. The taunt, I think, just hit on the end of it, and Armwood just slaps him down with the scalpel. The flash from Balulu is going to avoid the chains from Envy. Snowflower also off to the wall to get out to safety as Zeitnot's here to make sure his teammates are A-okay.
Oh, they're thinking about re-engaging, but they're going to be fine there. In the bot lane, yes, the Renekton did stop the Shen, but he's already so darn fed, and if you don't have boots, you just can't get away from him. It was a heroic attempt there. They got the kill onto the Hecarim, but still, it's just a 1-for-1 for INTZ.
All right, well, kind of the first major scrap we've had in a while, and kind of even across the board here as SuperMassive continue to slowly grow their gold lead, but they're not exploding this game out of control. Certainly, I think more willing to let INTZ play into them, or at least be waiting for those really primo angles with the Hecarim and the Shen before they start any sort of fight. And they do have some luxury here, although this dive was certainly a proactive attempt by them. Envy playing this very nicely, knowing reinforcements were on the way.
Yeah, it's good for him to be clearing out the minion wave, but then this use of stopwatch was so unexpected, and then the Jhin coming out of nowhere. The Hecarim does not have Merc Treads at this stage, so it's so easy for them to punish him with the crowd control, and then the Nautilus going in. We didn't get to see the entire chase away, but we know that they all made it out alive, except the Renekton in the box.
Amut was able to take care of that. 50 seconds out of that Cloud Soul is spawned. SuperMassive also at this point, like, don't have to go for the Soul, as Envy is going to hijack the onslaught of shadows off of Hecarim. SuperMassive can potentially say, have your second dragon, take the Baron. Feels like the better price for SuperMassive right now, given that they are trying to open up this game that much more with the lead that they currently have. You know, they've got a lead, but they haven't quite snowballed it into something bigger and broken open the game, let's say. But SuperMassive are determined to get some vision here in the river, but they are going to have to dip back mid and get some priority as Envy is starting to get slapped by this Senna. Not even 3 items on Zeitnot, already doing pretty significant damage just with that poke.
Both teams don't have a very good Baron comp, so while they could pivot away to it, they definitely need to kill a few members of the opposition if they want to go for that objective. Shen's already grouped here, not willing to risk his Shen ultimate being cancelled. He has most of the gold. He needs to be involved. The dragon is already up, but the engage is finding Lulu.
Kakao also on the flank with the fight. It's going to stop Lulu, going to be the target. Here comes Kakao riding in. A great center ulti there for Zeitnot is going to make sure Tay falls and his teammates stay alive as Balulu is going to take down Redbird.
Fighting front to back against this comp is so deadly. The Lulu was able to make it out alive, and not a lot of damage on the side of INTZ. Was able to jump in there. Their CC was still held as a threat. If they committed, Hecarim could have always re-engaged and destroyed their backline. So they play it out calm and collected. They get a soul, and now they can start thinking about going for the Baron and easily turn these fights if they will still have the Hecarim ultimate.
Yeah, it just feels like a slow and steady grind here for SuperMassive, but they keep getting further ahead as we watch this one again.
So they try to go in onto the Lulu, but the CC is immediate. They don't even get the stun onto her, and there wasn't going to be anybody that could follow through. If you think you can burst through Lulu, think again. There's a Shen ultimate, and then Senna heals to go through it. So she is certainly much harder to kill than you would think.
And then no one can walk through the Shen, right? His wild growth is just keeping everybody out of the fight. And Kakao, even though his flank was late, actually kind of wasn't needed at the end of the day. INTZ did the initiation for him. SuperMassive just cleaned up the soul and the 2 kills there as well. Zeitnot must have so many souls now. He's got Runan's Hurricane. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's the first time I've ever seen that on Senna.
Yeah.
Me personally. Oh, Kakao's going to interrupt me because he's trying to kill Shinny. Chasing down Macau now instead. His Hecarim just will not be stopped. Envy with a decent counter ulti that he stole from the Hecarim, but Amut is godlike and well-deserved as Kakao's going to run back in onto Redbird. The bullets there from the Jhin, not enough to take down Zeitnot, and Balulu's going to scoop up the second kill.
Oh, this game has gotten so out of control, Pastry. SuperMassive doesn't even care about objectives anymore. They can just fight non-stop, and there's not much that INTZ can do. They try to re-engage there. It was cute to steal the Hecarim ultimate and go in, but Kakao actually kited out quite well and blocked the chains from the Lulu to make sure that he could keep his support alive, who's doing a fine job in being a utility for this team that already has all their carries and more.
And now it's time for Baron. SuperMassive get their picks, and oh goodness, that's a snipe. Oh, with the jungler dead, it's just not even fair now.
No, it's not, and I really wonder if that was a misclick to the RFC, because normally RFC is really, really good on Senna.
Yes, it is. And when I saw the Zeal, that's what I thought was coming out.
They look the same, the red and yellow, so you think like, okay, could maybe
start with the same letter. You know what? Maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see what happens. Again, certainly not something I've seen, but not riding enough just yet. Kakao is just bullying the enemy team, though. Here comes Shen, but Macau's already been scooped off the rift. And now the rest will follow here as Redbird once again will be left at the mercy of the Hecarim as Shen gets kill number 9. Amut has been unstoppable right now on this Shen. A SuperMassive going to knock down mid lane and maybe more.
They don't have to base. They can just end the game here.
Going to be a pretty impressive Baron power play at the end of it all. SuperMassive just going to indeed go for the kill. It's 2v5 right now. It's SuperMassive that is going to clean up the rest of these turrets. They have arrived to Worlds in style as Kakao's Hecarim alongside that Shen will take out INTZ, but not before Envy is left to his fountain in Zhonya's. Getting bullied by the rest of SuperMassive. Amut is legendary, and rightly so, as Supermassive are going to finish off the Nexus and pick up their first win of World 2020.
Group A just got a whole lot more interesting, Pastry, because Supermassive just gave us the most decisive win that we have seen out of this group thus far, and that is going to put the fear in Mad Lions and Team Liquid.
Yep, just, you know, we expected good things from this team, and that was certainly that. I think playing a comp they're certainly very comfortable on, kind of everyone in the roles you would expect, but the game set played out maybe even better than Supermassive would have considered, as Kakal's first gank to the top lane snowballed wildly out of control for that Shen.
Yeah, the Shen is a pick that got a little bit of a nerf to the thing that he got his shield buffed, and then the buff was reduced by half, and suddenly teams were foregoing him as a pick, but clearly showing he still got a ton of value. You have to remember the versatility that he showed when he was a top priority. It was jungle, it was top, it was even support, and now picking him back into the top lane, into these physical damage matchups, you pair him up so well with these dive comps, and you still have a menace in the top lane that just transfers leads so well to the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good look overall. I think Supermassive, great entrance into the tournament, certainly. Maybe a couple things that you don't want to give back away. Perhaps Kakao needs to lose Hacker, and perhaps Shen should never be let through a draft again for Armwood. But I think, like we've seen, even with something like the Lulu, which was surprising, there are a lot of strings to the bow that Supermassive have brought to Worlds.
Yeah, certainly, and it's cool to see that they're continuing to innovate despite these not being the usual flavors that we see throughout the regular season. This is why you have to just think about playing your own game and not worry too much about what the enemy is thinking of, because you don't know how far their bag of tricks goes.
Well, we mentioned it already, but unsurprisingly, the Oppo player of the game for this one is, you can guess it, Crumbs, it is in fact Armwood, exactly. This Shen, I mean, what, he had 10 kills by the end of this game? He was just everywhere. I mean, as soon as he got that first gank and dodged the 1v5 dive, this was his game to carry, and he certainly carried.
Oh, it was so sick. This is the first play that just turned everything around. One Rift Herald move that was a disaster, and then the turnaround. He was already, I think, 4 or 5-0 at this point. A casual 1v5. Really, Lulu wasn't necessary. He would have killed them all.
Yeah, and then this one again, he's like, hey, I'm getting out of here. And Tae's like, no, you're not. And Six, fine, you're going down with me if I'm not getting out. And Tae perhaps regretted trapping Shen in there with him.
He used his first dash in, but without boots on the Renekton, it's just so funny. You're so slow, you're never getting away.
Yeah, that was a real terror there for the Shen. Despite playing tanks, certainly shows that you can carry on those styles of champions as well. But it is time for a quick break. But when we return, we'll look ahead towards Unicorns of Love. First game at Worlds 2020.
V3 has never actually made the World's group stage ever, but this is one roster I'm looking at when I was watching their game.
You think they're making it to groups?
They're going to make it to groups.
You're telling me
I'm telling you.
Unicorns of Love have put on an insane domination of their region.
Everyone, I'm Evie, Shog's supporter. Alongside some other faces you may recognize, I'm very excited to host MasterCard's Clicks of the Decade, where we will count down the top plays from 10 years of International League of Legends.
Doctor Shockwave! The quadra kill for Hootie! And that is the miracle play that keeps CLG alive!
Make sure you follow @MasterCard Nexus on Twitter so you don't miss the first episode.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Unicorns of Love, a team that was a mainstay of European League of Legends ever since they rampaged onto the international stage at IEM San Jose, all the way back in 2014. Before they even premiered on the European LCS stage, the Unicorns stole our hearts by taking down TSM with a now infamous jungle twisted fate. Then, after joining the top tier in Europe in 2015, they got second in spring, losing to Fnatic in a 5-game thriller. And many thought that the Unicorns, spearheaded by Power of Evil, would be a force to be reckoned with for years to come. But it never materialized. Power of Evil left, and the Unicorns fell at the final hurdle year after year. One series away from Worlds in 2015, in 2016, losing to H2K in 2017, and then not even making the playoffs in 2018. It felt like the once great name of the Unicorns of Love would be lost to the annals of history. But in 2019, they came back. Acquiring the Vega Squadron roster that almost defeated PvB at MSI, the Unicorns brought a new threat onto the international stage once again, forcing Splice all the way to 5 games in play-ins. But again, they fell at the final hurdle. And the question remains, when will the Unicorns overcome? Will the Unicorns, who went through the entirety of summer losing only one single game, be able to show up when it matters, to get over that final hurdle? Since the introduction of the play-in stage back in 2017, the LCL have yet to have a champion crack onto the group stage. This World's, the Unicorns of Love are looking to make history.
Thank you, Medic. Well, that got my blood pumping. I don't know about you guys. Are you feeling a little bit more alert on the end there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, Yamato's freaking out because he's lost his jacket. So if anyone finds it, do let us know. But if URL, that's what you're currently typing in to find the stream. If UOL are able to do what no other LCL champion has done, what star do you think gets it done? Where are my eyes supposed to be looking when we're looking at the UOL roster?
I would say Ahaha Chick, because this guy is one of the few players that actually brings the aggression in the early game. He doesn't quite abide by the meta. Like, recently he has done some more so, but he even opts for early game picks such as Thunder to just make stuff happen. So for me, this guy is the guy to highlight. He will dominate the early game. He'll try to force as many plays as possible, and we have Kakao stats for some reason, but it is what it is. Sure. He's still dominating in the early game.
But okay, just genuine question. Is it Ananasic, like a sick pineapple? An unwell pineapple, ananas?
It's Russian, ananasic. It's like a cute little pineapple.
Yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is. I forgive you. I don't think the world will. So everyone, of course, looking at Stucky with a frown, but knocking at their faces on the screens as well. Ananasic is definitely the jungling presence to keep an eye out for. And Marta, you were talking to me a little bit earlier on. You described their playstyle as kind of unforgiving. There's an element of, you even compared them to G2.
I think with the domination they've shown in the LCO, I think the problem for them is that they didn't really have a Fnatic to really push them. And I think now they're going to play on the play-in stage, and I think either they're going to have a reality check and they're going to realize that we can't really skate by anymore, or they've realized that themselves, that they've prepared with drafts and, you know, in general, some kind of consistency in the way they approach the game, because they've been overall very greedy and they've gotten away with it throughout the splits. Even in the finals, they won a game where they were down 12k gold. Sure, they had the Sona Lux, but all in all, you know, that deficit should have put them in the coffin, but they got out.
Yeah, okay, so these guys defy death. Let's see if they can find themselves the big fat dub today. We'll see if Unicorns of Love can live up to all of that hype as they face off against V3 after the break.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
And welcome back to day 2 of play-ins here from Berlin. Now, V3 won their first game in their first day in the play-in stage. And as you know, I have Buggy with me to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me. You guys are the third LGA team to represent the region at Worlds. So tell me about the pride of being the third team to get the chance to represent LGL here.
네, 우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 첫날 첫 경기에서 첫 승을 가져오셨는데 이제 V3가 LJL에서는 롤드컵에 진출하는 세 번째 대표팀이잖아요. LJL을 대표하는 그런 자부심에 대해서도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단 계속 같은 팀만 오다가 올해 처음 새로운 팀이 오게 됐는데 일단 그 전에 왔던 팀들보다는 훨씬 잘해야겠다고 생각돼요.
Yeah, so we kept seeing the similar faces up until now, so I think that we have to perform even better than them.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, similar faces, you guys are a brand new team, and you, Boogie, are the most experienced player here internationally within V3 Esports. So have you been able to help the players and put them in the best mindset to perform here?
네, 그래서 이제 V3는 정말 뉴페이스에 가까운 팀인데 그럼 부기 선수는 그 중에서 가장 국제전 경력이 많은 선수로서 이제 다른 선수들에게 좀 각오를 다진다든지 적응하는 데 도움을 주신 부분이 있을까요?
일단 전부 좀 긴장을 하고 있는 것 같아가지고 긴장하지 말자고 그냥 우리 하던 대로 하면 이길 수 있다고 그랬던 것 같아요.
Yeah, it seemed like everyone was a little bit kind of anxious and nervous, so I told them to let's just chill out and focus on our original plans and playstyle.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about the original playstyle for V3, we know that in the LJL, you tend to play really fast. Do you think that we're going to see a similar playstyle here at Worlds? And what do you think about the competition and the way you will have to adapt against them?
네, 그럼 이제 원래 하던 대로라고 말씀하셨는데 사실 V3가 정말 빠른 속도전을 갖고 가는 걸로 또 잘 알려진 팀이었는데 그런 플레이 스타일이 이제 이번 롤드컵 무대에서도 계속 보여질 것 같은지 또 이제 롤드컵의 긴 여정 동안 어떤 식으로 좀 적응해 나가야 될 것 같은지 한번 대답 부탁드립니다.
일단 오늘 UOL 남은 팀인데 그 UOL 팀이 첫 경기라서 그 전에 데이터가 없어서 좀 분석이 힘들 것 같은데 그래도 최대한 남은 경기 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
So our remaining opponent for today will be UOL, but we don't have much data about them and information about them, so it will be hard to analyze them, but we will do our best to prepare for that game.
And we can't wait to see you guys in action against UOL. Thank you very much for the interview and 감사합니다 for the translation, Chisan, as always.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to our third and final game of the evening, but certainly not the last game of the night. There are still many more games to go, but our one here is the debut of UOL, the Unicorns of Love, here at Worlds 2020, up against V3, who are already up 1-0, as we heard from Boogie. Not a whole lot of data they have here against UOL. And they'll have to be the first team to face off against them, but we'll see if they can indeed stitch together a game plan, because their first game plan looked pretty good.
Yeah, we don't know much about them. What we do know is that they have been crushing their region. They have played 54 games this entire year. Sorry, 55, and have only lost 6. So this team has been incredibly dominant, and that can be usually two things. Either they are just really, really good, which is what people are claiming, that Unicorns of Love is a dark horse. They do get to scrim against LEC teams, which we know are quite capable, or it also allows teams to get away with mistakes that would otherwise go punished at the international stage. So let's see what V3 has prepared today, because we already saw a game from them, a really solid game plan with a ton of options out of them. And here on blue side, I do think the Ashe priority is going to continue out of them, just because it just offers you so much flexibility with your composition.
You know, as far as early matchups at Worlds go here as well, it's pretty hyphy jungle matchup, to be honest with you. Boogie had a very good opening game here, and we know he's kind of one of the central forces in this V3 squad, but Ananasik is no slouch, and a jungler that quite a number of people are excited to see, because he's just so aggressive a lot of the time. So it could be a fun one there between the two. They've already banned a jungler apiece against each other, Evelyn on the V3 side and Lilia, of course, on the UOL side, but Lux, Lucian, Ashe, and one more are going to get banned out of Phase 1 here as well. So We'll see what the options are left. You've seen a lot of first pick Nidalee today, I feel like. We'll see if that one's left open here or not to Boogie.
Yeah, the Nidalee first pick is tricky because it does put your composition in a tricky spot because you do want to have that first pick Nidalee, but also pair her with physical damage in the top lane. Will be banned out, so maybe V3 can show us a different look here. Let's see what they prioritize, because it's been quite different according to who their opponents are. We've seen anywhere from first picks Leonas, Pantheons, but hovering quite a few champions. Marksman seems to be the name of the game. It was before Worlds were played, and so locking in the Caitlyn right here is no surprise, but this is not the buff Caitlyn. There are options to beat her, although Ashe was the predominant pick that you at least started with in the laning phase, looking at potentially Senna, maybe even a Kalista.
Yeah, always interesting to see what happens when Caitlyn gets left up, but we'll also see what the trade is here, because the V3's first game when they were on red side to start off the day had a really good kickoff rotation there, with the Renekton is one of those picks, so it does feel like such a strong, safe pick for you all to take, but they're actually going to take Orianna extremely early here, just wanting to give Nomads a comfortable champion. Fits into a variety of comps, pretty safe blind pick overall in the mid lane, but maybe just feeling like Ace doesn't have anything here, and that Nomads is so good on the champion, or a combination of any of these things, that they are willing to take it early. But I do like some jungle priority. I know Narsik played a ton of Graves this year, and he's going to continue that trend here at Worlds.
It's already two champions that make a ton of sense against the Caitlyn. You don't want to get into her range, so being able to kite her with your spells or even from a distance is just going to be a really effective way to approach this. So already Unicorns is showing that they had a plan to beat the Caitlyn. You're getting hypey for the Ahri. There's a possibility it's going to be the Sion instead, so already things are falling in line with what V3 wants for a Caitlyn composition. Lots of beefy front line, lots of CC, and just create a lot of room in front of Caitlyn so that she can auto-attack freely.
I think that's a really good point, Crumbs, because this is so different from the priority that V3 showed us in their first game here. Like, we had Paz popping off on Renekton, and now he's fallen back to more of the playstyle I associated with him when I was watching V3's games of playing the Sion. But Akarthus nice and early, could be for mid lane, but I think more likely for the jungle, certainly.
Yeah, it could definitely be Karthus mid, but I agree with you. I think it makes sense into the jungle here, into the Graves. You're just looking to power farm nonstop. You're not really thinking about countering, jungling him. You just want to hit the team fighting phase, and Unicorns of Love already is putting a stop to that, locking in the Camille before it can get banned. Going into the Sion matchup, true damage against massive HP is going to be fantastic, so that you can now move away from the very intense team fighting that V3 already has, and actually just open up the map. Divide and conquer is going to be the approach for Unicorns of Love.
Kind of fun to see, two different passes that work after you die as well. Sion and Karthus have a lot to say in any team fight, regardless of whether they're dead or alive. But a really curious draft here for V3, as Leona's going to get banned out on the UOL side. Bard also banned away by V3, so kind of the bot lane getting chipped away here. There's no bot lane pieces right now for UOL, unless Graves is going to do something really different. But kind of setting up here. Maybe.
So I think the Leona ban already is telling me that you're looking at maybe taking something like a Pantheon here in the lane. Rakan has risen in priority for a lot of players. You do have the option of having a spellbook and also being really pivotal in those 8-minute Rift Herald rotations where you can just TP into it and surprise your opponent. We've seen a play just like that out of Santos before, but locking in the Nautilus here would just make your composition really solid. You have a ton of crowd control already, and you're able to just press that button on Caitlyn and she'll get deleted.
Yeah, Pantheon banned, so not an option there. Twitch banned as well. Senna, I guess, kind of the obvious marksman left open here, but UOL have a lot of different picks they could potentially go for. I imagine, actually, they have all the solo laners now, so they are going to counter pick their marksman instead of the support. I guess wanting to take away one that Reyna maybe would have wanted to grab, but set support is back up again if Reyna wants to play it once more.
Yeah, so you do also have a possibility of playing mages in the bottom lane here. I really don't think that that's what they're going for, but you have to consider that V3 does not know what Unicorns of Love is up to. They don't have a lot of information on them, so they have to approach this draft giving them as much room for variance as possible. So it is possible that they can go with that. The Heimer, I think, is just a throwback to Detonation FM.
Yeah, I think so too.
And the Nico was also a pick that they learned the hard way how deadly it could be against them. They're instead going to get the Galio, which was banned so much against them. Getting away with this pick now makes me pretty excited from what we saw they could do earlier, and now getting a pick that was really targeted against them in the region.
Yeah, I kind of like it here. I think just solidifying, some protection and some team fight. You said it already, Crumbs, where this is a comp that feels designed to be played around Caitlyn, and Galio certainly adds to that. No Man's Cassidy's kind of legendary where he's from, and he's going to take it here.
Oh, there it is. It's Orianna bottom.
Oh, it is too. Ain't that fancy?
Look at that. This is what's exciting about this team. This is why people were thrilled about this roster, not only because they play Cassidy more than any other team at Worlds, but they have an answer to Caitlyn that no one else has tried, as far as I know, at least this year. Orianna bottom against it. Let's see how good Gadget is on this pick, because we're obviously going to be looking at this pick from the eyes of a mid laner. If they can deliver or at least keep up in the laning phase and perform in team fights, well, you now have a very scary Unicorns of Love moving forward.
I like how casually I said, oh, it's No Man's Cassidy, of course. Like, he's played a lot. It was banned a ton in the final as well, so it's clearly a champion that he's very comfortable in, that he's known for. Massively strong scaling pick, and I think the Galio lane feels like pretty comfortable for Cassidy to try and get through, but completely forgot about the part where Orianna already got selected, and that is going to be the focal point of this matchup, at least early on. That's so cool from Unicorns of Love. In their first game, we're expecting maybe for them to showcase the creativity that this organization has become known for throughout their history, and this is a way to kick off your Worlds campaign, Crumbs. Gadget playing Orianna bot lane.
Yeah, if he delivers on it, you now have to always keep this in mind when playing against Unicorns of Love. They've already gotten to see so many teams play today. This is what they've come up with the response, and let's think about the synergies that they're going to play into when you have the Orianna, because now you have Orianna Nautilus together. Nautilus Ultimate is guaranteeing you to hit a fat shockwave on top of it, and champions like Karthus and Caitlyn that want to get into the fight will never be able to break into your backline if they have to deal with that. And then you also have a Cassidy to add on top of it. If the Unicorns of Love can actually get items on these picks and get past the incredible amounts of crowd control that are in V3's composition, you see the theory that they had behind this draft.
Yeah, and they still have a scaling pick, right? It is a mage instead of a marksman, but Cassidy is like unbeatable in certain situations, it feels like, once he hits level 16 and has the items rolling. So No Man's no slouch on the pick. UOL already bringing something different to the table here. And, if they're a team that flexes Orianna around, then all of a sudden that becomes an extremely valuable pick. And it feels so silly, right, to ban something like Orianna. It's such a common mid laner. Like, everyone knows how to play with and against that champion. But not if you're playing against UOL, apparently, because Gadget's got some tricks up the old sleeve. Welcome to Worlds V3. You had a nice, kind of, I guess, relaxing opening game, like, looking pretty solid, playing nice and consistently, had some good aggression, had a really stable team comp. You've mixed it up again here with the Karthus and the Scion, getting yourself to Caitlyn, and UOL say, hey, how about this one? Probably haven't prepared this.
Yeah, how about it? And let's see how much they have prepared it as well, because if it looks fairly easy to execute, I wouldn't put it past other teams to just copy it right away. That's a big part of Worlds. You see somebody else doing something pretty cool and you say, hey, I could do that too. Our laners can definitely get away with this. We can play the Orianna bottom, and just how we saw earlier, the Twitch and Rakan being taken away from Rainbow 7 as Team Liquid had played it. Maybe the Orianna Nautilus bottom lane combination is something that other teams would like to take up as well.
Look, I will be taking this up, if nothing else, but certainly could be a fun option. And like we said, like, Worlds is a long tournament played on one patch with the best teams in the world in attendance. You learn quickly, or you drown, unfortunately. Worlds is a brutal tournament at times, especially in the play-in stage here, where it is best of one single round robin here in these two different groups, and UOL trying to get their first win on the board. V3, as we do have a pause, are looking to get their second win here. try and compete here in the group after a good opener early in the day.
Yeah, so normally I wouldn't be in a panic situation if you're up against a Kassadin, because the way that teams tend to be Kassadin is you punish him in the laning phase, you get away with just harassing him into the turret, these jungle invades. But with the mid 2v2 that V3 has, the Kassadin pick can almost guarantee himself to hit good farm numbers, to be a level 16 threat eventually in this game, because Karthus Galio isn't really the lanes that are going to punish him. So the Kassadin pick makes a ton of sense here, knowing that the laning phase is going to be quite easy and that you have a Graves to back you up worse things if the worst is to happen, since Galio Karthus isn't even a combo that can actually invade and be as scary as these diving champions are. So there's not a ton of value in this pick, which is why I think he's gone with the Predator, looking instead to be a lot more roam focused and assist the map that way, as opposed to being your jungler's second help.
Yeah, Predator on Galio is one of those things where, like, when we took away his ability to like flash taunt, Galio's like, I need another way to get around the map, man. I need some faster shoes. So Predator certainly a way to get that happening, as Reyna did have a settings issue that has thankfully been resolved. So we are back into the game here, and peering over the rest of the keystones. Nothing super surprising, I'll say. Phase 1 gadgets are always kind of cooler. Yes, Crumbs?
They're going to do it again? It's a lane swap. This is what they did in Game 5 of the finals. They invade the red side and they have the Scion, which is just a really solid 1v2 champion. And if teams are not used to this, which no team is, lane swaps have not happened in so long, then they can start falling behind in the early game, and you are going to have a very scary Caitlyn to deal with. Here we go. It is that lane swap. UOL sees it.
Yeah, Boogie gives it up. He's like, hey, Ananasik, how you doing? Santa's here as well, though. No Man's also off to the side. Reyna going to face check. Set, though, pretty durable even at level 1. Gets the face breaker down. And there's the taunt coming in. And Santa's wishes he was somewhere else. Oh, is Ananasi going to go back in? Boss with the stun. That's a first blood for the Camille. TP in for UOL. It's carnage already. Here's Gadget looking to play. The red buff did go over to Boogie, though, I believe. But first blood went to Unicorns of Love. So who's the real winner? It may be Paz, who knocks up Santa's with the Q. But he's going to be out of there. And this lane swap's turning into a full-on extended jungle invade. Ooh, little short on the blast cone, but perhaps it's better off this way. And now Gadget's top lane because they have to match the lane swap, Crumbs, because this is, you know, completely normal League of Legends.
She TP'd into that play. She wanted to be a part of it so badly, but that was just a big overstep out of the set, thinking that there was not going to be a follow-up from Unicorns of Love. They thought that they were really surprising them. Instead, we now just have a or just an inverted regular game of League of Legends.
It's Aussie lanes. You know, they're upside down, just like regular lanes. As Archer and Reyna here going to get the push going. Thankfully, we will get to see the 2v2 play out with the Orianna in the lane, because that was something that the lane swap could have potentially avoided, which is a kind of a creative solution for V3 here. As Ananasik is going to vertically jungle as well, going to take out this red buff. Boogie also stole one, which is why Ananasik is trying to make sure he secures both buffs. Otherwise, he's going to get himself 3 buffed and have a bad time. Also, Boogie might face check this Graves, but it's level 2 to level 3. And now Boogie's going to know. Ananasik happy to fight here. Graves just so aggressive, but Boogie does get the smite down. I believe he got the big raptor. He's running low on mana, though, but Ananasik's trying to get that last few shots in, and will force the flash.
Okay, so at least Karthus got a Dark Harvest proc there, but that's going to give the Graves more control over this bottom side of the map. Unfortunately, there's not a champion that you can dive down here. The Scion is going to have the wave pushing against him, so he'll just be happy to lose out on some CS and stay in experience range, but the opportunity to dive him, as long as he doesn't overextend, won't present itself. But it also means that the top side is split, that the Karthus gets the path to the top side, so the same way that Scion has to play safe side, now you've got Orianna and Nautilus playing this way, but because of the teleports being burned earlier, the Caitlyn has an advantage. Let's see if they can actually pull this or not. He does have Flash.
Flash Paz had to use it as well. Boss with the hook shot. Paz just respects the situation and gets himself out of there. Boogie is top lane, actually going for this. Reyna with the Hex Flash in. But the hooked in onto Santos, that's just going to be a kill. Yeah, Santos is going to take out the Karthus. And Gadget, will he live to tell the tale? Archer going in, he gets the kill. Flashes out of there, and now Santos, no flash, but he does have Ignite. But Randy going to play Gatekeeper here as Archer gets away with it.
Okay, this one's getting messy there. It hurts the Orianna more than anybody else, but it's still a positive thread for Unicorns of Love. You see now that the bottom lane is freezing a wave, so the Sion is in even more trouble. Let's see if Graves gets a path towards the bot side again. The ward here is going to allow him to push up and overextend here, knowing that he's not actually going to get ganked. So focusing the bot side from Unicorns, and Caitlyn focus from V3. Everything as expected.
Paz, though, is going to move up to try and break this freeze that Boss had begun, and I think he's been successful so far. Check in just a moment when the next minion wave comes riding in. Top lane, Santos is trying to get out of there, but not just yet. However, Archer is out of there. And, ooh, that's a PF sword quite quickly. Already ticking down stack off the Cull as well. So feeling pretty good. In fact, just going to TP down. Decided that I do want to be a bot laner again.
Wow, they are just being relentless in pressuring. It's like every single play that has happened this game is V3 doing something and Unicorns of Love trying to respond. They are just playing their own game and seeing if they can get Unicorns to respond, because what ends up happening if you just continue to match what V3 does is you're suddenly playing reactive League of Legends. You're not actually enforcing your own win conditions here. You're letting V3 do whatever they want, and they're clearly doing anything they want because they're just avoiding the bot lane all the time.
Kind of love what happened there. Paz had pushed the wave in after, I think, potentially getting frozen.
They're going top.
Had the Demolish procking in, and Archer zoomed in for the turbo plate donation. Like, picks up 2 plates after the Demolish proc from Paz, and that was straight back to the top plate. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god, they are just outpaced. It's really, okay, this is just going to obliterate the Camille. It doesn't actually do that much for the bottom lane, but now the Camille has to just bounce around non-stop, and she doesn't get to have a ton of farm, which was one of the win cons that we wanted to see out of Unicorns of Love, the split pusher against the tank. If Camille doesn't have the item, she's not able to split push or a team fight nearly as effectively as a Sion can. So it's just getting both with as little gold as possible and guaranteeing that you're going to have a higher impact that way.
Santos is going to match, and Anasik is going to get the dragon, but if cast your mind back, Crumbs, you know, when lane swaps were very common, one of the things it often does is kind of just leaves the junglers alone to do jungling. And for Boogie, that's great, right? He wants to power farm here on the Karthus. And Anasik also not too unhappy with the situation, but Boogie's starting to maybe move up towards the top half of the map. They do have the red buff back up ready that they can try and steal. And Archer is going to take out this control ward, so V3 moving in. Level 6 up for Ace as well, so he can join the party very quickly. But here's Noman's alongside the jungler. They're going to try and take the Raptor camp, and Anasik is going to go ahead and smite that away, but that's a big amount of damage from the Piltover Peacemaker out of Caitlyn, but Graves is going to walk out of the situation A-OK.
I wonder how close Karthus is to level 6, because that threat of the Galio coming in is really scary, but then you add the Karthus on top of it, and suddenly Unicorns have to constantly look at the mini-map before they're thinking about taking any of these fights. Here comes Sion. Karthus must be close to hitting 6 if he's going for this.
Yeah, I think it's 1 camp away. That Gromp's going to die. He is 6 now, and here goes Sion. There's Gadget. TP in as well. I think Paz is going to get it after the Grave if he can, but here's Nomad to try and shut it down. He does get the kill, and now Paz going to run in after the Orianna, but I don't think he can chase it. But here comes Ace. Going to try and get it. No, Paz just has it. Never mind.
This game, they're going into the top lane.
Big ultimatum, 3v2 here on the top side. Archer's going to be dead here easily for Ananasik as he gets the collateral damage over the top. Reyna, level 4, has the Haymaker ready to go, but that's not going to be enough. And who's the second kill going to go to? It's Boss that collects his check as UOL fight back.
Oh, Unicorns is fighting is such a cool thing to see. This was what I thought they really separated them in the finals from Gambit, being able to out-team fight their opponents. And here, you did have a pretty free Sion walking into you, but being able to dodge out of those skill shots did stall long enough that forced the Galio to move down to the bottom lane. And guess what? If Galio moved bottom, he wasn't available for the play into the top lane. You would have loved to see a Galio ultimate to back up the Caitlyn up there, and maybe that fight would have looked a lot different.
All right, well, Battle Herald is on. V3 are just going to say thanks for the leash and take this objective out of there. V3's pace is breakneck. so far in this game. And I like that we heard from Boogie before this game, you know, because when two teams aren't that familiar with each other, it's always interesting to hear what they have to say. And Boogie was like, oh, you know, we don't have that much data on them. Hopefully we have a good plan. And I think in his head he's thinking, they don't have much data on us either. And I don't think Unicorns Love expected this, but neither did Archer, as the Shrubbery Santas does indeed get the ambush. And now Reyna, I think he's going to die again here. The bottom lane is starting to fall a little bit apart as UOL going to pick up 2 kills once more.
Oh boy, if the concern was that Camille was going to get gold, that ship has sailed. She is giga-fed now, 3-0. This Camille is guaranteed to be a complete menace into the side lanes, and the Kassadin has gotten plenty of free farm as well. So now the scary points of Unicorns of Love are coming online. We're going to see how this happened once again. Really would have loved to see if that skill had hit. He looked for the command attack to have been used so that she couldn't immediately move speed away, but just a quick little sidestep was all it took. And then taking the kill is just a little cherry on top so that Galio was not able to get it.
Yeah, Galio actually played really well. Watching that back hit, really nice movement on Orianna to dodge most of the skill shots, but here comes the real problem. It's Boss diving in with the Nautilus.
Yeah, I really think if Galio was actually able to be there, things would have been different, but now he's going to go down.
Waiting arms of Ananastic as Ace is going to get shot to pieces. May get the second kill there for the Graves as UOL starting to find the tempo they like here, I think. V3 have set a pretty quick game pace, and UOL are happy to play along.
You said their pace was breakneck pace here. I think they just broke their own neck on this one, though, because they have been going so fast. Unicorns have been calm and collected, waiting for the opportunity that they knew could outpace them, that they had the right combinations of damage and CC. And now with an 8-2 kill score, the side lanes become so scary. And you also have an Orianna that can eventually be placed in the mid lane and just happily wave clear. So they are already hitting their stride in their multiple win conditions, whereas V3s of team fighting around these objectives, still not there.
And you know, we were excited, you know, for Gadget and Santas, this duo lane with Orianna and Nautilus, but we were wrong, Crumbs. The real duo lane is Camille Nautilus, as Boss has been with Santas by his side for most of this game now, it feels like. As you mentioned, Orianna's currently just a side laner. Right now, 1v1ing the top laner, but was against Ace, kind of like a mid laner for the last few minutes as well. Rift Tower, though, is going to get popped. This is one of the things V3 got, playing so quickly back and forth both sides of the map, and that is going to be first tower as well, so that's a lot of gold back over. Going to cut that gold lead down pretty significantly. UOL now only up by about 1,500 gold.
They're up this gold, and they're not going to defend this tier 2 that V3 is going to go for. Instead, we'll just concede the second dragon, get a little bit more gold in their pockets, and then rotate over. So nobody was going to come back to this lane after this. But the scary thing is that it's going to get to the point where no one on the side of V3 can side lane whatsoever against anyone on Unicorns of Love. They're going to dominate that department. And if V3 is conceding these dragon fights, Unicorns of Love having this early dragon stack can just forego the next few dragons and continue to gain advantages in the side lanes while V3 has to group, and they're not going to get the fight that they want. So I think that this is a really good position for Unicorns of Love at the moment, despite losing that little bit of gold to the Caitlyn.
You know, Crumbs, with the way the game has been going, I saw that ward that V3 had. Seeing that the dragon was going to go down, I saw 3 teleports and I thought V3 were just going to go for it. But they give away the 2 dragons, they even up the gold basically. UOL now only up about 500 gold after that Rift Tower play, taking down the 2 towers. And Caitlyn's not done sieging. Archer's Infinity Edge already, by the way. It's 13 minutes in, and Boots too. So Caitlyn pretty accelerated off from all this movement that V3 have been offering in this game. I think you're right, though. They do have to maybe stop the dragons being given away at least quite so easily. But if Camille's the win condition on the Unicorns of Love side, it's certainly the Caitlyn right now for V3.
Okay, thinking about a dive here, but they see that everybody on Unicorns of Love is collapsing, and they could just try to turn this fight. That's a TP. No Nautilus nearby, though.
It is Gadget TPing in on the Orianna. He's the UOL bot lane player. Don't worry, you are watching the right team. Plus, in the meantime, going to go ahead and take down the Scuttle Crab. Doesn't have TP, but is going to be up relatively shortly. And Camille with that Trinity Force. As you mentioned, this is kind of the big obvious problem for V3 here is just how accelerated Boss is in this game.
Accelerated, and so far yet from his 3-item spike that becomes the scariest of them all. That's the Hydra with the Death Dance. She is just an absolute menace at that stage, and knowing that she has just a free one-way ticket to that item destination is what's really scary now for V3. They have 3 minutes until the Dragon fight that they really want to happen, but I'm scared for them. Will they actually get to survive up until that point? Because you see that the Caitlyn and Zed and Karthus have to pretty much just stick together the whole time because of how quickly they can get just burst down from the Unicorns of Love members that can come out of nowhere. Their engage is really long range as well.
Boogie has been farming up Storm as 8 turret plates to 5 in this game, so a lot of tower gold going over to either side here, as Archer is going to go back to do a bit of shopping as well. So with 2.5 minutes up until this next Dragon, I think Karthus is going to hit level 11 before that point. And Archer already pretty strong, as we mentioned, and Gadget's still kind of charging up. Cassidy not really at the point, level-wise or item-wise, where he wants to necessarily get involved in a full-on 5v5. So it does feel like V3 are well set up to contest for this next Dragon, but they're going to contest for this next Rift Herald instead, because they've been all about the early tower gold so far.
This is what they want. You can get the Caitlyn here early and start setting up some traps, but notice that they need the Scion to be with them before they can actually feel confident in going for that. The Cassidy is just making sure that the Galio does not have an avenue to teleport into this fight, since his ultimate won't be in range here. If V3 isn't prepared for this, Unicorns can strike out of nowhere. Now that Camille is here, her flash is up. You saw how quickly she was able to delete Archer. She has to stay next to the set. It's her best chance of surviving.
Comes Scion, but actually Santos goes in, and that's going to be a kill in onto Boogie. Already going to take down the Karthus. Here's the ultimate out of him. Galio with a very nice thought. Going to shut down Boss. Ananasi going to go down as well. And Reyna over the top with a showstopper. It's going to do just that as Paz and Archer are chasing down the rest. Flash in there for the Caitlyn's going to give that kill over. And now Santa's going to have to run away and hook himself to the wall. No Man's, though, on the back end of the play. He's able to take down Reyna. And who got the Herald? I believe No Man's got it. And he is going to get the eye and try and dip away. He's level 12, but he's getting chased out by the Galio. Nice roof walk, though. Gets him out from under the incoming Justice Punch. But is there any more left here? Ace is wanting to chase down this Cassidy. He's got double buffs as well. He's going to get the Q down, but he needs a little bit of extra help. The taunt not quite there in range. Nomads is going to get knocked up, and the Blast Cone is going to move Ace over as well, and that Justice Punch is going to force a flash, but Ace just follow flashes instead. And now Nomads, he rift walks over. He somehow had a little bit of extra mana left over. And Archer might finally get a kill after all. He's so close to being in range. That Q just barely misses. And now UOL, they're going to try and save the Cassidy. They're going to TP in, and Nomads, he gets the kill. He's got mana back. He's going to go in as well. Archer getting low. He's going to get slain by Boss. Surely there's the double kill for the Cassidy. He had no mana. He had no health. He had no hope. And somehow he's gotten 2 kills and assists, and he's almost back to half HP.
It was won! They had won the fight! It was a shame they lost the Herald, but the taste on the Cassidy turns into 2 kills for Cass and another one for Camille. Such a painful play, and that's a hurt pause. That's a hurt pause. Whoa.
Well, we all need a break after that. That was absurd.
Wow. Okay. Well, we can take stock of what just happened with the Herald play, because V3 wanted to take the fight. We know they won a team fight, and the hero for me there was that the Galio was able to find a teleport despite Cassidy hounding him away. He was able to get into the fight first and lock down the Camille before stopwatches were able to be used, comboed so well with the Karthus ultimate. It all just fell apart off of that chase. It looked so tempting, but Cassidy with the fleet footwork staying alive, and then just having just enough mana to live. Boy, that's a chase for the ages.
All right, well, we do have a pause, Crumbs, and I do know why. Haunter has made an appearance at Worlds. Despite not being able to make it in person himself this year, there has been a water spill on the stage. I'm not sure who did it. I'm assuming like No Man's is like flailing around, knocking his water over after how ridiculous that play was, but that'll get cleaned up and we'll be back into the game ASAP. Sometimes life gets in the way, man, and water spilling on your keyboard, not a good time.
Yeah, I would have spilled whatever I had in my mouth after seeing that, just seeing the Cassidy turn things around. He's 4-0 now, right? This is a 4-0 Kassadin, the one guy you never give kills to. If Camille, you looked at her, she was fed, you can manage it, but now the Kassadin, now how can you sideline against him? You saw what he did to the Galio now, and he had barely any resources. With these kills added to him, it gets harder for V3. Yeah, I got to take a deep breath because this game is still so winnable despite the score being so lopsided in the side of Unicorns of Love. Gold is close. It's something that is a difficult skill to have, which is when you're in the game, can you actually tell how close the game is, where you're at? Because we as spectators, we see the gold, we know exactly who's got what, but as a player, you just have to speculate on CS, on plates, on experience, and that can often get into your own head, and you might psych yourself out thinking that you're further behind than you actually are.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is like, oh, we're back in game. You know, gold is fairly even as we look up. It's 1,300 or so for UOL. They're going to take this third dragon as well. That's a really big deal, actually, as the Soul Snowball is well and truly underway now for the Unicorns of Love. V3 will be forced to contest at every Drake from this point forward, but yeah, sure, let's watch it again.
So Galio gets a TP, and the second he TPs, they go in. It's unlucky that Karthus didn't have his E available, but he gets a Poppy ultimate right away, and then it's a surprise Galio from the back that really turns everything around, right? You got 2 for 1 already. You're guaranteed to get these 2 extras after this one once the Caitlyn Flash. I believe they don't actually end up taking the Nautilus here, although this slow-mo makes me think that he goes down. We get to go back to this chase, which is just so tragic there. The fact that he walked forward, knowing that the Q was gonna be farther range, saved his life, and just barely dodging out of the Piltover Peacemaker. Just such a cool play here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, oh. I mean, this is a man that clearly knows his way around Kassadin. I can see why it was banned so often in the final.
Oh, my. What can you say? You gave these 2 champions that are so scary so many kills, and now they're killing people in the side lanes again.
And it's just a menace. Level 14, 2 items, almost fully stacked to Rod of Ages, can't be far away from Transform. I'm sure Boss is diving poor Ace, who's been resourced from all the swapping, and Boss will just clean that one up. And this is kind of what I was trying to get at, where it's like, yes, the gold was close when we looked at it, and I think the scaling is like, I don't want to say equal, but like both teams have scaling champions they can rely on. I think the problem is that all the gold has gone to the scaling for UOL, where it's a little bit more evenly distributed on the other side, and the threats, the big threats for UOL are just online so much faster than you might expect. I mean, this Camille and Kassadin, like these are champions that are so challenging to deal with, you know, when they get going, but they're going so much earlier than you expect.
I think when they won the Herald play before the chase happened, V3 was clearly still in this game. They had shown that they could beat Unicorns of Love at some regard in the game, that if Unicorns was willing to fight them, they would win. But now that the objectives are on cooldown and there's nothing to do but lane, that's when you saw, okay, it's now really looking doomed there for V3, with the Camille being able to solo kill your champions, with the Kassadin solo killing Sion. It's just so tough from now on.
And it's not getting any better. That gold
it gets worse.
Almost made me spit up my water. Nomads has 9,000 gold. He's like 25% of UOL's total gold gained this game. He's so strong.
Just being able to find kills on Kassadin, this is what he does on this pick. It's so surprising because usually teams and players say, oh, Kassadin's all about being able to hit level 16, but if you can actually play a game where the Kassadin comes online long before that, where you're finding him kills, where you're able to use your incredible mobility to influence fights, then you have even more reason to pick Kassadin than just as what it often is a scaling threat.
Yeah, just, I think, well positioned here. Noman's clearly a great pilot for the champion. And V3, for all the fun they were having in the early game, they're now down 5,000 gold, staring down a very accelerated Infernal Soul that they don't want to fight over, but they're going to have to fight over in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And Nomad's going to go back and spend some more gold eventually, as INTZ's recall does get rudely interrupted by Ace, and an Articular already taking down the Scuttlecrab. He's going to go back. We're going to get some wards. We're going to do some shopping, and Unicorns of Love are going to look to tie up this game as they look to take down this Soul. So V3 must respond to this threat.
It is possible for them to win out on a team fight right now, but it's just so hard for you to even get to that position. How do you go about setting up the fight when you're being pressured from the side lanes constantly? You see that Camille is not leaving the lane. She's staying here. Same thing with Cassidy, who's already back on the map. And so you have to group up, and if you do, you're now conceding pressure in the sides, which allow the Cassidy to just have free access to. Look at what he does.
Yeah, he just doesn't care. I refuse to believe.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's actually quite a lot from Archer. Boss also going to get spotted, but Reyna already dead. Gadget going to actually nab the last hit. And No Man's actually going to go back to base. He can just TP in if he needs to. Great shockwave there from Gadget. Looks so good on this Orianna. And now the enemy jungler is going to be forced to flash away. UOL are going to chase in. Ananastic is going to grab that kill. Boss is going to dive into the backline onto Ace. Here comes the Requiem. But I don't think it's enough. No Man's dominating after the TP back in. Takes down Archer. That's another kill dead as Ace falls, and Paz, he's going to be the last one left alive as UOL are going to kill the zombie Scion and grab themselves the ace.
This is fantastic pastry. Seeing UOL show up at Worlds here and actually play a composition that not a lot of other teams can pull off. Being able to 1-3-1 and then have an Orianna into the bottom lane deal with what V3 threw at you, which was just unorthodox from start to finish, and just stay true to their win conditions and executing the team fight is really impressive. I think the UOL hype is definitely living up to it.
Yeah, this is quite the game. Again, we're under such, like, different circumstances, right? Like, not every team's going to lane swap on you and play as fast as V3 did. And for a while, Archer was actually reaping a ton of the benefits of all of the quick moves that V3 were making, but UOL have just responded better and then some. They're 10k ahead, and it's plays like this that make you realize why.
Which is exactly how the game started, too. It was Reyna face-checking into Santa's and dying for first blood, which ends up conceding the dragon to Unicorns of Love. They get the Infernal Soul off of that, and then the chase becomes all too easy because the set is so important for keeping away the Camille and the Castle from diving in. And at this point, they're so fed, they can do whatever they want.
Yep, No Man's just flashing into the backline. Karthus ulti still ticking away. Easy cleanup there on the other end. And shout out to Gadget, by the way. It's unfortunate that like this is the game he got to play it, because so many other things have happened that we haven't actually had a whole lot of time to talk about his Orianna. But that shockwave that managed to snipe the Karthus, that is not a first time Orianna play a shockwave.
And that's what you want to see, too, from your Orianna bottom. Can you actually do things in a team fight? Because, yeah, we know you can farm, but can you play Orianna like a regular mid?
Oh, my goodness.
Can you play League of Legends is the question I asked Boogie.
No, you cannot. If you're up against the level 16 Cassidy with 3 items, finish it under 25 minutes with Infernal Soul, no. The answer is no, Crumbs. You don't get to play. Ace, you don't get to play either. Oh, my God. Goodbye, health.
Chase him. He can chase him.
He is. I mean, of course he can. He's just dead. Oh, I wish you refocused the channel was happening. Oh, a Q almost killed him. That was cool.
Mana.
He's out of mana. Oh no.
Don't let him auto you.
I think he's gone too far. I think he did. Yeah, he went too far. All right, good work, Archer. Cleaning it up. That's a big bounty. All right, still fighting. Good shockwave. Finds 2. UOL still in there as No Man's has been quite the distraction. Here's a big taunt coming in. Finds 3, I think, on the taunt. But Santa's going to clean it up. And I think UOL just too far ahead, Crumbs. The gold lead is ridiculous. No Man's is giving away his life, but for a good cause here. As the Nexus is going to be Unicorns of Loves in short order. Ananastic getting low, but not get dead just yet. Karthus says, I don't think so. Ace in the hole as well, just in case. Reyna trying to keep fighting, as Paz also tying up the rest of them left in the base. Gadget is going to get a kill, but there's Boogie with a shutdown onto Gadget. Paz low, but Archer still fighting. His Boss wants to get the Caitlyn, but he can't quite find the range. And now Boss is going to get the Ace in the hole blocked by Santas, as he's going to look to go back in, but he shuts down Paz instead. Not wanting to get punched anymore by the undead Scion. And that was a completely normal passenger play I just had to play by play.
Archer just used Caitlyn ultimate 3 times in that fight. Only able to find his mark at the right.
Ooh,
another kill.
Okay. Feisty, taking down Boogie with the anchor. That was a cinematic moment as Boss is somehow still alive.
All right,
we gotta stop
man.
That's
we could have ended this game.
He tried to end this game, Crumbs. He deserves credit.
He does. That was his first death. Still has a 400 gold bounty on top of him if he wasn't fed enough already. Unicorns of Love.
It's
just
happening
need to
again.
Up and in.
He only got... thought he was dead, but he's not. The nightmare's not over. Paz is the target. That feels bad. Oh my goodness, Sion, no! I'm so sorry, No Man's! Don't do it like this. He's gonna get taunted 1v4. He said that's enough. Doesn't have to flash. Oh, actually, he's going back in. That's so gross, No Man's. Oh, solo queue plays everywhere.
That's peak League of Legends. Can you make pro games look like your solo queue games? If you can do that, you're pretty.
I'm sorry. Very few people have run into Castidans like this. No Man's is putting on a clinic with this champion right now. And now Gadget's here to shield him off. That's not very fair. He was 1v4ing before. Gadget here going to make it a 2v4 instead. No Man's is running low on mana, which means that he can't do nearly as much silly stuff as he was doing before, but not going to stop him.
I want to see him put the shield on Kassadin and go for a shockwave like that. That's a really cool combo that only Orianna and Kassadin can ever do, and you rarely see them together.
And I know we haven't been outside of V3's base in a while, but if you're wondering, they have lost all their inhibitors and only have one Nexus turret. UOL are trying to put an end to this game, but No Man's is trying to do it in style. What a shockwave combo as they send in Santas for the absolutely stylish finish that only the Unicorns could find. And that's going to be an ace, a death again for No Man's, but it is worth the glory as UOL are going to get yet another team wipe, and they'll claim their first Nexus in style as they take down V3.
Unicorns of Love give us some of their old Camille and Kassadin, but also with the Orianna into the bottom lane to open up their first game of Worlds. A really exciting showing out of them, proving that mages in the bottom lane are still viable.
That was a blast, to be perfectly honest. And Unicorns of Love have entered Worlds 2020 in only a way they can, in bright colors and as loudly as absolutely possible that game.
They've got tracksuits. What else do you want? This team's got it all. They've got the name, they've got the plays, and the colors.
No Man's Kassadin. How about that? That's something that maybe you shouldn't get again. I mean, but it's such a... oh, man, there's so much to unpack. Like, it is a real shame that that was Gadget's Orianna game. He also played really well, but we never got to understand, like, is it good into Caitlyn in the 2v2?
Right.
Like, what kind of pressures are good? What kind of lane states do you get into? Like, we didn't have any of that. V3 lane swapped and played a super fun early game that was also a lot of fun to watch, but... yeah, Unicorn just took over that game. My goodness.
Yeah, they played quite well, and I just really like that they knew what their win conditions were. The one lapse in judgment, I think, was that Herald fight, which is something that a lot of teams at Worlds fall into, which is just going for those Rift Herald fights instead of playing to get those plates in the bottom lane or get more farm. But other than that, this was just really cool to see them react to V3 quite well, and then add their own flavor, which was the Camille and Nautilus finding picks together to make sure that they got the gold where they needed it.
Well, as a reminder, we've seen a lot of fun stuff at Worlds already, but there is even more content for you to consume. Be sure to check out the Takeover on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can stream the World's Anthem and watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of the Takeover music video. This is available only on Spotify, so get all your sweet behind-the-scenes action and the banging tunes over there.
That was one of my favorites. I feel like I say that every Worlds, though, but this one, with the animations kind of matching what technology is able to deliver every day, I think it just gets cooler.
Yeah, next edit, I just hope No Man's Kassadin somehow makes it in, because that was a cinematic moment after one after the other. We're stepping away, and we need to, because we need to breathe. But when we return, the State Farm Analyst Desk is going to take a closer look at UOL's win.
LGD, you can't not talk about them. The 4th seed from the LPL split. They beat IG to get here. They had a 6-1 record against them.
Rainbow 7 for Latin America. A familiar name with 5 brand new players.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild. each one unique, with astonishing power. Unstoppable. Master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
The Oppo Find series pushes the boundaries of technology to constantly create new possibilities. Crafted from highly durable ceramic, every curve is deliberately designed to feel like an extension of you. We've incorporated a 120Hz ultra-vision screen. True billion color display refreshes seamlessly. Oppo Find X2 series.
If you were expecting Sheepy, don't worry, we'll be grabbing him as soon as we can. Law is working on it for now, though. Unicorns of Love have started Worlds 2020 with a win. So let's break down how they did it. Of course, Yamato looking fabulous, amazing looking. Oh, God, you've already got an adjective in your name. I'm really not going to try again and add another one. But Maurice is here and he's nice. We like him. Let's break it down, fellas, because you had some questions about UOL. You got me hyped up. You got my adrenaline and blood pumping. Seems they followed through. Seems we have got the scary CIS G2.
I feel like it kind of continued with the same trend of playing almost disrespectful. We had plenty of moments that looked crazy. We had plenty of moments that kind of threw, and then it just came back through the shuffles of magic.
Yeah, and with the draft behind us, I think that's a fantastic place to start. Because amazing, you were alluding to it, and Yamato too, as we watched it, that this game was in a way determined before a single minute was played.
Yeah, so draft-wise, I actually have criticism for the left side draft for V3 Esports draft because I didn't like the set flex to the bottom lane.
Right.
I think they should have actually put it in the mid lane instead of the Galio to at least like mismatch the mid and jungle damage sources. That would have at least given them more opportunities to actually utilize their early game into the Castellan. On the right side though, like that Orianna flex at the end to the bot lane in order to open up that Castellan pick, which is masterful because what it does for the game is basically you have like a scaling scores where you then know, hey, I'm going to win at level 16, I'm going to win at a certain point. And for the Orianna into the Caitlyn, it also allows you to basically clear the entire game, like have the wave clear coming in mid lane, or if you put on the side lane, have it be on the side lane. There's so much going for you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll let you add your point before you forget it.
I think also just this. It was so surprising when Cassidy gets locked in. It feels like such a gamble because like Galio can also go support in this case, and then all of a sudden you're playing Cassidy into a physical damage champion. This is the big counter, and like the no-brain go-to choice should have been just Caitlyn Morgana, and it would have been so much easier. And this was just the big shocker for me in terms of the draft. Just too many double AP drafts. Karthus is just getting completely destroyed in those.
Yeah, it didn't look like a lot of fun, but it does sound like we found Sheepy, so we can continue with that and break it down further in a second. For more on that game, let's head over with Law with Sheepy.
Thank you very much. Yes, finally the interview is ready, and I have Sheepy with me to talk about UOL's first victory here in Play-In 2020. Thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah, no problem. Nice to be back in the LEC for a short time at least.
Yeah, and nice to see you guys again at Worlds. Before we talk about UOL, the analyst desk was talking about your draft and what you organize here, and I want to have your take on the Orianna in answer to Caitlyn, because that's something we haven't been used to seeing worldwide. So talk me through this pick, why it made sense, and why, again, you decided to leave Gadget alone facing Paz afterwards when they swapped.
I mean, there are multiple reasons. The first one is, first off, I wonder what the LEC, what the analyst has said. Maybe you can tell me afterwards. But the idea was that they picked Karthus and Galio mid lane. So we just flex pick the Orianna towards bot side, and Karthus can just farm for free. Like, there's nothing that they can do, and they need to make a side lane play. But they have Sion, and we know that they're going to swap. So they need to play very aggressively, like speed up the game. So we know that they're going to invade. So we wait for them to invade. We get first blood on Camille. Mostly we just play the game over them trying to, you know, get towers, speed up the game, get first blood and rift out. But meanwhile, Karthus and Caitlyn are just like farming or sharing XP. So we get objectives like dragons. Later on we got the Infernal Soul. And yeah, I mean, I think the plan was really straightforward. They gave us time to scale. The team comp was really normal, just team fighting. And so we just assassinate their backline and win the game.
Yeah, they helped you scale, actually, when you look at the situation in which Kassadin was in at, like, what, 20 minutes? But yeah, amazing win from you guys. And I mean, there were a lot of question marks towards UOL because you guys have been dominating so much in the LCL that we were wondering how you guys would do at Worlds. And as I mentioned, the region is on the rise. You guys almost reached a group stage last year. We know that it's something that never happened for the region since Play-In were introduced in 2017. So, Sheepy, do you think this year will finally be the year for LCL and also UOL to reach group stage?
Of course, yes. I think 100%. My players are really excited. I think obviously V3 was maybe not the strongest opponent, so against PSG we really have to show how strong we are.
Yeah.
But we are really happy right now about the start, and yeah, all eyes are set on the group stage, and if we go down fighting, and I think this is the year where we can go really far.
Okay. Can't wait to see more from you guys. And you said it, PSG Talon later today will be the biggest challenge for you guys. But Sheepy, for now, thank you very much for the interview. Good luck on the next game later today. And back to you, Alex, on the ID.
Thank you so much, Law, and of course to Sheepy. But yes, PSG is on the docket tonight for UOL. That's one to look forward to. But let's rewind a little bit to that V3 result. Sheepy saying it went to plan, and I'm sure not all of the plays were to plan. But let's have a look at that level 1 invade first.
So I like this level 1 invade a lot because if you think of an Orianna pushing a turret and hitting a tower, you don't really think of much, but the reaction was so good for you in Cause of Love. V3 thought they're going to invade S5 here, make the swap happen, and have a man advantage. But very, very simply, they already committed the support onto this side. Nautilus is in position. And then Orianna was like, I'm just going to TP level 1. Doesn't matter if I'm going to have a long cooldown. The kills are going to be the ones that change up the game anyway. Boom. That's the beautiful one.
Yeah, and there's the TP to lock it in. So Boss was going big throughout. We saw that Camille continually patrolling and picking up plenty of kills. But amazing, it wasn't just the invade as well. I've heard about Cassidy and I've heard about his level 16. I didn't realize he could be ridiculous level 13 as well.
Yeah, it was quite surprising, especially that team fight, which we're hopefully going to see really, really soon. At the point when they basically initiate the Herald fight, we actually thought that they already lost the fight, and suddenly he came back. So what happened is that like the overchase and everything like that, which we sadly can't see right now. But
yeah, let's bring that up if we can. If we have No Man's and that Rift Herald fight, because I mean, even the casters saying it looked like the Herald fight had gone wrong. It was turned around by some ridiculous individual prowess.
Yeah, exactly. After he escaped, and especially like then Boss TPing in 2, he set up another play, and that actually just enabled them to come back. They were actually not in the greatest of spots because they're down 2-0 in terms of turrets, if I remember correctly. And they were actually in a position where they could have actually lost the game here because this team fight awfully wrong. Galio TPing behind, Carthusol coming in. So there's so many things at hand. Meanwhile, and this is the cocky part that we talked about to a certain extent, you will see the Cassidy at the bottom side of the map with soloing the Herald, last-hitting it, taking it, and then chasing away from the entire team, which is ridiculous, and that's like kind of the aggression and the creativity that UL is known for.
I love the flash exchange, all of this, and missing the skill
ridiculous.
shot, and then turns it around on Galio. Ace must have been a little red-faced after that one, for sure.
It went from game boom to game 1 very, very quickly. Those are the type of moves that net you, the player of the game, presented by Oppo.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Yamato. We also want to highlight Boss. Of course, we talked a lot about him, and he is one to watch because of, I mean, looking at the stats alone, he was picking up the kills, he was doing his job in that top lane. Is there anything to add to the list of UOL? I guess the thing now is PSG is going to be a real litmus test for how far UOL can go.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that one because I do think that there's going to be, like, it's almost a clash of titans to a certain extent, and it's also a clash of play styles. I do think that UOL has some late game assets with the play, with the Cassidy, for example, but I do think they're more aggressive in the early game. So I'm actually excited to see them face off against one another.
Hell yeah, and that's coming up later today. It's time for us to take a break, though, before LGD and Rainbow 7 hit the Rift. Choo!
disappear. I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa. 달리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해. Cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래. 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지
Hello and welcome to the caster desk for the final 4 games of today. I'm Medic, the tall one over there is Ender, and we are here to bring you all of the action for the second day of World's Groups.
I'm ready for it. We got some good games on the docket, starting up with Rainbow 7 versus LGD. 2 teams that haven't yet found their footing in the tournament so far, but definitely trying to turn things around in this game today.
And I think it's such an important game for Rainbow 7 because at the moment they sit at 0-2. They are the only team, apart from LGD, to yet pick up a win in this group. And you need those wins because otherwise you are going to be eliminated without even a chance of making it into the knockout stage.
Yeah, exactly. In a single round robin format, if you don't win a game, there's no way you move on because another team in your group definitely will. So these teams fighting for it right here. And I think for LGD in particular, they came in yesterday and things didn't work out exactly for them. They played a composition with a lot of strong winning lanes. You see they banned away the Lucian. Xie was on it and had a good performance in the laning phase, but they weren't able to convert it into much else. They went for a lot of these team fights where they overforced, and that was a problem for them, which they have been pretty good at in the LPL regular season.
They really have, and I think you do have to give them, you know, that game grace. We've said it when we were talking about Mad Lions against INTZ. We're like, we'll give them a game's grace. Team Liquid came on. They actually played really well in their first game, but getting some nerves, getting settled onto the stage is not a surprise at all. So today, what I want to see from LGD is more of that proactivity from Peanut in the early game, more laning dominance, and then stronger team fights as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I know LGD fans are going to be asking for that as well. But turning it over to Rainbow 7, this team, one of the things that when I was watching their games in the regular season, what worked so well for them was Jose Diodo on these champions that could influence the early game. And often they would heavily prioritize mid lane and jungle picks. Very strong early 2v2. Lee Sin plus Zoe or Lee Sin plus Syndra, these types of things. And as the meta has evolved and we see a lot more of these farming jungle picks, that's something that isn't really showing for them here. But I think against a team that is considered so dominant in the team fights and against stronger international competition, Rainbow 7 may need to look back to some of the comfort and some of the things that worked so well for them in the past.
Jose Diodo got the most improved player of the split and MVP of all 3 playoff rounds. So if you're looking for anyone on Rainbow 7 to step up and carry, Jose Diodo has to be that guy. Now, Lily has been let through here, and so far 100% pick ban. Actually looks like LGD may have missed a ban as well.
We get that confirmed because that is looking wild right there, leaving it open. It will be the Twisted Fate for Xie. Big pick for him and something that he has looked very, very good on roaming around the map. One of the pieces that worked so well for LGD with their early game impact was Peanut going top, going bot, and Xie following behind him. So on the Twisted Fate, this gives you the ability to either gank or dive side lanes, and pairing it with a strong jungler too for Peanut, I'm thinking maybe a Nidalee for him could be really good for him.
His Nidalee is incredibly strong. It's been taken away from him so many times, and actually you can see Rainbow 7 saying we don't want to give that across, we're going to take the Nidalee ourselves. We have had it confirmed that LGD missed their ban, either elected to not ban or just missed the timing window in which they can ban a champion.
Yeah, usually I've been around that before where you have teams that are in comms like, what do I ban? They search at the last second, typo, and they can't lock it in. So LGD dropping that one, but I do like this for Jose Diodo. Nidalee is one of those farming junglers that still can make an impact when you pair it with lanes with strong setup. The Nautilus, they just go ahead and lock in there. That gives you that hard CC that makes the spears very easy to land, and if the spears are connecting, it amps all of your Cougar form damage. You're going to be doing a ton in those games.
Going to team it up with the Nautilus from Shadow. Very safe support, pretty good in most matchups. There's only a few supports I would pick into it. Things like the Leona can be very strong. Of course,
what about the Rakan?
Can also, like in the lane, bit difficult, but his ability to get on that backline alongside the Twitch. Like people are already saying, whichever AD carry wins Worlds, Twitch is the skin. We're going to have an Imp skin and we're going to have a who knows skin.
Look, I'm all about the Twitch coming back into meta. I also like picking the spot lane against Leza and Shadow. They played this and weren't able to take it to a win yesterday in their game. So now having a shot, and when you combined a Twitch plus a Twisted Fate, again, your gank potential, your ability to spring out on your opponents is very, very powerful.
As you said, we did see Leza and Shadow bring it out earlier today. I know it feels like yesterday sometimes, and the days are getting longer. We have 7 games today, trying to get them all in as play-ins looks to start wrapping up, in all honesty, like at least the group stage. We're getting through these games at a rapier pace. Now, we have seen the Ezreal locked in here. For Leza, very safe AD carry, team it up with a good support, you can do a lot of damage, and if you lock down the Twitch, you can do a huge amount of work in that lane.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if Rainbow 7 really want to try and get Shadow out of this bottom lane. You know, play around mid lane alone has been a very strong player for this team so far this year, and if they give him a strong champion that can work up against this Twisted Fate, you have the roaming of a Nautilus. Ezreal can perform very well on his own to stay a little bit safe down there. That can set them up to play through mid lane first and then attack the rest of the map, which is quite frankly a really good strategy against a TF.
It really is, because you can shut the TF down, you can stop him roaming, you can see LGD saying, okay, we'll get rid of the Gallia, we're not going to let you counter roam whenever the Twisted Fate leaves the lane, but you could just look at focusing mid. Quinn being removed here by Rainbow 7, a little bit.
I see a Renekton pick on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton is kind of the pick that you want here. And also, like, what I do like about Renekton is his ability to slice and dice, flash, and then immediately stun. And LGD are saying exactly the same thing. They're like, we don't want someone that can just lock down our AD carry immediately in the start of a fight. We're going to get rid of that Renekton.
It is interesting seeing that banned away, because it tells me that Rainbow 7 would have liked to look for their top laner here, even seeing the Twist Fate really saving some time for Alone in this trap. And Ase hasn't necessarily been the most stable player for this team, I think. It's going to be something Rainbow 7 have to work with and make sure he can stay alive. So now, saving that counter pick for him, getting the Orianna around mid lane, they can at least make sure he is set up for success in the draft, which is not something they always do.
It's just so difficult, though, to lane into Langxing. Like, he is a very strong top laner. I'll say earlier today we saw the die TP and die play, which is not something you ever want as a top laner when he was playing the Sion. So he's really going to have to step up his game in this matchup. And when Langxing has the Camille, when he has one of these scaling carries alongside Peanut on his signature Lee Sin, like, this LGD composition is just saying, Peanut's going to be unlocked, GA is going to roam down towards the bottom lane, and it's going to be absolute devastation if they get rolling.
Yeah, and it's just the Ornn on the other side now coming up for Ase in the top lane, so offering more team fight presence for the squad. It is to be expected, but this team from LGD is a very different look for them. It's not just about, you know, playing it slow, only winning lanes. Peanut is going to have an early game influence. He has 3 separate lanes that are all pretty solid to gank for. I expect to see a lot of his time spent around mid lane, potentially roaming that up towards top early on, because LGD with Peanut on this champion are looking to pop off early.
And it's what Peanut has done so well for them throughout the course of the LPL. Rainbow 7, on the other hand, they have tools. You've got the Nidalee, who can do a huge amount of burst damage. You have the Ornn alongside the Orianna for that team fight threat, that zone control in team fights. And Ezreal is an AD carry that, when played well, can match up with any AD carry in the late game. Like, we always talk about him as, if you can get on the Ezreal, you can win the fight. Sure. But Ezreal is so slippy, with a Nautilus protecting you, with an Ornn protecting you, with an Orianna protecting you. It's going to be very hard to lock down this champ.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep your eyes out for him. But both teams have been struggling a little bit in the team fights from what we've seen. You know, LGD over-forcing a lot in yesterday's game. Yeah. I want to see a little bit of a restraint when it comes to those 5v5s, especially against all these great team fight tools. The Orianna ball, the Ornn on the other side is what Rainbow 7 is going to be trying to use up against them. But as far as early game goes, I think all our eyes do need to be on these junglers. And for Rainbow 7, can they get Shadow out of this bottom lane to attack around mid?
Both the supports known for roaming around, Mark especially, but I just want to remind people of how important this game is for both teams. LGD have played 1, lost 1. They lost to PSG yesterday. Rainbow 7 played 2, lost 2, losing to PSG and V3. They only have LGD and Unicorns of Love left to play in the group stages, and they have to find a win from somewhere, because every other team in that group, apart from LGD, have got wins. So you can't hope if you're Rainbow 7, the LGD just don't manage to win a single game in the play-in stages. You have to take your fate in your own hands, because otherwise you're going home before knockout.
Yeah, you have to perform right from the start. Otherwise, there's no fallback pattern. There's no safety net. You know, it's 4 games, and you got to come out on top of those. Make sure you're not at the bottom. So these 2 teams competing today, LGD need to bounce back. Fans, I mean, the doubts are already starting to seep into people's minds about this team and about their past performances at the World Championship, but I think they have a lot of excellent tools to attack with in this game.
Also have a lot of players with experience on the world stage.
Yes.
Like when you have guys who have got to the finals, won the World Championship, won MSIs, like these guys know what it's about to lose a game and come back, and when they have this little bit of a break between day 1 and day 2 to reset, my expectation is LGD come out swinging today.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys remember some of the last times we've seen Peanut on the international stage and a little bit of Peanut Lee Sin, but I believe it was a Peanut Lee Sin for SKT at MSI 2017 against the Gigabyte Marines, where he got almost 20 kills on the champion.
That was a fun game.
I had the pleasure of standing behind him on stage, watching, you know, the POV from him and the absolute terror he inflicted in that game, and now has the same champion to try and replicate it today.
We talk about Peanut so often, his early ability to get his team ahead, to get himself ahead, and teaming up with GA, who's running the Unsealed Spellbook in this game, will just allow them so much freedom. Like, what I'd love to see is Peanut and GA looking for those skirmishes, switching over to that Ghost, switching over to that Ignite, get some combat summoners on your Twisted Fate, and you can get influence from the mid lane before you even get level 6.
Yeah, you'll note Alone just rocking the cleanse on the other side. You do need to be defensive against this setup, the CC from Rakan 2 with those roams toward mid, because while in draft you're saying Shadow can roam mid, Mark is the guy that doesn't play bot lane, he plays second jungle. You know, the man is always out of his lane, teaming up with Peanut to make plays around the map.
I actually watched one of Mark's games in the regional qualifiers that they had. He left lane at minute 3 at level 3.
Okay.
Came back to lane at minute 10 at level 3. he just doesn't play with his AD carry a lot of the time, and Rainbow 7 are looking for a bit of an invade here. They've got the Oracles. They will spot that there's a ward in here.
They see them over the wall too.
Oh, they spotted them. You can see with the Oracles, you get that silhouette. They're going to put some damage down across the wall. Krug's now spawned, and Rainbow 7 we'll just back away from this for the moment.
Yeah, Kramer was just the human ward for a second, using the stealth to face check that brush. But now I think Peanut's just going to go ahead and start on the Krug camp. A lot of times you'll see like these more like AP junglers, when there's an invade happening, try to sneak away the Raptor camp. Lee Sin, not too great at that, but Krugs, he will be fine to start on. And with both junglers delayed, shouldn't slow things down too much.
Yeah, it's one of those, because Peanut wasn't able to get onto his red buff, it's actually fine that Rainbow 7 failed the invade, or at least weren't able to get everything they wanted out of it. I will note Kramer has gone Cull first on the Twitch. We're seeing a lot more of this, as we said, on AD carries, because you get that life on hit rather than pure life steal.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, that I think is pretty cool is Mark finds the jump.
In. Level 2 for Mark already. The Ignite goes down onto Lather. Now, should just be able to walk away from this.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Kramer's taking cut down, but the thing when you start Cull against the Dorans, because Dorans gives you that flat HP, you actually are at a health disadvantage, which does give you a little bit of extra power when you take these early all-ins there with the Cull.
I'm wondering how Mark got level 2 so quickly in that lane. So one of those small things that can really change a laning phase, especially as Rakan, because you have the opportunity to jump in and get that first knock-up when your enemy doesn't have mobility spell.
Well, I do believe there was a ward that LGD killed, one of the ones that Rainbow 7 placed down on the invade, the zombie ward, I think. Which does give a little bit, but
it's
regardless,
we shouldn't dive into the depths of it here.
Sure.
And there's a lot of other things we can talk about on the League of Legends stage today. So we see Langsheng just pushing in this top lane. Peanut did exactly this yesterday.
Yeah, and look at this. Walking topside as Langsheng has this wave crashing set up already. Jose Diodo is on the right side of the map, but still very far away with Shie to follow.
We were talking about this so much in draft. Shie and Peanut teaming up. Now, Shie did walk across the ward. Acer is going to try and get rid of as much of this minion wave as possible. Langsheng still tanking up the tower. Peanut goes low. One more shot will be enough. And that's the kill over to Rainbow 7. 1 for 1 in the top lane.
Yeah, the turret damage ramp up definitely punishes Peanut there. Doesn't use his flash to escape, but still denies a few minions underneath that tower. And it's a great roam from Shie. I mean, even some of the decision-making on his Twisted Fate is so interesting to see. He pops his cards very, very early in case Nidalee is around in the area, and then locks in the gold card at the last possible second, flashes forward to help out secure that kill onto Ase.
Ase, yep. Apologize for getting the name wrong. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you just read what you see on the screen. I have been practicing my pronunciations.
Look, we have Ase, we have Ace, we have Shadow, It's just too much.
Jose de Uwu. Oh, sorry, Deodo.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Not
correct.
Yeah. He did tell me on Twitter we can call him Jose Cito if we win. Cito if we win as well.
We'll keep that in mind as we check out this dive once again. I mean, everyone in the game knows what's happening for this one here. Longxing has the extra shield he uses, but the flash forward and Peanut making sure he lands the Q. He definitely could have flashed out of that one, I think, over the wall. But regardless, will be a pretty solid dive at the end of the day with Xie picking up the kill.
Yeah, sometimes when the turret aggro juggles a little bit like that, you underestimate the amount of damage that's coming to you because you see it on the other guy. He's like, oh, he took a third of his HP, and then you forget that obviously it scales up for the first few shots, so you're going to take more. It looks like just a slight mechanical misplay there by Peanut. He's gone back, got himself 2 longswords here on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, now while Peanut was making that dive happen, Jose Diodo did go ahead and invade the blue buff side jungle from Peanut, got both the Gromp and the Wolf camp, so has a couple camp advantage at the moment with the red smite too, which is very good for any sort of early skirmishing or even ganks whenever you go for those fights. So curious to see what he can get done, but of course there was a deep ward placed by Mark on the Gromp camp that he's just now clearing away that will reveal his position.
It does mean that Jose Diodo does have about a level advantage in terms of experience. Peanut has gone over towards his Wolves, realizes that they're not available, so he's going to be quite far behind in XP.
Yeah, I think Peanut's going to try for a Raptor invade right here. You see Xie has mid pressure, so there's not really a gank opportunity around mid, but he wants to find Jose Diodo with the pressure from Xie coming around.
Alone just hit level 6 as well. He's going to come in from the side. The smite goes down. Peanut, I believe, secured the big Razor Beak there. And Xie stole away just one of the small ones.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Right now, that's not a huge win for Peanut. He just has nothing else to do on the map because all of his camps were down. So it's nice that he gets that, but he'll still be at a large disadvantage. Jose Diodo level 5. He's only level 4. Will tick over soon with the Gromp and the Wolves respawning, but Jose Diodo with all the pressure currently in the jungle matchup.
And I know we're only 6 minutes in, but we did talk a lot about the 2v2 jungle synergy. Jungle mid synergy early on, and Peanut, after losing that first fight, kind of let himself down a little bit. He's fallen behind Jose Diodo. Mark, misses the knockup as he came in for the gank, but my expectation was that LGD would be able to control the game a little bit more than they have. You look at bot lane, CS, relatively even, 5 or 6. Top lane, we've got the extra kill on Ase, and he's even in CS. Mid lane, CS lead for Alone. We are only 6 minutes in. We're now seeing these ultimates come out, but if LGD aren't able to get a little bit more out of the next 10 minutes, you actually have to give Rainbow 7 a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Rainbow 7 do have some good scaling tools with the Orianna and the Ornn, of course, handing out items. Not to say LGD are slouches later on, too. Longxing can take over side lanes with the global pressure of a Twisted Fate, and we all know what a Twitch can do in the bot lane later on in these fights. We know Kramer just loves to farm up until he can get those 2-3 big items, then just unleash himself within those team fights. But now I'm wondering for LGD, when can they make their next play? Because top lane, Ase now has his ultimate. He's got some health items, so it's a little bit more difficult to pull off the dive. So you immediately think, what can we do around bot lane? Or can Mark find Jose Diodo in the jungle? Can we port on the enemy Nidalee doing that? And I almost wonder if a good play could be using off the reset of Kramer and Mark coming into bot lane, Twitch out of stealth, all of a sudden pops out. Exactly, with the TF ult on top, could be a good one.
And it also feels a little bit like the next play should not be a kill, because there are too many flashes and too many utility spells available for Rainbow 7. What I think Mark was doing when we saw that last roam was he was trying to get the flash out of Alone, because then the next fight, you come back in, you get the kill because there's no escape for the Orianna. But right now, Rainbow 7 have kept all of those summoner spells up, they've kept all of that utility up, so LGD will be looking to try and burn some of those before they can go for the all-in.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind for LGD, teleport advantage for Longxing in the top side, and wards to come to.
That's why Nautilus is so good into Rakan! Chef's kiss! Beautiful stuff there from Shadow. Very easy to predict. As soon as you see the battle dance onto the Twitch, you know that he's going to go in for the grand entrance, but the hook is so good into Rakan. You stop him in his tracks.
I like this idea, though. Trying to go for a trade, see if Rainbow 7 would commit a little bit too hard down bot side. Now Peanut will just sneak over the wall and take away the dragon. This is what you need to be doing on the Lee Sin, especially against these matchups like a Nidalee or a Lilia. On blue side, pop over the wall. Unless Rainbow 7 have committed a ward inside of the pit, you're going to be able to take that one without revealing too much.
So as you say, Peanut not really on vision here, but I wonder if Jose Diodo is actually going to go for the blue invade. You saw Alone like shadowing up towards that top side. They know the blue's up, and now that they know Peanut's on the bottom side of the map, I'd love to see that invade. You're a level up still, perhaps you can snowball that advantage.
Yeah, instead it looks like Jose Diodo with the Rift Herald spawning is going to want to go ahead and take that one. Of course, coming off of this play, if Lee Sin is actually revealed bot side, he gets so much off of it, because then it's 3 camps top, and Peanut is coming around with the ulti.
The Destiny coming down, Shie's looking for the fight here. Stun card lands, there's the Dragon's Rage, and there's first blood to LGD.
Yeah, good stuff right there. Kramer a little bit sad. He's like, wait a second, where's my assist, guys? I'm the AD carry, but they're going to get a lot of plates down bot side, and it should be a overall gold win for LGD, with Jose Diodo gaining a little bit more in this jungle matchup continually. It's the same thing we're seeing from LGD, where Peanut goes for the ganks, helps his team get ahead, but Jose Diodo building up a big EXP advantage.
LGD just using that advantage to try and get some plates in the bottom lane. They've got 2 of them. Shie is going to walk back towards mid. Of course, Destiny was used in the last fight. He's got to teleport about halfway off its cooldown. And the question actually becomes for Rainbow 7, how much of the advantage on Jose Diodo can you translate into the other lanes? Right now, stun card's going to come out. He flashes. Peanut still on the chase with the Sonic Wave. Doesn't have the ult. There's a Shockwave available here for Alone. Peanut tries to flash over it. Peanut will go down. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane as Alone now tries to turn it back around on Xie. But here comes Lang Xing. Flash away. Hexagon to him. Diving under the tower. Alone surviving for as long as possible. And Lang Xing should be able to walk on out.
They're going to make that one work. LGD fighting around mid. Even without the ultimate there from Peanut, they make the call and they go for it. Really well executed, knowing that Lang Xing was going to come around, and they pull off the dive on top.
The roam from Lang Xing just perfectly timed, and you could see, like, Rainbow 7, you can see how that play works for them, right? Yes. It's those minuscule moments that just change the play around, and that's tends to be what we see from LPL teams. They say, hey, we'll take the skill check, we'll take the mechanical outplay and see if we can just beat you that a little bit more.
Yeah, Peanut has the red smite and the red buff here, so does so much damage, and watch the flash on the Shockwave. Really nicely done. The heal from Jose Diodo without AP items, not doing too much, and Lang Xing waits even until Alone commits a little bit with a step forward, underestimates his damage, or overestimates it just a little bit, and has to use the flash. But this is what we want to see from LGD, and this is like the Peanut we want to see. He's been a part of all 6 kills in the game. Yep. He's had the 2 deaths, he's gotten the 4 kills he's been in, and working with Xie to make it happen too.
Pretty sure he'd prefer not to have the 2 deaths, but we'll, you know.
But you know what? He's making it happen.
Doing things on the map. We saw flashes traded in the bottom lane. Kramer flashed away from Shadow, who was flashing in with a hook. Does mean that Twitch is a little bit more vulnerable, and especially against the Nautilus, who can just walk up to you and point and click you with the depth charge. It can mean that if you overstep just that little bit, you are caught out on the Twitch. You can see Jose Diodo realizing we can shadow this bot lane. We can look to make a play down here, because at the moment the other portions of the map aren't working for them.
Yeah, right now Xie still doesn't have the ultimate yet. He does rock the teleport, so he can get into this bottom lane, but doesn't have the wards to set up as Ase goes to the fight.
He knows that Lang Xing doesn't have flash or Hexagon. If he hit the knockup, I actually think Lang Xing there is dead.
But now maybe we're concerned, because Peanut is coming topside, and I believe there's one ward in Tribrush that's not getting canceled out, so Ase should know what's going on, and Jose Diodo is trying to sprint up here to help out.
We'll see actually perhaps if Peanut is, so this is the flash for flash that you can see.
Oh, but there's actually just about to be a fight on Krug Camp. We lost it on the minimap for a second here, because 3 players from R7 are roaming up.
Peanut's gonna get, jumps away. Oh, great safeguard just over the searing charge of the Ornn, and now the chase is on. Command dissonance used. Ase's gonna flash forward, and Peanut feels the hammer in his back. A kill over to Ase, second of the game for him.
It's a really good punish right there from Rainbow 7. You know, Peanut was looking for a gank initially, then converts it into the Krug Camp. But of course, there's a ward in the Tribrush. He didn't expect, he doesn't have a sweeper to try and block that one out. So Alone and Jose Diodo came up and were able to punish him.
Rift Herald was used in the top lane as well. That's first tower of the game over to Rainbow 7. Still a 400 gold lead to LGD. They've been able to pick up a few more of these plates in the other lanes.
Yeah, and it's a 2-level lead in the jungle. So like, well, on one hand, I'm like, yes, Peanut, you're doing a lot of great things going for ganks. As soon as you start to slip and you realize that this lead is getting larger and larger and larger for Jose Diodo, can they convert it? They're going to look here, but Alone has no mana.
Xie has heal, and also has the ability of just walking in a straight line away from the spear.
Yeah. Easy.
Not even close. Just whiffs right by his ear, and he will walk away. And we do come back to that question, Ender, that we discussed earlier on, which is, can Jose Diodo translate his lead into a team lead? Because right now, Ase is ahead in the top lane, right? Like 2 and 1, he's got the Sunfire Cape complete. Mid lane, you have to give it to Xie. He's got 2 items, he's got a Rod of Ages stacking up, he's on his way to a Lich Bane. Bot lane, I think Kramer has a slight advantage, but it's relatively even, right? Just in terms of CS.
With the CS and the turret plates too, I actually think Kramer's in a really nice spot on this Twitch.
The only one really on Rainbow 7 that has a sizable lead is Jose Deodo with this 30 CS and the extra experience he has gained. So the question is, can he take that and funnel more gold into his Orianna so she can carry, into his Ezreal so he can carry?
Well, they're going to start with this play around Dragon. I think the best news for Rainbow 7 would be if LGD tried to fight them at this spot, because as you can see, Longshin going topside, no TP.
Peanut wants to fight alone. There's the Destiny coming out as well. Here comes the quickness mark. Flashes in. Destiny Gate used, and alone almost falls. Doesn't get the shockwave off in time. Jose Deodo falls down towards the bottom side of the fight. Aste's coming in with the Call of the Forge God. The Ram finds its mark on Xie, who locks in another gold card. Then pops his stopwatch. Mark jumping back forward. Jose Deodo looking at the spears across the wall. Just trying to get that chip damage in, but right now LGD are able to get out with a single kill.
Look, it's supposed to be a numbers advantage fight for Rainbow 7. They had the TP advantage, but LGD find the pick, so they actually had this brief window where they could punish, and then a couple of mechanical failures for Rainbow 7 give LGD the kill, and now they're going to be potentially able to fight over this Dragon while Longshin gets a free lane topside.
Longshin will be looking for that tower. Plates, of course, have fallen off now, so won't get all of that extra gold. And actually looks like LGD are going to give this one up. Second Dragon of the game, not vital. It's only a Mountain Drake. It's not going to give you too many stats. Only really the Ornn benefiting a lot from that extra armor and magic resist. And it's going to be an Ocean Soul here, and both teams will be eyeing that hungrily.
Definitely. Wow, look how far ahead Xie is here, too, on the TF. Of course, gets a lot of bonus gold from the passive, but with his... no, I mean, of course, the roaming is the big deal here. 3-0-2 at the moment. And now, Jose Deodo, I do like this play. Like, Herald is one of the ways you can convert some gold into the rest of your team. And they see the duo bot side from LGD, so focus these early objectives now and maybe convert that into a mid lane tower.
They should be fine underneath the tower. It's getting chipped away, but that last minion will fall. Mark has the Battle Dance just to dive back onto Kramer, and they will walk away. There's the Rift Hold, as you say, 16 minutes in. No plates for it to take, but mid lane usually is the place we see the second Herald used to try and crack that open and give yourself just that little bit more flexibility on how you position around the map.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if this TP from Xie is going to be able to stop this push on with the Rift Herald. He does get the minions, and actually, Rainbow 7 are backing away, so it will just take this turret very, very low, unable to actually finish it off.
I mean, Xie is ungodly scary right now. Like, he's a Dark Souls level boss. Lich Bane, Rod of Ages almost completely stacked up. Wonder if he'll go towards the Zhonya's Hourglass next. I think it would just give him that little bit more protection. He already has the stopwatch that he's used. So I would love that as his next itemization, because after you get that initial burst in, you also have a Twitch, you also have a Camille. Like, even if Rainbow 7 are able to kill Xie on this Twisted Fate, they have to deal with a lot of other threats.
Now here we go, fighting the top side.
Hextech Ultimatum used on alone. There's the Shockwave. Here comes Jose Deodo. Xie gets the stun card onto Jose Deodo, and now Xie is going to try and trade back onto alone, but can't quite get the damage down.
Wow.
Look, what? That was just an empowered auto attack. That's a stacked deck.
That was rough, and he switched over. He has Exhaust and Heal while no one's bot side, so Rainbow 7 losing a lot there. I mean, one more thing. Xie, can he find it?
He's looking for it. Stop. The stun card comes out. Jose Deodo flashes forward, gets the heal, gets out. That was an interesting mechanical series of plays, but we give him credit for getting out.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if it was mechanical or maybe we lost a couple frames in there because Deodo looked like he was blinking out of there, flashing 3 times to escape. Did get the heal off at the end, but one thing I do want to bring up is it is Dark Harvest for this Nidalee, not the Conqueror, which you sometimes see, so it's a little bit worse in these extended fights and a little bit more focused on the poke, which means, like, you can't really get down and dirty and going for the Lich Bane's second item against all the hard CC when there's Camille ulti, there's Twisted Fate, there's Rakan. It's so hard to actually have influence in these fights outside of the Qs.
Alone is all by his lonesome here, and I'm sorry, man, but this bottom lane looks like it might be your... Wow, okay. That's a great shockwave.
It was a really good shockwave. I think Longshin pulled the trigger on his E a little bit too early because it interrupted that E, the second part of it, so... Longshin will be unable to finish off that kill, and alone gets away with murder. He didn't actually kill anyone.
Yeah.
Gets away with more than he
It's pretty sus.
should have.
It's pretty sus, let's be honest. But I will say, like, you just can't be in a side lane like that right now. That feels like he's just overpressed. He's pushed a little bit too far. He's very fortunate to get out of it, especially considering he doesn't have flash. But you have a Twisted Fate on the enemy side. You've got a Lee Sin and a Camille who are very flexible in how they can roam through the jungle, and without vision, you cannot be farming side lanes like that as an Orianna. Ace can do it because he is an Ornn, and it's very unlikely you can kill him quickly. The rest of the team can react. Now, there's a minute and a half on the next Ocean Dragon, on the first Ocean Dragon of the game here, Ender. Gold lead relatively even. LGD do have about 1,500 gold lead, but at the 18-minute mark, that's nothing too substantial. It's still a good lead, and a lot of it is sitting on Xie in the mid lane.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, Longxing has a Trinity Force. Kramer looking strong as well. Peanut's just getting perma-denied. Here we go. Kramer unloads.
Spray and pray coming out. Let's going to flash away, but Xie is on the chase. Goodbye, man. That's just... You can't do anything against that as an AD carry.
Yeah, but this is the combo I'm talking about, right? You think you're solo in the lane, and then out of stealth comes the Twitch. Now comes the Twisted Fate. You can do similar things with the Camille in the range she can engage from, and that shockwave is nowhere close.
Yeah, just whiffed by quite a way there. Peanut flashing the Genji. Of course, we'll see them later on in groups. Be in a group with TSM and Fnatic, and one of our play-ins teams, of course. Now with the Dragon coming up, and with Lessa still being dead for about 3 seconds, this should be a pretty easy take here for LGD.
Yeah, should be no problem, and Kramer gonna get that kill. And I think that one of the things I've been seeing Kramer do is like stealing away jungle camps from Peanut. So Peanut's losing CS to Jose Diodo, he's losing CS to Kramer, but those are the champions you want to be super fed. The Runans now does come in for the Twitch too, so they're maybe gonna wait on his ultimate before looking for a full-on fight, but I don't know. LGD are really strong right now.
I mean, Rainbow Seven are being very aggressive. Look how far they pushed into this jungle. They're trying to deny LGD from being able to get to this dragon. And LGD, you could take this fight. You've got Dragon's Rage, you've got Hexen Ultimatum. You haven't got the Destiny or the Spray and Pray, but you still got the quickness, and you've got that flash on the Rakan as they look to try and get into the river. This dragon might be gone before they can even get there, though. Jose Diodo is going to be able to secure it here for Rainbow Seven. 2 dragons to 1, and Rainbow Seven are trying to keep that clock ticking on the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, the ultimate came back up for Alone, so he was able to zone off right there, and LGD couldn't push past the ramp. The other thing is LGD...
Shockwave.
The Shockwave.
On Xie. The Spear. Oh, here's the Cannon Minion instead, but the True Shot Barrage comes in, and Xie is just knocked up and taken down. Send him back to the grave, as Xie will fall for the first time this game.
That's good punish in the mid lane. You can see there, LGD, how do they actually peel themselves away? That can be a little bit difficult when you don't have a true front line. The initiators are relatively squishy and don't want to soak up any abilities. Don't have a Braum wall to stop that Ornn coming through. So these heavy engages will be deadly from Rainbow Seven unless LGD can dodge away from them right from the bat.
It does feel like there's a short window, though, because Xie is about to finish his Zhonya's Hourglass, and as soon now as he sees the Call of the Forge God coming in, he's like, hey guys, the Ram can come all at once.
Sure.
I'm just going to go golden and stop it and then flash away, use the Ghost.
Yeah, that, I mean, you see, it's Zhonya's plus Flash and Ghost, because Zhonya's without it, he's still going to be sitting there. He's just going to be a sitting duck.
I can see that. I can see that. I think Rainbow Seven did utilize the fact that there was no stopwatch on the Twisted Fate. Well, this Shockwave, Xie is just a little greedy in his positioning.
Yeah, Shadow and Ase both coming around from the angle there. That's a little PM from the observers, but a good kill there from Alone nonetheless.
Almost looked like the Orianna ball replaced his head at the end as he fell down to his knees.
Kind of dark.
Medically, you wouldn't be able to do it. Hexag Ultimatum used in the top lane as the flash comes out from Arce. Longxing now winning out on these trades pretty effectively. The Trinity Force, the flash forward, Precision Protocol. Longxing taking the tower, though. 1-for-1 trade. Longxing invested his flash, invested his ult. He was able to take the kill.
I mean, his true damage Qs do so much damage, but he had auto like 3 times under tower and the man's on 100 HP. Still big win for there at Longxing under the tower. This will only get better and better for him as the game goes on with that Death Dance finish now too.
Let's have a look at where we are in terms of the other items. The Runan's Hurricane on Kramer just allows you so much more DPS with the Spray and Pray. Lesa has gone for the more defensive Ezreal build with the Iceborne Gauntlet. It makes sense. I can understand why you're doing it into a Camille, into a Twitch, into a Lee Sin. Obviously, it doesn't give you that straight-up DPS that you would have from the Trinity Force, but does also provide some semi-crowd control. As the Rakan tries to get into the fight, you can slow him up with a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, I'm looking at both these teams right now, and I'm feeling like Rainbow Seven, how they've been playing the last few minutes, I do like it. How they're grouping up with either 4 or 5 people, forcing, you know, vision inside the river around these neutral objectives. Whereas LGD, again, unless they can find like a really nice flank from Mark on the Rakan, like you've been talking about, or Longxing, I think their better play is to play through their side lanes, because they do have that global presence of a Twisted Fate, Camille in the side lane too. Like you can 2-man down towards bot side, surprise Ase, and take a tower while Rainbow Seven can't immediately respond with a Baron on the other side. And we've already already said, their team fight can be a little touch and go if they do get hit by those big key ultimates. So LGD need to be cautious and play through their really strong win conditions.
Especially since they are always going to have a TP advantage. You've got TP on GA and TP on Langxin. So you always have this extra global summoner, meaning that splitting in side lanes, pushing side lanes, pulls someone onto the wrong side of the map for Rainbow 7. Alone would be there, but only with a cleanse, make him a lot harder for him to join a fight. Now, minute and a half on the next Ocean Dragon here. Ender, you can see Rainbow 7 trying to set up around it, but LGD are having none of it, and they're denying vision in the river.
What LGD would love to find is Jose Diodo, because again, with the second item, Lichbane here, not a lot of resistances, no Zonias or anything like that, so he can be burst down fairly quickly. As Kramer zeroes in on finishing off an Infinity Edge in the next couple minutes too. That'll be big for him, but I mean, LGD, the other targets are just not easy to jump onto, as Leza's going for a Death Dance, and Alone has the Zonias very early on into the game, so all of these tools can be used to buy time for all 5 members to collapse on the area.
Such a chunk of damage from one precision protocol. It's actually absurd there from the Camille. Death Dance complete on Langxing, as he said. And you can see Alone pushed out top lane. Jie is going to answer that by pushing it back in, but Alone needs to be down with his team so that they can fight over this next Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, but this is probably where either Ase would go up top lane to pick up CS, or they just say, you know what, stick around here, we're going to all in around this objective. And Jie can't keep pushing topside because he doesn't have perfect information on where R7 are playing.
He also switched away from the teleport, so he needs to be in Destiny range. It's obviously not entirely global, although it can get you quite a way across the map. And LGD, they've done this a couple of times. They kind of give up vision of a section of the river. Langxing is actually
this
down
is a
towards
huge team fight,
the
though.
bottom of this.
Like, LGD are committing to the 5v5 here. No one is in a side lane. They're looking for this one. Kramer has to unload with a huge spray and pray.
GA has no flash, and the Dragon's actually almost already done. Langxing's going to go in. The Destiny used in the back of the pit, and they're going to Jose Diodo. The shockwave hits onto 2, but the dive is in, and Jose Diodo is Jose Diodo as he goes extinct. As Kramer's opening up with the spray and pray, but Rainbow 7 going to try and turn it around. Shadow flashing away. Laser still alive in the back of it. Peanut goes gold, and now Kramer is the target. It's a 3v2 in favor of Rainbow 7, and Laser Alone and Arce are popping off. Double kill for the Ezreal. Kramer's going to ambush his way away. Alone is on the chase, but maybe they turn their eyes to Baron.
Rainbow 7 come up clutch in the team fight right there, and they keep their carries alive. Somehow they make it happen. Jose Diodo, he sacrificed himself for the team, getting the Dragon in the process, and LGD, they spent everything to kill him. Leza Alone just unleashed.
They decide against doing the Baron, but we saw yesterday LGD struggling in team fights, and here, once again, you have to give credit to Rainbow 7 because they were able to stay alive so long.
I mean, part of the idea is correct. Again, you want to go on to Jose Diodo, but the difference is Alone now not going to be very threatened on the back side of things, and Kramer doesn't have the front line to let Twitch do Twitch things. It's not a together fight that he can just constantly, you know, get those lineups of the ultimate out, and Leza with a good juke there is able to turn things around.
A couple of really good jukes from Leza, actually. He steps back into the back of the pit, gets into brush, means that GA can't see him for the first auto attack. He then hits him with a Mystic Shot. Then he dives away from the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo from the Lee Sin. So do have to give a huge amount of credit to Leza. They're surviving through the entirety of that fight.
This is just, it's so good for Rainbow 7 because now they say, hey, in 3.5 minutes, that's Ocean Soul. You thought teamfighting us was hard before. Well, after it'll be even worse. So LGD, by forcing the 5v5 on the third Drake for Rainbow 7, have now, you know, condemned themselves to forcing on the fourth. And they can't actually play that side lane strategy unless they're willing to give it up. And I'm not sure that's a viable thing to do against a team with so much engage options. You know, they can just force on you.
Death Dance now complete on Leza. You can see 3 items as well on Kramer: Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruin King, and the Runans. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of ornaments. Ase level 15 has upgraded his own Abyssal Mask and Sunfire Cape, deciding against upgrading the Ludens so far on Alone, but has given a Frozen Fist over to Leza. So I wonder if they are just waiting for Alone to get a death cap or something, but it feels like with him going third item Void Staff, you should just be upgrading that Ludens.
Yeah, I think, or the Zonias could come in with the physical damage that LGD are going to be dealing with. The armor would not be a wasted stat on that Orianna. But now, I mean, LGD, the awkward thing about how they're playing the map now is they are spreading out to all 3 lanes. So this setup is going to basically force them into a position where they can't make any proactive plays. If you're going to look for any sort of proactivity with a composition like this, when you are at a bit of a deficit, I mean, they're ahead in gold, but in terms of like R7's control over the map and how they've been able to force a lot of plays, it's not like LGD can just put Xie next to Longxing, because those 2 champions are the ones that can take over a side.
I think something we often forget is players can't see exactly how much gold is on the board.
Sure.
Right? And a lot of, like, the mental game in a game like this is who has the momentum, who has been winning those last few fights. Like, you look at it, you say 2 towers to 3, 3 dragons to 1, equal kills, maybe slight CS discrepancies here or there, like 20 here, 20 there, but there's a 60 difference for Jose Diodo in the mid lane, in the jungle, sorry. I don't know if LGD know that they're still ahead.
All right, I do like this. So I'm watching Kramer slinking into bot lane behind Longxing. I believe he's invisible right now, so wasn't spotted on those wards, but he has Infinity Edge, so he does so much damage. Team fights are not unwinnable for LGD. LGD can definitely make it happen. It just has to be Kramer coming up big time. So if they don't find a play, Alone does give respect over to any sort of potential fight from LGD. But when these neutral objectives are down before Rainbow 7 is willing to force, here we go.
Shockwave going in, Longxing's gonna dive away with a hookshot wall dive. Jose Diodo still on the chase. The spear missed originally. Alone going in as well. Jose Diodo trying to get forward. The True Shot Barrage comes out, flash away from Longxing, but that is a big summoner burn for the upcoming fight. 1 minute on the Ocean Dragon. Kramer's flash will be just about off cooldown. The question is, will Longxing be able to get onto the backline without his flash in the next fight?
Yeah, we'll have to go ahead and see, because I think Rainbow 7 have done a great job of playing in the lull times between dragons spawning up. They have not given opportunities to LGD to attack them inside lanes, and now finally 30 seconds before it spawns, they are grouping up. Ase is level 16, can teleport into this fight if needed. And LGD, they do have wards, but will Mark be able to find a flank position on this Rakan? It's going to be hard with a lot of the vision that Rainbow 7 have been able to set up.
It feels it really comes down to the next fight, and I just want to remind you guys, like, LGD, Kramer, Jose Diodo goes in, Kramer's alive! Survives! The Nidalee can't get onto the backline quickly enough now. The jungler is down. Rainbow 7 saw their chance, saw their opportunity to splat the Rat, but the Rat fought back as he got the kill. And now Rainbow 7, they turn their eyes towards the Ocean Drake. No Summoner Spellbook means no smite on Rainbow 7. Peanuts looking for the flank position. They're going to try and burst it out. An Ocean Soul will be so big for them, but Rainbow 7, is this perhaps a little bit too greedy as the Call of the Porch God comes down? Kramer has flash. Peanuts in the back of the pit. He dives forward. The shockwave. He gets it! Lisa secures the dragon and the Ocean Soul alongside, and now Mark is dead. And you can see the Hexagon Maiden coming up from Longxing. But Rainbow 7 from the Liga Latino America are turning it around on the LPL's 4th seed. Kramer doing what he can, but Longxing's already fallen. Peanuts down. Xie with the stun guard across the wall. Xie just about surviving. Alone dying forward. We saw Lisa fall as well, only Kramer left alive. But Rainbow 7, 0-2 against the LPL. Secure the Ocean Drake.
There is absolutely no fear from Rainbow 7 against the LPL representatives. They lose their junglers. They're in a 4 versus 5 situation, and they say, forget that. We're going to fight the dragon anyways. Leza gets the steal against all odds. How does it even happen here? With the shockwave burst down, it was an 801 second. A spike came in, and he figures it out somehow in the heat of the battle. In this fight, Kramer, he doesn't have his ultimate, so a lot of the AoE damage is not there for LGD. It's still a close fight because it's a 4v5, but Alone comes up clutch, and now we're on the Baron.
Mark has the quickness. He's looking to try and get in. Ase stepping forward. Jose Diodo is going to secure the Baron, and if Rainbow 7 can get out, that's 5 Barons left alive. Longxing trying to have something to say about this as Kramer steps forward, but it's a 4v3, and the hook comes down, and Longxing has now been locked in his own Hexagon Maiden. Ase knocked up by Mark as here comes Xie with the red card, only hits Ase. And Rainbow 7 do what they should do. They do not re-engage, they back away. They have Baron, they have Ocean, and the LPL's 4th seed are looking 0-2 in this group. And they still have the toughest teams left to play. They've still got V3. They've still got Unicorns of Love.
Remember, you have to win a game in your first 4, the single round robin, the play-ins, to stay in the tournament. Rainbow 7 came into this match 0-2 down. They had 2 games left to play. They had to win 1, and they're in a position to do it against LGD and the representatives of the LPL.
What a turnaround for Rainbow 7. Like, I cannot express just how commanding they have been in some of these fights, their ability to turn fights on their head, their ability, as you said, Ender, to have no fear, to give no damns who they are playing against, and now they are knocking on the door of LGD. First inhibitor is going to fall. The Baron buff remains for 1:40 seconds.
There's absolutely nothing LGD can do against the onslaught from Rainbow 7 inside the base. The one saving grace, the side lanes are not set up, so they will just lose the inhibitor and try to hold on. But this is a major swing for Rainbow 7 because even after all of this, you say they win some fights, they secured the Ocean Soul on top of it all. Alone is going to be finishing off for Rabadon's. He waited, he said, don't give me the upgrade, I'll say, I want the big money on that Rabadon's Death Crown finally. And now they're going to push down top.
Peanut and Mark are on the wrong side of the map. Rainbow 7 looking to break their second tier 2 and maybe even step forward to the inhibitor. They still have a minute left on this Baron. It looks like they will settle for the turret. And with it, they basically even out the gold. Like 1,000 gold difference really doesn't matter right now. It's absolutely nothing. GA finished on Laser. Rabadon's, you have to expect, is going to be complete on Alone as soon as he picks this wave in the bottom lane. 3 items on Arce. He's got a Bramble Vest to top it off, and as Kramer rattles through with the spray and pray, he will be taking that extra DPS, reducing the healing coming out as well.
Rainbow 7 in an excellent position, but LGD recognize that the next fight at the Elder Dragon will likely seal the fate of this game if it does not go their way. They finished the Mortal Reminder on Twitch, and Shie has the Sorcery Elixir. He needs that instant boost of damage within a fight, and they need to find the right answer within these. Again, in the last fight, we saw Kramer fighting without his ultimate. That is a huge reason why they did not have the damage to cut through Rainbow 7. He should have it in the next one. He'll have his flash, he'll have his heal. He is the late game carry for LGD. They have relied on him time and time again throughout the LPL, and once more, they're going to have to do the same.
I just can't express how incredible it is to see a team of 5 players who have never been on the international stage compete with Peanut, compete with Lungshing, compete with ZA, compete with Kramer. Like, this team, Rainbow 7, is a mainstay of the LLA, but those were names like Saya, the best domestic player in the history of the game. Those are names like Oddie, like White Lotus, like Genthix, like Jiro. These are guys that we knew, and now Rainbow 7, 5 new players taking
look at this
it to
pick.
the LPL as they look for the pick. Lacer's going to get called out by Mark. Kramer with Blade of the Ruin King. Lacer does have flash, but he's not going to use it. And the GA comes down, Lacer head in his hands as he realizes perhaps he's cost his team the game. He tries to trade back onto ZA, the exhaust is used. They're just delaying and delaying and delaying. They want to make sure
it's so smart.
that the Elder Dragon will spawn while Lacer is dead and Kramer is dominating now.
It's so smart from LGD, leaving him alive, because now his respawn time will be the exact second that Elder Dragon returns onto the map. So he has to get that long walk down into the river to make it happen. But even more than that, he just finished a Guardian Angel.
Yep.
He now no longer has that ability. You see, he has an Elixir of Iron for the extra HP in a fight, and LGD, maybe they can find the 5 versus 4 before he even spawns.
GA doesn't have the Destiny, does have Flash and Teleport. Lungshing has the same. And LGD now have control of the river, and Elder Drake is not one you can give up. Peanut takes a big chunk. 16 seconds on Lacer.
LGD overforced in the team fight, especially around Dragons in yesterday's game. This game is going to come down to this Elder Dragon. It's spawning in 5 seconds, and LGD must be able to find their mark. Shie's in top lane, but he has teleport if he wants to come into the pit.
Jose Deodo and Alone looking for that shockwave, looking to try and dive in. Kramer steps forward, looking for the spray and pray. Arce jumps towards the back line, but the shockwave is incredible! And there goes Twitch! And now Laser can join the fight. GA is looking to push in the mid lane. The Call of the Forge God coming out, and this should just be the Elder. Rainbow 7, there was a mistake. There was a momentary lapse from Laser, but Alone is not willing to give up the game.
Every single fight around this dragon, Alone Shockwave has been immaculate. Multi-man, 3, 4-man, right there. It's only one, but it's the one that matters most. Kramer is deleted with 6 items, and Rainbow 7, they have the Elder leading into the Baron buff. It's 30 seconds away. Rainbow 7 have everything they need to take down the representatives from the LPL.
And we should take a break, we should take a breath, we should take a moment, because right now we have 20 seconds, 30 seconds of breathing room here, Ender, before once again we dive into a team fight. Once again we dive into a moment where Rainbow 7 can surprise.
How does it even happen? Kramer unloads 2 autos, and from the fog of war, Alone instantly deletes him. He does not react quickly enough. LGD will be unable to contest this Baron. And yesterday you could have said it's day 1. PSG looked way better than we were expecting. LGD, you cut them some slack, but LGD fans will not cut this team any slack. Losing their second game against Rainbow 7, you have to, you know the fans will not give them any leeway whatsoever.
And Rainbow 7 now with the gold lead. It's like we said, it doesn't really matter too much, but LGD, alongside a Death Stance and an Iceborne Gauntlet and the stats you get from GA, although without the passive, he has a QSS now. He trusts himself to survive long enough in a fight to do the damage. He doesn't need the damage items. Usually you'd see like a Blade of the Ruin King or something by this point, but he does not need it. Rainbow 7 looking for this inhibitor in the mid lane. Of course, they've already taken it down once this game. Mark going for the flank, and there are actually not that many flank wards here for Rainbow 7. They have to watch their sides, because otherwise an engage from a Rakan could be devastating, but they're just forced back. They're forced away. They're still fighting.
How far do they want to go?
Minute. There's an Elder. All you got to do is catch someone and get them down below 20% HP. Rainbow 7, you got to make a decision. You can't just stay here for the entirety of it. Either go for a side lane or go for the win.
Mark is on the far right corner of your screen. Kramer on the left. That's the flank of the 5, but Shadowline's the hook.
Mark's being hooked. That's not really the target you want. There was no follow-up damage. Here's the call of the Force God as they push for the first Nexus Tower. Kramer locked out. Laser diving forward. GA has the flash away. And now the second Nexus Tower is the target as Rainbow 7 opening up. Smited by the gods of the Elder Dragon. Peanut goes down. Mark should fall shortly after. It's a double for Laser. He's looking for more. Langshing diving in. The shockwave coming out. Yosei the Ono gets one. Laser pops the stopwatch. And this is it. Rainbow 7 take a flipping bow. That was beautiful.
Rainbow 7. They come in 0-2. They have to get a win to even have a chance to move on, and they take down the representatives from the LPL. It's just incredible. This team in the team fights, they found their mark, something they were so strong at, and Alone on his Orianna. It was those shockwaves, fight after fight after fight, that always landed, always hit the people they needed it to, and they come away with a huge win.
After going 0-2 down in the group, I think most of us had counted them out. I think most of us were saying it's a curtain call. It's a eulogy for Rainbow 7 at best in these last 2 games, but now they have given themselves a chance in LGD. I mean, there is such a weight on these guys' shoulders. They are some of the most experienced players in play-ins, and they're just not showing up.
And everyone will remember, I mean, it's already happening. It happened after yesterday. LGD of 2015, they come in as huge favorites. They get knocked out in groups, and now this team in play-ins with 4 players with huge international tenure. Like, these players were supposed to be the ones to change the LGD legacy, and they have failed to do so in the first 2 games.
What a surprise. We're going to take a look at Rainbow 7's Mercedes drive to victory, the 25-minute fight around the Ocean Dragon. See, obviously, Laser in such a good position, diving in and out of that bush, and then just jumping away from Peanut right at the last moment.
The play was so good, it was silencing. It was deafening to us right here. But honestly, Les's Ezreal dodging away, the shockwaves from Alone, so well played from this team in the team fights.
Just incredibly well played from Rainbow 7 in general. But on the other side of the break, Unicorns of Love return to the Shanghai stage as they aim to beat the surprise team from day 1, PSG Talon.
I think a dark horse for me has to be Unicorns of Love. They've dropped 2 games all year.
LGD, try as you might, you cannot stop the might that is PSG. 2-0 on day 1.
Consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome back to our fifth game of the day. A battle between the two top dogs of Group B, PSG Talon and Unicorns of Love. We saw their opening performance from Unicorns of Love, and it does seem like all of the whispers were well-founded. Our dark horse is definitely looking, wow, I was about to do some sort of weird stable analogy, like muscular in the stable, but you see what I'm going for? Okay, never mind. Regardless, muscular suits here. Of course, we've got Amazing and Yamato, but let's get into the nitty-gritty here. PSG have impressed us. LGD is struggling. So, you know, my first question is, was that that PSG result less hypey for them, seeing LGD fall again, but also, you know, this fight for first gets really interesting in the group too?
I think just sure a little bit, because LGD seemed to just whoosh.
Yeah, they took it alive, yeah.
Yeah, but PSG still showed a lot of good qualities, and I think when I think of PSG, what they showed is they could rally around simple ideas of how they want to execute the game. And the first one we saw, and whenever they had the Bardolt, everyone was on point. The next game against LGD, when they had Ornold, we saw the deadly combinations that happened, patience, and very, very precise gameplay, which we can't really say for any of the other teams in the play-in so far.
But just to clarify, Yamato, the teams you're referencing are ones that are, you know, working every day to be as you described PSG's gameplay to be. So, I mean, amazing. I'm struggling to comprehend it. I'm sure you are too.
So I have a theory. It could just be what Yamato actually said, that simplifying of the gameplay actually makes them play better. Like a lot of teams, especially deep into the season, they try to find answers to everything, and then it keeps stacking.
Right, the list gets longer and longer.
Yeah, and at some point the game becomes so complicated. PSG just knows the game is relatively easy. Find good teamfight comms, engage the fights at the right time, and as we see here, like, analyze what you have to do and analyze your strengths within the comp. So if you know you can chase in. If you know you have to let the other team engage, let them engage. And that's what they did here.
Okay, so a game plan, it is simple. It's a short sentence, and there plays around objectives as well. We've got a couple of Dragon fights, a Baron Pit as well, sees a lot of action, so that's where PSG were closing out their games.
Yeah, just to add to the points of just the precision of simplification, I think just the timing and tempo around Dragons has been beautiful, their fights around Nashor, and at the same time, to piece it all together, they are strong individually. Their lane phases look super, super good. They have the right champion pools. They have good drafts. There is very little to complain about when it comes to PSG.
I mean, that was going to be my question, champion pools. You've answered it already, so we can move on to their opponents. It's Unicorns of Love, and they have already shown that they can perform on the international stage. Let's recap that game. I mean, of course, you guys have just caught it. It wasn't too long ago. But what did you learn from game one from UOL? I see a smile on your face.
Disrespect is real. That's what I would say. I think especially No Man's, who surprised me, Boss surprised me too. I kind of expected that from Ananachik to a certain extent, like his performance. But honestly, mid and top lane, they looked for plays and they made them.
Yeah,
for sure.
Fantastic. And for you, UOL?
Yeah, along the similar line, just plain old disrespect. I think it's very similar in line with what we saw in the regular season in the LCL, and they've continued with that trend. And I think them playing on edge creates situations where they make these wonderful plays where Kassadin survives with 1 HP because they continuously just try to push the limits of what they can and cannot do.
What did you make of them bringing a mage to the bot lane?
It's interesting because usually why teams don't do it is because you have two champions that just do magic damage. Right. And the magic resistant runes are just too powerful. I think the core reason why they went for it is because they just wanted to lock in the Kassadin. It worked out. It's cool that, of course, Gadget is ready to play all of these champions. I'm sure he has more in stock for us because in the past there was a bunch of dingers, and I'm sure there's a long list of champions that he could add to that list.
I really don't know if I should ask this one. Genuine question here. Kassadin, right? He's just picked it. He's just stomped on it. Does it become a conversation in the draft, or is that crazy talk?
It could definitely influence the draft to a certain extent. Like the double AP that we have seen from the Galio and the Karthus in mid-jungle combination will probably not happen again. So that's something they would actually actively think about when they face UL now. So I do think it becomes a point of conversation. I think the Orianna itself, though, is even more interesting to me. We talked about it a bit. And what Chibi said, actually, the game plan that they had behind the Orianna pick, just sending her bottom against a Sion that is supposed to lane so because they expected it. Like, we talked about the layers of
expectations. It's like 4D chess.
He went really, really far. He's down the rabbit hole. So that shows that UL is well prepared.
I'm genuinely interested for this one, so this is why I'm going to poke and probe. Predictions for UOL PSG.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? Put your thinking cap on.
I think with the danger of how Unicorns of Love play, I think if they mess up just a little bit, I don't think PSG is weak enough individually to give up those type of situations. So I have to lean towards PSG based on what we've seen
did you
so
think
far.
you'd be predicting PSG day 2? I definitely didn't. Amazing. What have you got?
I'm actually with you on that one. I do think that the amount of I don't want to say disrespect over and over again. They played a bit loose, I would say. And I think against PSG, you have to be clean in your execution.
I think the word I would use is volatile, because it can look great, but there is also another side to the coin that Yamato is cautious. It could show up in this Rift. But be on the lookout for pro players that have the highest CS score in any given game. If a pro player passes 450 minion kills in a single game, they will become the MasterCard Minion Champion. Yamato with his 750s wishing he was signed up for this one. Then starting in the group stage, if any player surpasses the current Minion Champion's creep score, they will become the new MasterCard Minion Champion. And if you're watching live when that moment happens, you'll receive a drop notification with some pretty sweet digital goods for your loot box. And who knows, maybe the MasterCard Minion Champion is playing in our next game as Unicorns of Love and PSG Talon hit the Rift.
going to be fantastic or up.
That's right now. PSG once again stepping back. There's the double sleep. That's the enchanted crystal arrow, but immediately D out with the cleanse. Cullen coming out as well. Kaiwing steps back, forces lunging away. That Baron down to 1,550. The shockwave from Uniboy is absolutely huge.
PSG have come up to play here.
This is the second best team from the PCS with 3 substitutes. LGD, try as you might, you cannot stop the might that is PSG 2-0 on day 1. Welcome back. Unicorns of Love versus PSG, and what a game it is likely to be, because the Unicorns have already impressed us today. PSG impressed us yesterday, and these are, in all honesty, probably the 2 favorites for the group.
They're looking real good. You know, I was sort of saying yesterday, PSG proved they were legit. Now today, Unicorns have that chance playing against PSG in this one. And I'm just really excited to see how these teams attack the game, because we've seen some of their, you know, unique flares pop up a little bit with like the Echo in the jungle over for PSG. We saw No Man's Kassadin with the bot lane Orianna. So these are some drafts that could get a little wild too.
What I love from PSG so far is we've seen them play an aggressive jungle mid, right? We saw the Echo set, and it was all about Kongwei getting ahead, smashing people on his Echo, right? But we also saw them play against LGD, this much more controlled, slow-paced team fight style, and perhaps we overestimated LGD after watching them lose to Rainbow 7, but also they played it very well. Now, Unicorns of Love have given us that Kassadin. You know, when he gets 4 kills early on in the game, it's pretty easy to make sure that the Kassadin works, but they also have some of these more inventive styles, especially Gadget in the bottom lane with his AP carries, something we haven't seen that much at Worlds, but something I'm really looking forward to seeing more of.
Yeah, and it's something that I do think in the right context can be very, very strong, especially we saw them playing double AD topside with the Camille and the Graves. So they still have the physical damage, and it's about finding that right balance and making those last-second swaps so you can get a really good matchup in the mid lane, like we saw No Man's get with that Kassadin. Now, the Unicorns of Love are a team that love to play a heavy skirmish style. I'm always going to be looking in the jungle at Ananasek because he is able to, his pathing is so creative. I always get tongue-tied when I talk about this guy because not only
it's a difficult name,
but more than that, I love watching his pathing. And last year when I was prepping him for Worlds, I was very excited by this guy, and I'm really looking forward to what he has to bring today.
I will say, Ender, having cast him a few times in the past, Ananasek. It's the last.
I still subscribe to Frosk's line of thinking.
We just call them pineapples. Yep.
But we can't have everything in life.
We can't. Unicorns on the blue side, Mordekaiser and the Ornn getting removed. Nidalee, Evelyn taken away here from Ananasek, and now we'll see perhaps if the Lilia is banned. Graves removed by the Unicorn, so that does mean the set Echo combo that we saw PSG use so effectively yesterday is still available for Uniboy and Kongwei.
Yeah, and then I'm wondering, do we get to see the Lilia from Ananasek? Because that's a champion that can run over games with a couple of those AP junglers already taken off the board. Could set you up very nicely there. Now, with the first pick for Nectin, Unicorns are saying they're going to play in a similar style to how they play a lot, which is strong solo lanes. They really like having power, top lane, mid lane to enable Ananasek to get a little more aggressive in the early game.
And what a surprise. Set is the immediate hover here for Hanabi. It's going to go into Uniboy's hands. He plays that mid, and Kongwei plays the Echo jungle. They played it 4 times for HQ, I believe. 100% win rate on it, 100% win rate at Worlds. I would be shocked, in all honesty now, if it is not picked here for PSG.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because I remember last year, 2019 play-in stage, Echo jungle was all the rage. You know, everyone tried playing it, and it didn't really work out, and then it just fell off a cliff later in the tournament. And even since that point, it's been nerfed a couple of times, and Kongwei still likes this champion and can definitely be one of those that when you get to level 6, like, your skirmishing is very, very strong, and it's super hard to punish him, and it allows him to play pretty aggressive.
It definitely lends me to thinking, though, that PSG will not play that team fight style we saw them use against LGD. They're going to be much more about unleashing Kongwei early on. They'll have probably a Senna in the bottom lane, a more safe AD carry down towards that bottom side, and then they'll try and use Kongwei just in those side lanes.
Exactly, and that's something that I really like as PSG come to this game, and they've obviously done a lot of prep to face off against the Unicorns. As we know, Unicorns like like to play a little bit more skirmish style, right? So why don't you try and match that a bit? And one weakness of the Unicorns is they like to flip it around the Herald. They'll sometimes take fights early on that they don't need to with comps that do scale up. And even in the first game of the tournament, like, we all remember No Man's running away on that cast and, absolutely breaking the ankles of his opponents. But that came off of the back of not the best team fight around the Rift Herald. So I think by drafting some strong champions that can fight, early on into the game, 8 to 12 minutes, you definitely put yourself in a spot to try and battle Unicorns on that ground.
Volibear is the next pick for PSG. Expect that to go to Hanabi. Now, I know we're saying the Set Echo is mid-jungle. That's just because that's what they always do with it. Set can still be flexed. Like, it could still be support, it could still be top. It's not going to be. It's going to be mid-jungle. Volibear is going to go into the top lane to try and deal with the Renekton.
So now what we have on the other side, of course, is that Hecarim Orianna. Very strong combination here. Bot lanes remaining very untouched, and this has been an evolution I've seen in draft phase kind of globally, as early on in the year, even early on in Summer Split, it was all about drafting, very strong AD carries. Like, remember Caitlyn, remember Ashe.
Even LEC Playoffs was all about that.
Exactly.
Ashe, Caitlyn priority every game.
And before that, we had like Varus and Senna in the bot lane be very, very high priority. But as we see so much more focus on banning out pivotal junglers, you focus on getting these strong junglers early on, we see AD carries and supports pushed later and later into the draft. And what this means for PSG, at least, is they'll likely be able to find a counter pick in the support role for them. They're taking away a lot of these hook champions for the time being, and I mean, they'll get to reveal whether or not this Orianna is going into the mid lane or the bot lane from the Unicorns.
Actually taking away Kaiwing's Thresh, because Santos is really good at Thresh as well. Like, Santos is undefeated on Thresh throughout the season, has a 10.4 KDA. Kaiwing's lost 2 games, I believe, on it across his 10 games as well. So both of them Thresh aficionados. Jhin is the expected pick here for D. We saw him play it yesterday when the center was removed. Now, the thing with D is, I looked through some of his stats and he is unimpressive. 20% of his team's damage share as an AD carry. That's quite low, although he did play 1 game of center, so that equals it out a little bit. However, what he does do well is let his team play around him, right? Kaiwing protected him really well in team fights, and all you need to do is get that fourth shot off a couple of times, and then you're really impacting the fight.
Exactly, and right now with PSG's comp is, you've got a very scrappy comp, 3 melee champions really bolstering you up on the top side of the map, and now they need some long range and some solid long range initiation, I think, especially in the support pool, depending, if you wanted to put the Set bot lane or not, because I think if this Orianna is itemizing into the route of like the Hextech GLP, like, that's so effective against melee champions, the long range slows, and with a Swain too, we know that can actually go both places in the bot lane, either carry or support. This could get interesting.
We've already seen Gadget play the Orianna once in the bot lane today, so it could be even Swain mid, with the Orianna going down towards the bottom side. If it is a Pyke, the expectation is Swain Pyke in the bottom lane. I prefer a Rakan. I think it gives you a little bit more follow-up engage with the Hecarim, but also it denies that long-range engage that we were talking about from PSG, the ability of Rakan to get onto that backline.
All right, this is really, really interesting now, because Swain is so effective against low-range compositions where you can stick 3 people on him. He gets that massive drain. It's very hard to take him out with any sort of long-range sustained damage. And definitely PSG not built to combat in that department now. So PSG, we said they needed hard engage. They're going to find that hard engage in the form of an Alistar here, but I don't know. I feel like Unicorn's comp is really good at absorbing engagements, right? Renekton can pop the Dominus, be very, very tanky. The Swain has so much sustain in these fights too. I'm a little bit concerned at whether or not PSG will be able to get through the healing that Unicorns have drafted.
It's definitely going to be difficult for them. Of course, things like the Morello on the Echo can help out with that. Things like an Executioner's calling for the Volibear with the lightning damage, moving it across towards other people can help out a bunch. But PSG currently undefeated over the last 2 games, now being challenged by the Unicorns of Love, who've only played 1. I want to remind people before we get on into the game about how our tiebreaker rules work. Just because you lose the head-to-head does not mean that you will be placed lower in a tie. So for example, here, if Unicorns win this game and PSG and Unicorns are tied at the top of the group by the end of group stage, Unicorns would get the choice of side selection in the tiebreaker game. Even though they are 1-0 up, because of the way that we're only doing single round robin, it would be unfair to say, hey, you lost in the one game you played when you didn't have side selection or your side wasn't chosen for you, therefore you get knocked out.
Exactly, and now like this match is sort of what we're looking at to see like who actually comes out top dog in this group, because I mean everyone coming in the pre-tournament expectation was Group B and play-ins, LGD win, and you know in the first 4 games you play, the #1 seed in each group automatically qualifies to the group stage. You don't have to play any best of series, you're just going to move on forward. So being first in Group B will immediately send you up there, and now with LGD gone, it looks like it's going to be one of these 2 teams.
And that's just incredible. Let's be honest. So LGD, there is still a way we get like a 3-way tie at 2-2. There's still a possibility. But if PSG win this, they cannot be caught by LGD.
And of course, like SuperMassive on the other side is also competing with it, and we'll get to see them a little bit later on today, I do believe. But this is gonna be a fun one. This is gonna be a fun one.
I'm super excited for this game, especially seeing this Echo set. Like we saw it once yesterday, it popped off, and we'll have to see how Unicorns can deal with it. You've got the Hecarim, and Anasik last year was very strong on picks like this, so we'll see how much of an effect he can have and whether they can shut down Kongyue and Uniboy early on.
I am trolling. SuperMassive is on the other bracket.
I just assumed you meant they were a good team.
Yeah, they're a good team, and you know what? They might have to face off in the best of 5s to qualify later on. See, I nailed it.
You got there. Great job, Ender. There's a lot to know when you come into play-ins. Like, you're learning basically 20 new teams, or 22 new teams
22,
this year.
yeah.
You have to remember who everyone beat and what day it is, which you struggled with in the last
today
game.
we have so much League of Legends. Yesterday we only got to cast a couple of games. Today we get 4, 7 on the day, so 2 more coming up after this one. We got a SuperMassive versus Mad Lions I'm looking forward to, and then NA versus OS to close it out.
The upside down. Look, I still believe horses are just kangaroos that haven't learned to walk on 2 legs. They're just not smart enough, right? So it's Liquid versus Legacy, right?
What's your stance on unicorns? That's what I want to know. I think that's what the fans want to know.
I think, mate, you put me on the spot quite a lot here, let's be honest. Unicorns are great. I enjoyed them in The Witcher. That's a reference you won't get because you haven't played the game, but everyone out there, you know what I'm talking about. Let's go, League of Legends. Gonna play some more, and we'll see. I believe we're just waiting to get on into this game as the Unicorns of Love and Paris Saint-Germain Esports, well, Talon, will jump onto the rift. 2-0 for PSG, 1-0 for the Unicorns.
All right, and we do have confirmation that will be the Swain down in the bottom lane. So Gadget showing off one of his other tools in the kit there, going up against D. He's going to be running the Conqueror, which again makes a lot of sense when you're against a lot of champions that want to force into you. He doesn't need to rely on the phase rush as much, I feel, against 4 melee champions. Like, they're going to bring the fight your way, and then we already mentioned how big his sustain can be, and with the Conqueror rune, of course, the damage over time.
The issue always is with the Swain, if you get close and personal with him, he will destroy you. He puts that Demonic Ascension on, he gets all of the health back, and then Demon Flare, like Diablo himself, he just burns you down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Hanabi picked this Volibear into the Renekton. Boss's Renekton is something he has played, well, it's the most played champion for him this split, and he has never lost on the champion. I mean, that's not saying much. Unicorns of Love only lost 1 game in the summer season, so it's not too surprising he hasn't lost.
But it's a phase rush in the bot side for this All-Star, and I know the Aftershock All-Star, which can give you a whole lot of value, especially for these early all-in trades. Phase rush is more of a get up and go, and I feel like later on, once level 6 comes in, of course you're gonna have a lot of that, you know, survivability with your ultimate, but inside the laning phase, it's an interesting one for sure.
So my assumption is you're looking for the headbutt pulverize combo, 1 auto attack, and then you can chase them down with your E and make sure that you get the stun. No one can then escape from you, which is why the phase rush is an option that we've seen around. But you can see, look, just you get knocked up and you get dragged back, and Gadget with the Never move is just going to keep Kaiwing in place. It's actually a really difficult lane if you ever get caught out, because you've got the passive from the Swain, you've got the knock-up from the Rakan, you've then got the Never move from the Swain as well as he pulls that Claw of Death through the ground. You're going to be stuck in place for a long, long time.
Yeah, and this Swain pick has been one that has been, you know, floating around for a little while in the bot side, both in the, you know, carry position and the support position. And whether or not, whichever way you're pairing it, you want it with CC early on, because of course that passive pull offers you so much in that chain CC whenever a jungler wants to show up as well. I mean, just consider a level 6 Hecarim runs into this bottom lane. He lands his Fear, which is the size of the entire lane almost, and then that's in another immediate CC, so the chaining can be very, very difficult and something that, I mean, you need a cleanse to deal with.
Is this deja vu? because I saw that play yesterday, and exactly the same result happened. Flash away from No Man's as the flash came in from Uniboy. We'll see if Conway decides to come for a repeat gank. INTZ is up into the top lane. Boss actually quite low here. He's going to tank up a tower, shot the knocked back with the rampaging charge, and there's first blood.
Wow.
Great dive there from the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, really well done, but Conway not slowing down just yet. He wants to go bot.
Kaiwing does have the knocker, would have to flash to try and get onto Gadget, and they decide against it. The parallel convergence just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, the wave was in a good spot to look for a gank, and seeing an INTZ top lane, he's like, okay, we're going to force it down bot side and see if we can make that one work. I love Uniboy walking down the river too, because Conway had used his stun with the W bot side. He was like, hey, Uniboy, come on, pull it over here, make the resistances drop so I can clear through that one, no problem. The synergy obviously showing there.
Yeah, it's something you can always do as a favor to your junglers. Just CC the Scuttle Crab, takes away 50 armor and 50 magic resist from it. So it's a lot easier for them to clear. And INTZ has decided the top side of the map is his playground, as he is currently on the Krugs. Conway is on the bottom side getting his grip.
Yeah, because the thing is, INTZ, he knows the respawn timer, because with Conway revealing himself in mid with red buff, that means he cleared his top 3 camps, and he knows, well, around that 4-minute mark, that's when the second camp after the buff is going to be respawning, so he's here for the Krugs. You'll love to see it.
Are they going to do this? So my assumption was that Boss was going to come into this bush where INTZ is at the moment and try and force Hanabi away, because Hanabi's already burnt his teleport, has burnt his flash. We'll get like 4 small Krugs and actually clear out the ward here to make sure there's no possibility of him getting teleported behind.
Yeah, but you can already see the mind games of the junglers as Conway walks underneath mid lane to try and steal away the Raptor camp. It's a little hard to commit to the enemy Krugs at this point because INTZ could have reset, but it will just be the Raptor trade on top, and if Santos can sneak back over towards Krugs and make sure those aren't being stolen away, that's a really nice early move from INTZ.
Both the junglers, just as you say, trading sides of the map. A slight gold lead for the Unicorns of Love. About 600 gold ahead right now because of that early kill. In the bottom lane, though, a large CS lead for D and Kaiwing. Of course, the Swain, not the longest range, even though he is a ranged champion. It's not the easiest lane to farm up in, so as the wave pushes out, we expect Gadget to probably even that out about a 10 CS deficit.
Definitely. All right, so coming off these resets, I'm looking at where these junglers can try to attack, because of course No Man's lost his flash very early on, and I think there's definite repeat gank potential around mid lane, especially when Uniboy hits level 6. Deep wards were placed by INTZ on the Raptor camp, which does see Conway on the bottom side of the map, and this makes it so easy for No Man's to position in the lane now. He can just hug that top side river, be very safe up against any early aggression.
Of course, Renekton, Ruthless Predator, the stun works its way through shield, so even though Hanabi's going to try and get some shielding from that electricity from the sky, he will be chunked out pretty effectively every time that Boss decides to go in. And you wonder about the Volibear pick, like, it feels like it's matching the Renekton okay in the lane, but it's got to bring something more to the table, because Renekton at the moment is just having an easy enough laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think Renekton's gonna be fine up here, and looking at like later on team fights, I think Renekton has a little bit more value to offer when it comes to like diving the enemy backline. When Diaz cleanse up, it's gonna be really hard to make anything happen. But I mean, this is gonna be a game where, I mean, it feels even less about diving backline. It's just like a bunch of melee champions butting heads. That's why I actually am a little disappointed to see No Man's going the route of the Seraph's Embrace here. That early tier purchase again against 4 melee champions. The value you gain out of itemizing. Hold that thought though, as Conway looks towards mid, but the value you get out of a GLP and the slows you can provide is just absolutely massive.
You can see Kaiwing roaming away from D as well, just trying to get himself involved in the action, but neither team really able to find too many forays. Of course, we had that first blood in the top lane, which was a excellent dive from the Unicorns of Love. But for now, teams seem pretty satisfied just trying to find these picks without actually really making much headway.
D's walked all the way up towards this middle lane. It's kind of funny. In 50 seconds, Rift Herald's going to be spawning, and one difference in the bot laners is Gadget went the TP route and is holding on to that teleport. So if Unicorns did want to contest over the top side of the map, they do have that global at their disposal.
I wonder if D's going to get to level 6 alongside Kaiwing a little bit earlier here, because Santos has left the lane. Obviously, he's only level 4, so if Gadget gets 6 first, you could actually look for a pretty aggressive all-in here, although D gets it right off the next minion, so deciding against it.
Yeah, I still will say, when you look at like the all-in, Jin's ult is not the all-in tool more often than not. You know, Gadget gonna have a lot more immediate value out of that ulti if there were to be a gank, but I think at this point, like, Kongwei isn't going to be looking for any sort of bot lane play, you know? Like, Uniboy coming down here, it's a little bit much to ask for. I think that their best tools were to look around mid lane, and especially if Uniboy can keep setting up the wave like this, where he's chilling in mid lane, there's 6 ranged minions on the other side.
Because I saw him do exactly the same thing. I was like, okay,
it's
pulling this, then it will freeze outside of his turret range. He's going to be in a great position. He's like, no, I am set. I punch things.
But the funny thing too is like Kaiwing was literally running through river like right when No Man's gets back to lane. We're going to make the gank. Oh, nope, just recall. Never mind.
Sometimes you got to punch stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the play I was talking about from Unicorns, though. Off the reset from Santis. He's going to run up top side, and Gadget can obviously go ahead and join into this fight with a teleport of his own. D-pathing down bot side likely means this just goes to the Unicorns.
We've heard already today, seen it on Foscurin's Twitter as well, Unicorns like to flip the Herald. That's kind of what they do. They will play for it as much as they can.
In their defense in this game, this is less of a Herald flip.
This is the right decision.
This is exactly set up how you want it to be as TP comes in, as D did end up committing to mid lane.
Here comes Uniboy as well. We'll see the Unicorns of Love are willing to give it up because maybe it's a bit more of a flip right now. Get the D2s out, get those coins, toss them up, see if it's heads or tails as Boss. Trades on the top side.
The TP.
The teleport from Gadget from behind the wall, but there's no blast going for him. He's going to work his way down through the bottom side of the fight. D is not really here. The Herald goes across and it's taken by a nanosec. And now the devastating charge is going to come out as Hanabi gets 1, but the shotgun finds 3. Unicorns of Love will get the Herald and they'll get out. Curtain Call coming down. As they look for a further trade, but the Unicorns of Love should just be able to walk their way out of this one. Kaiwing going in, flash, jumps, the taunt, the parallel convergence coming out as well for the damage. Another 6 going to fall. Next up on the menu is Gadget. He pulls Kaiwing back, and the final auto will be enough, but it's 3 kills to 2 in favor of PSG.
And there it is. We said it would happen, and PSG fought the Unicorns in that top river. They tricked us, right? You know, D ended up committing back towards the mid lane. Uniboy on the teleport into that fight, and I mean, part of it was just a little bit crazy because Gadget didn't actually commit to the 5v5 right off the bat. He ended up chasing down towards D, and the early damage, the base stats smacking each other in the face was PSG favored.
It's a little bit of a chaotic fight.
Yeah, because again, the important thing is Gadget, who just ran off your screen, he's not in this fight. So the Smite Steal does come through from a Nanosec. He's able to pick up the Rift Herald on top of it, but Gadget's over here. Like, his ultimate is so massive against all those melee champions, but he's not able to commit anything onto D, who doesn't even use a summoner spell.
It really feels like here Unicorn should just...
Kaiwing. Ooh, the express pathway. W to Gadget, Q flash onto the other 2 backliners, sets up for Kongwei to finish him off, and that was very well played.
I mean, it's really good from Kaiwing. Totally agree with you, but Unicorns, they get the Herald. They are out of the fight. They can walk down towards their mid lane tower, and then they're like, nah, man, gotta fight a little bit more here. They got 1 kill out of that. 3 went over to PSG, and it's about a 400 gold lead for the Unicorns. And they do have the Rift Herald, and there are still plates for the next 3 minutes, so they should be able to get some of that extra gold back in their pockets.
Do they want to commit to yet another fight around the Ocean Drake that is up, of course? I think the bot lane for them, Gadget did just come off of recall, so he didn't really have any money to spend after that fight either, and he's still trying to work his way into the Rod of Ages here. So I think Unicorns, after realizing how little damage No Man's especially did in that fight with the Shockwave against the base stats of PSG, they're like, let's pump the brakes just a little bit, calm down, and just let that dragon stay on the map, because eventually, you know, a couple items on this Swain, especially when the Leandres comes in, there's a lot of HP stackers from PSG, he will just tear through them.
And the big thing for PSG is Kongwei picked up a kill, Uniboy picked up a kill, so they are well and truly off to the races in terms of their itemization. The Runic Echo is complete on the Echo himself. Perhaps look for some of these plays, but the problem is that there's Flash is still available for No Man's and Gadget, so it's actually a lot harder for Kongwei to find a pick. So he's going to try and fight over this Scuttle Crab right now. Gadget was on his way up from the bottom lane. D and Kaiwing waiting in the wings, looking to see perhaps if they can catch out Gadget. Here comes Kaiwing. They're going to dive onto Gadget. The root comes out. Kaiwing never moved, flashed away from. He's going to pull back Kaiwing now. As Gadget had to burn his flash. The Scuttler still fought over here on the top side as the base breaker comes in. Showstopper already used. Kongwei's going to get Shockwave.
There's a TP.
His Chrono Breakout and just about gets it. And now here comes the TP. Gadget on the backline with the Demonic Ascension. Trying to get that flare off as Hanabi dives towards Santos. Gadget pops.
Look at the healing.
Curtain Call coming out. Gadget healing up. No Man's almost down. Gadget's going to take a final shot to the back and he will fall. 1 kill to PSG.
PSG, they're fighting the river. They know they have the TP advantage, and Unicorns of Love are not doing their due diligence right there. Hanabi is able to come into the fight. Boss cannot help out whatsoever. And even with the damage Gadget was able to do, the time he was able to buy, PSG are the stronger team.
But Boss has not been that involved. He is now 0-1-1. He's got 4 plates. He has a Blade of the Ruin King complete. He has a 40 CS lead. Like, this Croc is a monster.
Yes, but he's not in the fights.
But he will be next time.
Get him in the fights. He's got to be there to make that work, because you're totally right. He does have a large advantage, but now this Herald goes in the top lane to break 1 plate. Like, these types of moves don't seem like they're all adding up now for the Unicorns. You throw so much into getting that Herald. Why are we just using it for a single plate on a tower that was destined to fall?
I understand, brother. I agree with you. Perhaps it could have been better prioritized, or perhaps we were saying it's 30 seconds before the turret plates fall. We have it right now. I'm not saying it's the best play. All I'm saying is
it is a play. You're right. You're right. It is a play.
Trinity Force on its way for a Nana Sick. No Man's has the service. I keep failing that. I keep getting to the middle of it and then forgetting to emphasize the last na.
Every single cast with him, always going to be a pronunciation manual, but now we're back into standard lanes for the time being, but the big difference, one of the great strengths of having a Swain in the bot side, is he is so self-sufficient because of how long he can actually stay alive. So Santos is never down here bot lane. He's always trying to make those moves towards mid, but I think what maybe he doesn't realize is that Uniboy, very self-sufficient in mid lane. He's a big old tank. You can't really cut through his health bar too quickly either. So Unicorns, it's much more about setting up vision and making sure Kongyue can't get too much further ahead, because he's already 2-0-2, and we saw how he was completely able to take over the game on that same champion yesterday.
Uniboy he's gone a bit thrift shopping here, Ender. He's got his boots, his belt, his skirt, his vest, a shield, and a bit of fire.
And a bit of fire, you know.
Do you know
Katniss Everdeen.
Buy some fire.
He's catching fire in the mid lane. It's pretty typical nowadays for the set, but it's so interesting how he's able to get away with building so few magic resistance items. You know, sometimes we'll see, like in this game, it's usually Merc Treads, plus he's sitting on Indulgent Magic Mantle. We've seen people upgrade to the Spectre's Cal, but very common, just go Bummy Cinder into the Dead Man's Plate. The movement speed on set, as a Juggernaut champion, it's always about being able to reach your target. Once you get to your target, your abilities are nuts, right? Everyone has seen Set's W, but it's about being able to make it there, and we're making it up here to the Herald once again, Medic.
So we just saw Boss has a 2,000 gold lead over Hanabi. Like, if he is involved in this fight, he is going to be a wrecking ball. The question is, can he be there?
Hello.
Goes in, Uniboy looking for the show stopper. He pulls him back, shut down. Goodbye, No Man's. The Uniboy Kongyue combo works out once again.
That's the setup we wanted to see. Well done from PSG, and now Unicorns in a 4 versus 5 situation. Right now, I think you just push mid-wave, start hitting that tower, set up bot lane as well. Instead, they're actually completely giving up on mid lane. I'm a bit surprised to see this one, just not securing that minion themselves. But now PSG, after this Herald is taken, I think they can actually just turn it into mid lane. No one's here to defend from Unicorns.
That's why Kongyue's going.
And you don't have to put it
well,
top either, because you already have 3 people in that area, so Boss is going to be denied this minion wave entirely. So Unicorns will love losing out big time on the back of that play and that singular pick from PSG.
And of course, because turret plates have fallen off, these towers don't get tankier the more you damage them, right?
Yep.
They're just going to fall really quickly. Vito gets a charge.
Oh, TP behind.
And Kongyue has to flash away, still has the chrono bait, can dive back, but with the time wider, he's going to slow up Boss. The rest of PSG are on the top side of the map. Uniboy takes a little bit of a chunk. Parallel conversions will get the stun onto Boss. Gadget is rejoining the fight from the bottom side as Ananasik looking for that onslaught of shadows. Kongyue is going to dive across the wall. Gadget chasing forward. Never Move comes down. Kongyue almost dead. Jumps back with the parallel conversions, but he is locked down by the Unicorn.
Unicorns commit a lot right there to get the pick onto Kongyue, and a little bit surprising to see, even in that play, there were some split calls, because Santos, if they knew they were TPing in there, could have been on the roam much, much sooner. They do get the kill, and I don't want to take that away from them, but Unicorns will need to tighten things up, because if PSG all have their ultimates ready to go and they're looking not too coordinated like that, that could be trouble.
Riftel did get another charge in the mid lane, so that mid lane tier 2 took quite a bit of a chunk of damage. So we are 17 minutes into this game, 1,500 or thereabouts the gold lead for the Unicorns. We have another dragon coming up in 30 seconds. It's a cloud, which means either Infernal or Mountain will be our soul today, Ender. or at least for this game.
Yeah. I actually, this is a game where it really does matter which map it's going to be, and we can get into that in just a little bit because I feel like we're about to have another fight going. Hanabi has his TP ready to go, but nowhere really to flank on this one. Gadget's still not at level 11 just yet, so that's a pretty big break point on the champion. Kongwei, no ultimate, no flash means he can't really commit into these fights too hard. You know, PSG wants to try and stall out for that ulti to come back up before they fully commit around this one.
And that's the question, isn't it? Like, are PSG willing to take a bit of a flip of this? Shockwave is flashed away. I think you untake the flip. You place the table back gently that you were about to flip, and you decide, hey, you can take the dragon. We got the Shockwave.
What map is it going to be? Ooh, okay. So this is why I want to talk about it, because I think Infernal Rift is an overall buff to PSG. Basically, this is because when you look at heavy melee comps, one of the ways they're actually really punished is when you have to deal with a lot of terrain on the map. So if Infernal or if Mountain Rift pops up, all of a sudden, No Man's and Gadget have a lot more tools to be able to kite back of and use to their advantage in controlling space with Shockwaves and the CC that a Swain can provide. Those tight corridors going to be very beneficial to them. Now that the walls have actually been raised down and the map has been opened up, all of a sudden it becomes so much easier to just sprint straight at the Unicorns and find them out. And they have less tools to try and walk back with.
It's actually super interesting. We don't often see a team composition really affected too greatly by the rift that comes out. Of course, Zoe known for not liking Infernal Rifts or liking Mountain Rifts. Yeah. But it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how these team fights go. Blue buff was stolen away by Kongwei. Tower in the top lane goes down as Hanabi will secure it. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of items. Uniboy has his Dead Man's Plate. Protobelt, I'm going to assume Kongwei will get on his next back. Infinity Edge complete for D. And the Rod of Ages, Liandry's on its way for Gadget. Liandry's also almost complete here for No Man's. He has that Blasting Wand and the Haunting Guise already in his inventory.
Yeah, and this is something I talked about a little bit earlier, but it really is two items where I think the comps start to diverge pretty heavily in terms of like power. Because two items, you just said, the percent HP burn damage in these long fights against a lot of tanky members is going to benefit Unicorns a whole lot. And the other thing is, when you run multiple tanks in your comp, you have to split your resistances, right? So it's not like you can just pile up a whole bunch of armor. You have to go one armor item, one MR item usually, whereas carry champions just get to go all in on that one big stat, which is usually going to be the AP here for both of those two champions. So two item fights could be rough. And that's why PSG are looking to fight down bot side early, but Gadget should be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, Gadget just walks away at the end there, is able just to escape and actually uses the Vision of Empire to get himself a passive proc. High-tier Swain play right there. Get as many passive procs as possible. So, we kind of get to this state in the game, Ender, and it's difficult to define exactly how the team should play their next steps. Because I look at it, I say, Infernal Drake in 2.5 minutes. Cool, okay. You can push outside lanes, you can get CS, you can get some gold, but it feels like the teams tend to accept that you don't have to force around these moments.
Yeah, and I think for Unicorns, one of the great things for them is they can get priority in a lot of their lanes pretty easily, because I think when Orianna is going to match up against a Jhin, she should always be able to hit the wave with her AoE spells, push through that. Renekton with his advantage topside, going to be able to gain that as well, and Gadget 2 continuing to scale up bot side. So when we split out and look to control the waves, the map will usually belong to the Unicorns unless PSG are dropping a wave to then gather forces inside the river like we just saw and put down some vision.
Makes sense, and you can see that PSG tend to just be a little bit more on the back foot. No Man's going to catch the wave in the mid lane. And that Protobelt now complete on Kongwei. And what PSG have actually done really well over the last couple of days is have moments where the game feels a little stale and then find picks in those moments. Kongwei especially, he is so good at positioning his parallel convergence and catching people out when you really don't expect him to be able to. Often, obviously, teaming up with Uniboy and working with him, but right now he is working with Hanabi on the top side of the map. Boss, he's going to be pretty difficult to take down, especially with the Merc Tread, the Black Cleaver, and the Blade of the Ruin King already complete. But we'll see if Conway is able to do anything about it.
I think Gadget just sniped out another passive proc there. I think that's why he was dropping the emote, saw that come back to him. But PSG do have good vision, so it's really stopping Unicorns from searching for any sort of play themselves. But we are approaching that Infernal Drake one more time, and neither team has really shown a willingness to play passively around these objectives. PSG gave up the last one, but Unicorns, even at a disadvantage, have been forcing fights every time. And now the Leandres is finished for No Man's. I wonder if Gadget can get back to base for his.
PSG currently have control of the river. There's a ward just down towards the bottom side of your screen, next to where Kaiwing is. Just moving out of sight right now, but PSG will need to get control of the mid lane, bot lane, all the way pushed up. Gadget's going to back. Let's see if he gets his Leandres. There it is. 2 items complete. Rod of Age is still stacking up, and now he can either walk in or TP in. He's going for the TP. There's the parallel convergence. Santos, the only one to eat the initial charge. Of course, Conway didn't jump in.
Yeah, and Gadget has already teleported to that mid lane tower, so Unicorns of Love desperately want to fight this. PSG have been zoned to the bottom side of the river, so if this stalls out, there will be a wave coming for Unicorns to play with. But I think a good position for Unicorns is actually be the ones to start up the Dragon, force PSG to come in to their back line, and they're going to be able to tear through them.
I mean, the great thing for your Unicorns of Love is if PSG are coming at you, you have great shockwave positions. You've got these chokes that you have to funnel through, and you can see Unicorns start it up. Boss and Ananasik going to start this one as Conway comes in from the bottom side of the fight. Kaiwing there as well. D there. Teleport coming in from Uniboy as they look to join this Barney. The Dragon down to 1,000, the knock away. Shockwave comes out, and Ananasik is the one to secure a second spike. He's got this game. Quickness coming out as they dive onto the backline. D trying to cleanse away, flashes out, and Gadget almost gets him with the death hand. Hanabi down towards the bottom side of this is going to get taken out by No Man's and Santos, you have to feel. Ananasik will chase him down. The Stormbringer is brought to an early grave. 2 kills and the Dragon to the Unicorn.
Ananasik huge with the smite and huge with the team fight as well. Coming up clutch right there, and you saw it. PSG just do not have the damage to kill the Unicorns on this itemization, and Ananasik wants more.
Conway dying even with his ultimate available, just got CC chained and went down, and I think the Unicorns might be thinking, well, the Baron's available. 24 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead for them. This could be a little bit greedy. Hanabi has the teleport in 12 seconds to join the fight.
They're just taunting PSG to come in. Fight us, let's go, let's party.
The curtains are gonna open, the knockup comes down, and Ananasik is almost taken out. Boish doesn't go in, and that's 1 kill. Kaiwing falls, the Baron goes down. The Unicorns of Love, they taunted PSG, as you said, Betty. Oh, sorry, Fedius.
Wow! That's okay. Fine, you know what? The Unicorns will focus on what matters, Medic. Not me, clearly. All right, Ananasik here gets punched out of the fight, and they try to burst it down, but Ananasik comes back somehow and lands that smite, then the ulti onto a poor D right there. All he can hope to do is flash on out of that one and survive, but the damage is not there for PSG, and I love the call to then continue it on the Baron.
I'm so sorry, and
you should be.
We'll come back to the League of Legends game. So, yes, Baron now on boss. It's almost 3 items, gone on his way to his death dance on this Renekton, and there's a 4,000 gold lead for the Unicorns. And the question coming into this game was, can Unicorns show us what PSG showed us yesterday? Can they show us that power, that consistency that PSG showed by beating LGD? Well, Unicorns are about to beat, well, Unicorns are in the lead versus a team the only team that's undefeated in this group.
And the reason, Unicorns, I think their composition works so well into what PSG have to offer. I think Unicorns correctly identified how strong they are on their item breakpoints. So very good team at fighting around those timers. Of course, we mentioned the 2 Leandres, and now it's just, how do PSG really come back? Doesn't feel like they can force the fight and walk into the swing. The pivots in the draft to Gadget, the Orianna in game 1, the Swain in this game here have really been a curveball the teams haven't really figured out how to deal with.
Unicorn's going to take that top tier, bot tier 2. They're now looking for more as they go into the inhibitor line. Boss and Ananasik are pushing forward. Uniboy's going to use the face breaker. Tier 2 in the mid lane falls as well. 5,000 gold lead. Unicorns trying to get the waves to sync up, but that bot wave is still a way away. But PSG slow to react, slow to act, slow to get here for this a little bit of action as the inhibitor tower falls in the mid lane. PSG stepping forward, trying to find their mark, trying to find their man, but Unicorn's like, okay, you can go mid, we're going to go bot lane and bring in the wave that we prepped.
Yeah,
the wave
just
that
take
is
all
ready.
those towers. Just take all those towers, and D cannot fight. He is unable to fight until at least he has the cleanse back up, because as we've seen, Ananasik diving into the backline is so hard to deal with. There's no wave clear here either. Like, what can Deer Kongwei hope to do? The answer is nothing. They can't even reach the cannon minion buffed up by the Baron that's constantly laying waste to this turret.
This is the final wave. 30 seconds on the Baron buff. 4.5 grand out of it so far for the Unicorns of Love, and they're looking for more as these double cannons just rain hell upon the inhibitor tower. Hanabi in the mid lane trying to trade. Here comes the showstopper. The parallel convergence won't find them. The quickness coming out, and there is the shockwave. No Man's gets out of the back of it, and PSG have been swept. They've been wiped off the map. Kaiwing falls, Uniboy falls, and now the inhibitors will fall shortly after. Onslaught of Shadow still available for Ananasik, and it is just so darn powerful. It is just so darn strong from the Unicorns. They take the first inhibitor, they're looking for the second.
Sometimes all it takes is that one clutch team fight, and that came for the Unicorns around the Dragon, and now they're looking for the end.
Looking to take down the only undefeated team in their group and stake their claim for the top spot, stake their claim for World Group stages. They're not going to be able to do it yet. Overstep just a little bit as PSG fight them back, hold them away from those Nexus towers. Double for Kongwei. Did Gadget really just flash the LGG symbol?
Doing them dirty, even when they're not in the game to try and defend themselves. Unicorns, I mean, they actually lost a Dragon off of this play. They're still very much in a commanding position with double inhibitors going down, but PSG at the very least going to keep Unicorns away from Soul Point with this one.
Yep, it's an Infernal over to PSG. So it felt a little bit like Unicorns should have just been able to end the game here. Let's see why they couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I mean, they dive very deep into the backline for D, but actually Hanabi killing out No Man's there takes away a whole lot of their damage, and then also Gadget doesn't want to commit to the fight underneath the tower, which you respect. Unicorns divers just getting too deep, as we just said, but Unicorns, they're not slowing down. That's a triple teleport. I was like, that's a double teleport. No, that's 3. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going hard for the third and final inhibitor.
I mean, they might as well, right? Super Minions already over the halfway mark in the mid lane. They're working their way towards bottom, although their tower will just fall. And now they will hold this wave for a moment. You can see them not quite clearing it out as quickly as they can as oh, dear me, sorry. Ananasik is coming across from the side. Santos is going to join them. And actually, these cannons going to fall quite quickly.
They've cut off the flank from Kaiwing. What can they hope to do? Uniboy takes half his health.
Does still have the Haymaker, so should be okay with a little bit of a shield. The next wave on its way. Supers in the mid lane have to be dealt with by PSG. The Supers in the bot lane will slowly begin working their way up there. The Unicorns just trying to hope that PSG take too long to clear out the wave.
Unicorns doing such a great job of holding off the flank. Kaiwing is trying to find a way in, but they just won't let him have it.
Here comes Hanabi as he tries to get in, but he can't get there quickly enough. That inhibitor tower down to a 3rd HP. Hanabi forced away. Supers in the mid lane, almost at the inhibitor line once again. Supers in the bot lane. That's a double super wave ender.
Oh, that one is building up
so
massive.
difficult to deal with.
So much coming in the bot side. I mean, Unicorns, not this wave, but the next. Perhaps. This tower already below half HP. PSG, this is likely their final stand.
They have to defend this inhibitor, but Ananasik is looking for that flank position from the side. The minion wave cleared out. And Onslaught of Shadows could do a lot of work here. Kongwei now has to go into the mid lane. Supers double in the bottom lane. They are almost there.
And no one can clear them out quickly. It's not like you can just instantly delete those minions. Uniboy loses the W on that one. The Supers are inside of the base. The wave is here for the Unicorns of Love. This is it, Medic.
It's an army of minions. It's like we're watching Despicable Me right now as the minions continue to just do the bidding of the Unicorns. Onto the Nexus towers as the engage happens. Kaiwing tries to get on the backline, but the shockwave hits 2. There's the knockup. There's the follow. Ananasik's going to dive onto the backline as well. The turret goes down. That's the first Nexus tower to fall. Gadget goes on a killing spree. D tries to do what he can as he opens up the curtains, but it's not going to be more than an encore here for PSG. Somehow they hold on to their inhibitor, but there's still 3 members of Unicorns left alive. No Man's going to stay around. D trying to clear out the super minions. No Nexus towers, and soon to be no inhibitors left for PSG. Kongwei is going to dive in. Santos is there to protect, but the Deadly Flourish does not quite connect.
Play of the game goes to the Unicorns minions while their team is running it down in the team fights. The minions are looking to close out the game yet another time. Unicorns forced very hard there. Ananasik did not connect the ultimate onto D. It kept the Jhin alive. And that allowed PSG to hold on for the time being, but I mean, for a long time, we're going to have to say if PSG hold on, it's just that one more fight will end it all.
Have another look at this. You can see Gadget on the front line with that demonic ascension. The shockwave is great as well.
Yeah, the shockwave does hit 2 at the top, and this is what I was talking about on the right side. Ananasic doesn't catch D. He will fall down, and Kaiwing also burns at the end. Gadget flashing on in there, but unable to sustain on through. It's a close fight, but...
The problem is it's close fights, but PSG are losing objectives while it's happening, right? You've lost triple inhib, you have no Nexus towers. If you try and push out, you're going to lose your Nexus, and if you don't try and push out, you're going to lose the Baron. So it just becomes this catch-22 for PSG where every decision they make has to be absolutely perfect. The good thing for them, I guess, is the Unicorns of Love don't have their teleports right now, so we're not going to see a TP backdoor. Although I'm sure all of the world's audience out there watching is looking forward to that possibility. 4,000
Can he find the steal?
This would be a game-defining moment for Kongwei, but already the shockwave comes out. He has the Chrono Break, he has the Power Low Conversions, here's the TP from PSG. They're looking for this fight. 3 members of the Unicorns on the back of the pit as here comes Gadget with the Demonic Ascension. They're looking for the knock-up on him, and Ananasic is going to be able to get the Baron. And now the fight really begins as Gadget continues to step forward. Kongwei jumping in from the side. Hanabi trying to keep an Ananasic away from the fight.
No Man's can TP into the base.
No Man's can TP into the base if he wants. Gadget goes down first. Deadly Flourish misses. No Man's back. And he TPs into the fight. He wants more action. And Ananasic is trying to dive forward. But the Unicorns lose one, get the Baron, take a kill.
Yeah, No Man's was just waiting a couple seconds for the teleport to come back, and PSG don't have time to go to Fountain and sustain. They're going to have to turn and fight because the minions are here, and there's no towers on the Nexus.
You just can't do it. There's no way they can defend this. Kongwei dives forward, pops the stopwatch, but the Super Minion's going to do so much work. The Shockwave finds 2. Hanabi taken low. Ananasic trying to get onto D. The Deadly Flourish connects the shut down as Boss takes the kill. Now the Nexus has to be the target. It's a double for Boss. He's showing up right at the final moments of this game, and the Nexus will fall, and Unicorns go 2-0 in their group.
It took them a couple extra tries right there for the Unicorns, but they looked good through that game and close it out with a win. This group is completely wide open, Medic. It's a good one.
It's just incredible that, like, PSG or Unicorns are likely to go straight into group stage. Like, that's what's happening now. LGD, like, they could possibly catch, but it's, like, quite unlikely that Unicorns and PSG drop the rest of their games. So it is so surprising and so great to see these regions that have been so close so many times. Unicorns last year against Splice just didn't quite make it in. They went to all 5 games. Vega Squadron last year at MSI against Fengru Buffalo went to all 5 games, and here they have the opportunity to dodge all 5 games.
Exactly, it's that cheat code. You go first in the group in Plains, and you go straight to the main stage, to the group stage. And Unicorns, I mean, I think we've seen them in a couple moments, right? With some decent fights around that dragon. It was a big turn for them that looked really good, and sometimes just those one big team fight, that's what's able to change it.
Well, we are going to check out Unicorns of Love, Mercedes Drive to Victory, the fight at the Ocean Dragon, followed by that Baron. Endo, talk me through this one.
This is the dragon I was talking about here, because watch, Ananasic, he gets the smite 154 HP, and then also the ultimate onto the backline, which keeps him alive, his W giving him so much healing. This is a moment where Unicorns really just proved the compositional advantage they had. Their draft was very, very clever. They were fighting on exactly the right items in order to take down PSG, and able to convert it into the Baron, which broke up in the entire base.
I mean, Ananasic was just on point with his smites. The first Rift Herald, he smites it away. This Infernal Dragon, he smites it away. And then here, make sure that he gets the smite on the Baron as well. You can see the curtains open, and you think perhaps they stand a chance, but he's just able to survive and then secures it with the smite once again.
They're just unkillable. Like, where's PSG's damage coming from? It is just not going to work. We weren't able to see them pop off early enough to be able to take them down. So a well-earned victory to the Unicorns from start to finish.
It really was. When we return, though, we'll see if Mad Lions can bounce back after they lost to Team Liquid, because they face off against TCL's SuperMassive.
I was watching the TCL finals, and I'm just a massive fan of how SuperMassive play the game.
In the first win of the play-in stage of Worlds 2020 goes over to Mad Lions.
formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the interview booth. Laura here, joined by Mac, head coach of the Mad Lions. Thank you very much for joining me.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
As always, I mean, you wrapped up the first day at Worlds here in Play-In, 1-1 for the Mad Lions. I guess this is not the start you expected by the beginning of the day. So talk me through this day, the fact that you had to play 2 games, and the results overall.
Yeah, not exactly the day that we were hoping for sure. It's disappointing.
I mean, we played first and last, so it was a very long day for us. But I don't want to use that as an excuse at all. I think that we misexecuted and fumbled a lot of things in the second game. So for sure, we're all disappointed with, I think, the way that we played the second game, especially. Obviously, the first game wasn't clean at all by any standards. But the first game, I can kind of give us a freebie on that one, because we've been so long without playing on stage, and the players were nervous. They're young. It's their first international event, so that one's fine, you know. But I think this evening's match was not great for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. You have to adjust to a lot of things, especially with a very young team. So talk me through your journey here in China since you arrived, and everything you have to adapt on when it comes to playing on stage again, everything.
Sure. So obviously the journey here was really long. The jet lag wasn't so bad for me, but it was not great for some players. Adapting to different foods, adapting to the quarantine, coaching remotely for 2 weeks was really interesting. I think a lot of teams struggled with that one, but I mean, we're all in the same boat on that one, right? Thankfully, the kind of new hotel that we're in is absolutely wonderful, so we're all really happy with that.
Nice.
But we've only been here for 2 days. So that's it's a lot of adjustment, a lot of packing and moving and setting up new places and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been a real roller coaster the last couple of weeks for sure.
Right. Now tell me about the excitement from the players being here at Worlds in China. We saw Carzy tweeting quite often during quarantine, but yeah, how is the general mood within the players, and how excited are they to reach the next stages?
The mood is really, really good, for sure. I think at the beginning, we started off scrimming and we were getting absolutely destroyed by all of the Asian teams. And we went and looked at exactly what they were doing. And we got a really good read on all of the things that we're missing as a team, which is the absolute best thing that we could have gotten in our first few days. And I think that really motivated people to step up and really work on the areas that they're lacking in. So I think we've grown a lot as individuals and as a team over the last 2 weeks, which has been really, really good for us. And outside of that, I mean, everyone's in love with China. China is so much fun. The hotel is amazing. Being around all of the other players is fantastic as well, and all the other teams, and being kind of all the European teams on the same page is really fun, because you don't often get to be cheering for each other that much. So that's been really good. But the main thing is just playing against good teams, which has been also fantastic.
Of course, of course. And you were mentioning scrims and everything. I know it's still very early to draw tendencies about the meta and how the game is going to be played. But when it comes to competition towards the team that we've seen today, what do you think about the level at Worlds in play-ins this year compared to what you've seen last year was placed?
I'm really not sure. I felt like last year our play-in group wasn't that strong. I think INTZ actually played really well against us, honestly. Obviously, we made some fumbles, but I thought that game was really fun. And I think that they move pretty well on the map most of the time. You know, they're aggressive. They don't take their foot off the gas, which is good, because I think that's the main problem that a lot of play-in teams have, is that they don't know how and when to punish you and move aggressively, and they end up just kind of slowly losing, right? And that definitely wasn't the case with INTZ. LIQUID are also pretty good, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I think the play-ins are relatively strong this year from what I've seen. I think PSG also really surprised me. I think they were playing super well as well.
Yeah, I think PSG is the big highlight of today, in the fact that no one expected them to 2-0 their groups on day one. But I mean, we'll see what happens in the next few days. And also for Mad Lion Somac, thank you very much for joining me today, and looking forward to seeing you guys again during the next game.
Thank you very much.
And back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Law. Welcome back to Worlds 2020 and Mad Lions versus Supermassive. So we learned Lions aren't very good swimmers in the LIQUID yesterday, but Yamato and Amazing are here to go ahead and get our armbands on for another one. As the young EU squad try to get back to their old ways, how surprising was their showing on day one, given that we knew they were underperforming on the latter half of summer?
I think I had high hopes for them, mostly because I imagined that coming into the World Championship that they would figure out the meta. The Evelyn pick is nothing new. It's been around for a couple of, like a month now, even longer, and it feels like coming into the championship, teams that had draft issues, which definitely Mad Lions had against the Rogue when they kind of completely bombed out, I thought they would be solved, but we continued in a very similar fashion.
I do think that their struggles against INTZ were more surprising than them losing to LIQUID, because that loss is forgivable. I do think that LIQUID is just a good team. I think they're not like a regular third seed in general. I think they could have potentially been second or first in NA too. So that loss was not surprising, but I do think the struggles against INTZ and especially Shadow's jungle play in the early game, like usually he feels so comfortable. He seems to like just predict the enemy jungler's pathing, make an early play happen, get his team ahead, like drop a couple of CS for it. But we saw a different approach to his gameplay yesterday, and I personally do not like the Evelyn pick, nor do I like the playstyle that it kind of like portrays.
Right, and that it leads to, like, it leads them down a dark path. And the first takeaways from SuperMassive, because I mean they took down INTZ, and this one was a little more convincing than Mad Lions' victory against INTZ.
Yeah, for sure. Like INTZ made some blunders, but it all was off of the back of decent play. It was an early Hecarim kill. Usually when you see an early Hecarim kill, Amazing said it himself in the green room.
He's shaking his head like
it's this kind of solo queue, you know it's lost.
It's kind of lost.
That rainbow pony dives into your lane and already, you know.
All chat activated.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the dive, and then the dive on top as well was also a disaster. That was 5-man going into Shen, and then Shen got a double kill and was alive.
Yeah.
And the game was just, you know, they were just hitting nails into the coffin at that point afterwards.
Yeah, we can see some of the replays of Armut and what he got up to.
I still don't know how that Shen got over the wall.
So everyone's calling this, you know, a 2v5 under the turret eventually when we get to that one. I mean, the only way we can explain that is, here it is a colossal misplay, right?
He's just a ninja. They can't see him.
It's actually...
Like, why is he still alive? What is going on?
That's incredible.
Yeah, so he gets the double kill, and that was just a little taste of what Armut might be bringing in again.
And if you stop his ultimate, you get killed for it, so I think there's no counterplay at that point anymore.
What a nightmare. Okay, so keep your eyes on Armut, and he's going up against Orome, so that should be a bit of a head-to-head, I suppose.
Yeah, I think considering Orome's performance against Impact, where he played the Camille into Mordekaiser and was honestly just a big problem for Mad Lions in that match, looking at this match specifically, I think there is, you know, a discussion to be made about Orome, you know, being a potential weakness for Mad Lions. Okay,
so this is again, it seems like you guys are setting the scene for this game determining how high your expectations will be for Mad Lions in the play-ins. I mean, yes, they've had their INTZ game, they've swept that one under the rug. Mac just, you know, explained that one away. The second one, he considers Team Liquid a strong team and also acknowledges the mistakes they've made. But if they're up to their same tricks today, Amazing, if there's still Evelyn, if there's still, you know, First Blood's being drawn by that Hecarim from Cacao, things could get awkward fast for Mad Lions.
Yeah, they would get awkward pretty fast. I do expect that they will somehow adapt. I do think that this whole top-centric playstyle and then jungle farming playstyle is not something they're going to try to pursue anymore.
Okay.
I think they're actually going to try to get some drawbacks and actually go back to what their comfort is, which is basically have the top laner be more of a team-centric pick and have the jungle be more of an early game pick, like a pressure pick, to facilitate especially the mid lane coming in.
Yeah, and just your final closing thoughts on this series. Mad Lions are up against the ropes.
I think the good performance from Mad Lions was just the mid lane. We saw Bolulu taking a more defensive role on the draft we have on the screen. Everyone's centering around Cacao. I think Mad Lions can take the approach where they play for the laners, play for the bot lane, play for Humanoid. I like when Shadow is on that set, or maybe the Lee, maybe an Olaf, anything that is just early game centric to make sure that Humanoid can play aggressive and don't put themselves in a position where they're waiting for the Evelyn to farm and then buy a Banshee and be useless.
That's one way to put it. It is one way to put it. That's Yamato, that's Amazing, and that's all from us. We'll see what happens after the break as SuperMassive look to remain undefeated.
the game against Team Liquid definitely didn't go as expected, because I expected us to play a lot better, but we don't play at all like we are used to, or at least how we play in scrims. So it was quite disappointing.
He's going to try and dive forward. Got the exhaust. Tactical has a stopwatch of his own. There's nothing you can do. Team Liquid ready.
I don't think we have to make any changes before day 2. I think it's just that we are kind of choking and we are uncomfortable, and that's why we are playing worse on stage. So we just need to work on our mentality. I think we are gonna bounce back from this and we are gonna be stronger and stronger.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020. We've had an exciting day of League of Legends. We've already had 5 games, which is usually the amount that we fit into a single day. And we have 2 more. We've got Mad Lions up against SuperMassive, and then Team Liquid taking on the OS representatives, Legacy Esports, later on today.
Yeah, and I think this game we're just about to get into has a lot of potential standing here, because we came into Group A and I think everyone was like, oh, the front runners are likely the EU and North American representatives, with SuperMassive as that dark horse potentially. But I think Mad Lions weren't super thrilled in their performance yesterday, and SuperMassive, they came out swinging earlier on today.
They really did. Like, SuperMassive looked incredibly strong. Armut, especially on the Shen, just putting on a clinic on how to play that top laner. SuperMassive are on the blue side, Mad Lions on the red. The winner of this game locks themselves into knockouts. They are guaranteed at least 4th, because INTZ, of course, have already lost 3 games in this group. They could only win 1 more. Renekton bound, Akali bound, Pantheon taken away by Mad Lions.
All right, so I think the big question on a lot of people's minds is Shadow. What's going on with him? What are the changes he's going to make? Yesterday we saw 2 performances on the Evelyn that did leave a bit to be desired. I know Amazing was very vocal on the desk. We want to see Shadow get back to the form that he found so much success on during the regular LEC split, on the likes of the Lee Sin, where he was able to have early game impact. And Brock just showed him yesterday, you can still play Lee Sin even in this meta and get your team ahead.
It's just, I mean, was the Lee Sin the reason that they got ahead in that game, Ender?
No!
Yeah. But you can still play Lee Sin in this meta and get ahead. That is true, and it's going to get banned away from him.
There you go.
So we can't play it in this game. Lilia, once again, seems to be working its way through pick and ban. SuperMassive obviously played the Hecarim earlier today, and I don't think they played a huge amount of Lilia in their regular season. I'm just going to have a quick mosey to make sure that I'm correct in that. I am. They only played it once. Cacao only brought it out once, but he is very good at that sort of more farming style. The Nidalee, the Graves, Lilia kind of fits into that wheelhouse as well.
Yeah, and we actually saw earlier today, obviously Armut stole the spotlight with his Shen, getting all those kills, solo kills, 1v4, 1v5 tower dives. It was very successful, but their draft was built around Cacao's Hecarim, and now with the first pick, Nidalee, it's a lot of focus on him again, making sure he can have a champion that's meant to outpace his opposition, get an early advantage in terms of jungle camps. And that is something that Shadow has the opportunity to match here with the likes of the Graves, if you wanted to branch out a bit there, or the Hecarim.
Could always go back to the Evelyn if you really wanted to. Perhaps show us today.
I intentionally didn't say Evelyn, Medic. I intentionally didn't say it.
I get you. I get you. Mad Lion's going to go for the Twitch Rakan combo that we've seen work so well. Worked well against them yesterday from Tactical and Core JJ. And then was pretty good earlier on today as well.
All right, I mean, the Senna coming through, this is a backline already if I've ever seen one for SuperMassive. I mean, the healing you get when you combine Senna plus Nidalee, and then Nidalee too, she gives attack speed with her heal, which works so well in conjunction with an Azir, the attack speed you can buff up on him. So they have a lot of backline staying back, kiting away, whereas now with the Rakan on top of a Hecarim pick, Mad Lions want to take the fight to them and make sure they can reach Bolulu and Zeitner.
And that's what Kaiser has done so well through the regular season and through the playoffs, was his ability to be proactive, to be the playmaker for the team, lead the charge. And we didn't see it as much yesterday as perhaps we usually would. So the Rakan gives him a little bit more freedom to do that. Love the Nautilus ban. We saw already earlier today how strong Nautilus can be into Rakan.
All right, I think for SuperMassive, we want to look at like an Orianna ban here, something that works very nicely next to a Hecarim. But you could also try to take away, solid top lane options. The desk was talking about Armut versus Rome, and Rome has been a bit of a liability for them, especially in that game yesterday, up against Impact and Team Liquid. But the Orianna ban is a good one.
Yep, already going to get taken away from Humanoid, one of his most played this split. So no real surprises that that has been banned. Things like the Twisted Fate still available for him though. Also played a lot of Syndra, played some Galio. Like he's got sort of the traditional wheelhouse of mid laners right now. The Alistar getting taken away from Snowflower. Usually it would be surprising, but Snowflower is such an incredible Alistar that it is not too much of a shock to me.
Yeah, Snowflayer is Snowflayer. He's got a good Thresh too, you know. We'll give him credit where credit is due. That champion is still open for him, but he always performs internationally. Very excited to see this bot lane once again at another World Championship. And now with the Shen taken away, I do really like this because that was the other option, a very good blind pickable top lane that works so nicely with all three of the champions Mad Lions already have. I really like how SuperMassive have approached this draft already.
Now Mad Lions have to try and work a way around it. Zoe's going to be locked here for Humanoid. Only played that once in summer, lost on it, but last year he was a big Zoe player, so it's not too much of a surprise. And now I wonder, with Mad Lions leaving their top lane counter for last pick, like how they're going to do this. Because usually Arome is weak side. Usually he plays things, you know, like the Ornn, something that he can just farm up on. And it feels like you could have probably picked Ornn here and still had the ability to then have a bit more strength in the mid lane, but you've already got the Azir locked, so you've already captured it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think Zoe is a good answer here into the Azir specifically, and also when you see like a Nidalee in the jungle, like there's not a ton of hard engage options they can bring. Obviously they can pivot because they left support and top lane open. The Leona does come in as a champion, and now the Wukong here. I really like this, a bit of a pocket pick for Armut. Get him on something that is very powerful inside of the laning phase and try to bully around Arome a bit.
I love the Wukong. Of course, Mad Lions very experienced with it. We have seen both Arome and Kaiser play it, and it looks like it's going to be the Mord. So the goal for Mordekaiser is, hey, Wukong, you want to jump into my team? Nope. You can only come into the Death Realm with me. You're not going to be able to get onto that back line at all. And we'll see if Arome is able to be effective with it throughout the course of the game. But having a look more just over general team compositions, as you said, like SuperMassive had this really nice long-range engage, but also kite ability in their comp, with the Senna healing, with the Nidalee healing, with the Azir soldiers, whereas Mad Lions do really seem to want to dive into that backline.
Yeah, I do feel like both teams have like an overarching strategy where it's like you have the dive, right, you immediately notice from Mad Lions, but they also do have some flexibility, right? As soon as Mad Lions put a Zoe into their draft, well, now you can actually slow things down a bit, look for a poke potentially, and get that poke damage down before you end up fully committing towards a fight, whereas early on, all we had was showing that strong backline for the side of SuperMassive, but they finished out with Wukong and Leona, which is meant to try and punish a Zoe when she R's forward and really find that attack and start the fight on their own terms.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to hit a solar flare if you know exactly where the enemy's going to be in a half a second's time when the Zoe jumps back, so looking forward to see how these two teams interact in teamfights, because SuperMassive weren't really challenged in their first game of the day. They pretty much just swept away the opposition. Mad Lions yesterday did not show up to the same degree that I think a lot of European fans were expecting. And also, they didn't show up to the degree we saw them in the regular season. Like in playoffs, they struggled a little bit, but this was our best team in the LEC in the regular season, apart from Rogue, who topped them.
All the way up until the end, right?
Until the last week.
Is the question we were trying to answer, and it does make sense, you know? This is a very young team, 4 brand new rookies. Karzi always playing games with the camera. You'll love to see that there, but this team only got, 14 stage games in spring before we ended up going online, so it is a bit of a different beast for these players. Try and adapt to and get comfortable in, and that's why the play-ins, these first 4 games, you must find your form early to stay involved in the tournament.
A win here makes sure you are in the knockout stages. Doesn't guarantee you your seed, but will lock you at least an opportunity in a best of 5 to make it through to groups. We have a team of 4 rookies and Humanoid against a team that has a lot of Worlds experience. Once again, Armut was here with Royal last year. They lost the clutch in the knockouts. Kakao was here with IG in 2015, all those years ago. Balulu was here with Fenerbahce in 2019 when he was at MSI. Zeitnot went to MSI 2017, 2018, Worlds 2018 as well. Snowflower was at MSI 2018 and Worlds 2018. Like,
I'm scribbling notes down furiously, Medic. I've got it.
They played more games at Worlds than Mad Lions have on stage.
Can they convert it into a 2-0 start here? That's the question here for SuperMassive. I'm really curious to see how these comps end up interacting, because it can get really fun, especially in the team fights later on. But after the incredible performance we saw from Armut earlier in the day, he's now on the Wukong versus Mordekaiser, which we actually saw Mordekaiser as a very early counter pick into that Wukong. Of course, Wukong gets a lot of armor fighting long time with his passive. Mordekaiser going to be able to cut through that quite nicely, and I think with a Hecarim early on, you do have a little bit more options, because this Nidalee doesn't have a lot of CC to play around early on in the lane phase, which immediately reduces her really powerful gank option.
Yeah, that's why we usually see Nidalee teamed up with something like a Renekton who can stun for her in the top lane, someone that can lock people down so that when the spear comes in, it's a lot easier to land that damage. And Shadow switched over to a sweeper after getting an early ward down. He's warded his Razorbeaks, and at the moment it looks like Kakao is going for the invade.
Yeah, I really like this play coming through from them. He's going to start on the red buff with Q very likely. Yep, there it does go out, and now, because you actually notice Carzzy and Kaiser are giving a leash over to Shadow, that means bot prio will be in favor of SuperMassive. So depending on how aggressive Kakao wants to get, he could try to potentially play to fight around Shadow early on.
All right, now he's just going to go and steal away these Razorbeaks. Shadow, relatively low from his first camp, didn't use his smite because he wants to try and get in and steal away this red, but he has been spotted on a ward.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, Hecarim does get fairly low in the jungle. If he does Raptors, he's going to sustain a lot off of that, but this is exactly what I'm saying. Like, Kakao counter jungles the Raptors and now walks straight through mid lane, because Bolulu, he's going to have push in here too, so I really like this early game plan, how you can exploit having this Nidalee versus the Hecarim early on and some strong early lanes.
Snowflower going for the early roam as well to make sure that if Shadow had been waiting in a bush, Kakao wouldn't be on his lonesome in the fight. In the bottom lane, as you say, Zeitnot and Snowflower have got the push early on, but Carzzy and Kaiser have been pretty good at just farming themselves up underneath this tower.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting seeing the how the junglers are interacting early on. Of course, Kakao with his tenure, you know, finding ways to still influence these early matchups, but I feel like Mad Lions for a long time, like, Shadow is known as this very aggressive jungler who would love to go for the invade, similar to how we just saw Kakao do that against them, and I think a lot of credit has to go to the Mad Lions staff that are very good at figuring out how enemy junglers think about the game and pathing around it accordingly, but unable to come up with an answer to that level 1 invade. And now Nidalee, we know these AP junglers, once they get ahead, they continue to get rolling here. When the Runic Echoes comes through, like, you're going to be looking to really sprint through your camps.
Looked like Armut was going for a cheat back in the top lane. Instead, he decides against it. Kakao could come up here, but he's got a lot of camps left available to him, so I wonder if he's just going to go for the topside Scuttle Crab, while Shadow actually might go for an invade on these Razorbeaks.
Wow, no, he's looking around for a mid lane gank potentially, but Bolulu just going to walk away. Humanoid got a redemption. He's like, it's time to fight!
It's done.
But no, it's not meant to be. It will just be that Raptor invade like you were talking about. Scuttle Crabs traded on opposite sides of the map too here for Kakao.
It's something we don't talk about too often, but just getting a redemption in lane as Zoe, it's like, okay, I won the RNG, the coin flip this time, you can't do anything, I get free push, I get free health, and you can take some of those fights. And you can see Humanoid using the fact that he got a free push on the lane to go back, get himself a Dark Seal, get himself some boots, and basically get a free cheetah recall.
Surprised to see Kakao running around the map so much, to be honest. You know, a little bit of time wasted, and now we'll pop out on top of Shadow. No camps to fight over necessarily here, and because Shadow was able to steal away those Raptors, it is just back, you know, pretty much dead even. Shadow just under that level 4 mark. Of course, I think Kakao was able to steal some from mid lane to make that breakpoint.
I wonder if Kakao thought perhaps he could fight over the bot side Scuttle, maybe thinking Shadow was there a little bit later than he was.
Yeah, I think it's a bit ambitious, though, I would say, with like the actual timers of it spawning, because Shadow even snuck in an extra camp before clearing away the Scuttle Crab that Kakao didn't know about.
And Shadow now looking to get into the enemy jungle once again and steal something away.
Yeah, look at this. This is so good from Shadow. Like, it could be risky,
It's only good
though.
if it works, because Wukong's already moving from the top lane. Like, Armut could be on his way here pretty soon. Kakao's going to come in from the side. The smite is available for Shadow.
He knows that he's still here.
Here we go. Kakao's going to jump across the wall. Shadow looking for the smite. Gets it. Level 4 on both of them now. The devastating charge is going to knock Kakao back, and Kakao actually is going to go very low here. Shadow has popped the ghost. Balulu's coming in from the side here as well. No Emperor's Divide on him yet. Humanoid looking for the sleep. Can't quite land it. Does have the ignite. Humanoid deciding so far not to chuck that paddle stop. There was a flash in the mid lane as Balulu jumps back in. Snowflower now coming in from the bottom lane. But Balulu, very aggressive flash from him.
That was wild. I mean, Humanoid's rocking the heels, so he gets Shadow out of that one, no problem. But off of that invade, it is 2 flashes burnt Kakao just to stay alive. Shadow had popped his own ghost for the extra AD to try and win that 1 versus 1, because with the smite, he was able to reach that level 4 breakpoint. But Balulu losing his flash is really tragic, because now that level 6 play is going to be so much weaker if you look to play around the Emperor's Divide.
And he doesn't have cleanse or anything for the Drowsy, right? So if he gets caught out, there's no way to escape. He's now used his teleport. He has no flash for the next 4 minutes or so. It's going to be very, very hard for Balulu in the mid lane to survive if he ever gets caught out. But of course, Azir can stand that little bit further back with the soldiers and try and farm at range. Question is how much Mad Lions can utilize the fact that they have this advantage and actually take it and snowball something away with it.
Yeah, well, it was funny because I was like, Shadow, he didn't figure out a way to counter out the early pathing, but no, he did find that way, and that is good to see. But I don't think he'll be able to contest over the spot side Scuttlecraft, which is going to be a very good look for Kakao. The reset comes in first from Zeitnot and Snowflower, and you can use that early pressure. I especially love seeing it when we have these farming junglers, when you can actually get that first reset through, and your support is the first one back on the map. It gives you a lot of pressure. You can see they contest over the spot side Scuttlecraft, and Mad Lions cannot hope to match it. And it also transitions into more than just the Golden EXP there. There's now double control wards inside of the river, which gives a lot of safety to Balulu, who of course, flashless, needs that extra protection.
You can see Kaiser's working his way down towards that bot side river to see if there's anything for him to clear out, but Kakao is sneaking into the bot lane.
And look at the minion wave. It's set up. There's so many ranged minions, it's going to push away. Kaiser realizing this, needs to get back into bot side, but Shadow is nowhere near. They either lose so many minions and like don't actually step forward and risk it all, or we're going to be looking at some Summoner's Blown.
There is the Zenith Blade, there's the spear. Kaiser's going to jump away, dodges all the way back to safety, doesn't even have to burn a flash.
Well, that was a little bit early, I will say, from SuperMassive trying to jump onto the Rakan. Very mobile champion right there, so jumped the gun just a tad early. And now Shadow, he's going to go back for those wolves. Like, he knows exactly when those are respawning, so that's actually really, really good news for the Mad Lions, who are in almost an impossible position in that bottom lane. They were not going to be able to push out that next wave. They were going to lose minions, and now they lose nothing.
And it's one of those things where SuperMassive jumping the gun just that little bit allows so much more freedom to Mad Lions, because we saw yesterday against Team Liquid, Mad Lions overstepped. Mad Lions forced plays in the bot lane a few times too many, and Broxer was there and Team Liquid just turned it around. Tactical getting kills, flashing forward. Here, if SuperMassive had just been that tiny bit more patient, that tiny bit more reserved, they could have perhaps caught Kazi stepping a bit too far instead of going for Kaiser.
Yeah, definitely. I was wondering how crazy Shadow was going to get with the blue buff respawning. He knows about it, playing around that top side. And see both mid laners, like neither mid laner actually has much mana, so fights can get really, really interesting. Shadow does have access to level 6, and Rome doesn't know this is coming.
Cyclone coming down, and Rome actually passed down towards Kakao, and that's first blood before Rome can react.
Yeah, and it's going on to Armut. We saw what happened with Shen. Now he's on the Wukong.
Flash. He's going to try and get away, but there's the fear, and there's second kill of the game as Shadow takes down the Azir.
Yeah, really nicely done from both teams. Both junglers saw their windows, and they were able to attack. Rome did not see that one coming at all, but Zeitnot with a good roam will be in here in mid lane to pick up that bonus cannon before sprinting back down bot side, because there's going to be a wave coming in there too. So a little bit of min-maxing from the bot side. Big winner though is SuperMassive with this Rift Herald coming off the back of the play.
That spear just go wide with the Rift Herald?
Look, Rift Herald's big, but can tuck in if needed.
Okay, good to know. Rift Herald dodging as much as it can. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we said that Zeitnot was going to be able to get here to try and protect, but not really able to catch too many of these minions because Kaiser has the quickness, Kazi has the spray and pray. This is going to be a plate going over to the bot lane of Mad, and a slight CS lead. Zeitnot will be able to catch the final few minions underneath the tower. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of gold. And Mad Lions, 400 gold ahead, almost 10 minutes into this game. The Sheen complete on Shadow. Blade of the Ruin King on its way for Kazi, not quite done. On the other side, Balulu's gone for the Mercury Treads first. And in the top lane, Armut now, with that 1-kill lead, has the Tiamat and the Sheen.
Yeah, he'll be working on the Trinity Force as the go-to purchase for a lot of Wukong players. Also, still held onto his teleport. So after Rome died, he had to TP back topside. And since the Rift Herald was taken away, it's not like Mad Lions can do some fancy little swap maneuvers to escape from that disadvantage. So SuperMassive do have a large window in which they can try to exploit that by playing around this Infernal. And Armut with access to ultimate, you want to set up some wards for him to enter with.
And it's the sleep. Paddle Star not going to be popped by Humanoid. Didn't have the portal jump, so couldn't even jump forward to use it. Meanwhile, Kazi now just going to go down and farm in the bottom lane. And we do have an Infernal Drake on the map, and it's 10 minutes. Usually we see the first Dragon fall between about 7 and 10. Feels like both teams haven't really set up around it yet, but SuperMassive are now trying to gain this river control.
Yeah, there's been a bit larger focus, especially for Mad Lions around the top side of the map with the Invade Shadow Maid. So it does make quite a bit of sense, but now that the level 6s have come through, like, it gets explosive for both sides, and that's why I was looking at the teleport for Armor to come in on.
That's the Cyclone for nothing?
Yeah, I was looking, I was like, are we fighting up here? What's going on? Armut just pops that one, and now the teleport difference will feel a little bit less bad for the Mad Lions. Rome, even with that early death, is doing well in terms of the overall farm department. Went for the very quick armor route, so we'll struggle if Kakao ever visits top lane, but if he doesn't, here we go.
Snowflower's going to get knocked back with the devastating charge. There's the quickness. Snowflower flashes out of the knockup, though. The tenacity from the Mercury Treads actually saving his life.
It's a big purchase there. There's a lot of CC too from the Mad Lions. Here's Kakao. Can he find the spear? It's not quite going to connect. And Humanoid just starting to take control over this middle lane. Balulu is taking a lot of poke, being forced under the tower continually, and this is allowing Mad Lions to now look for a fight.
Solar Flare coming down. Shadow, of course, doesn't have Flash, doesn't have Ghost, doesn't have his ult, but he can knock Snowflower back. Dawning Shadow used. Humanoid looking for the Paddle Star. Shadow takes the spear to the back. Here's Armut. Flashes forward and swings down the hammer. Another kill to the Wukong.
Yeah, now Kakao is going to move that straight down into the Infernal Drake on top. So Supermassive, twice in a row now, Kakao has been able to convert a singular kill into a nice objective for the squad. And while the gold remains even, Supermassive are stacking those up.
Humanoid steals away the smite. Zenith bladed on. Humanoid gets Ignite now as Kakao goes low. Kaiser trying to join, but here's the TP from Balulu. Just needs to shuffle his way in. Humanoid almost takes down Kakao, but Balulu is there. SuperMassive really swinging hard at the start of this game.
Yeah, all right, I spoke a little too soon. It wasn't the Drake, but it was a kill onto Humanoid. Humanoid, we know he likes to get aggressive. He's a very, very cocky player. If he sees an opening, he's going to try to take it, but it was a little bit too much.
And although Mad do still have a small gold lead, you have to remember the Rift Herald is still sitting in Kakao's inventory. You've got a minute and a half before the plates fall, and then probably about 30 seconds before he has to place it. So that's going to be some more gold for SuperMassive. Also, getting these kills onto Balulu when he fell behind in lane allows him to get towards that Nash's Tooth. It looks like he actually might be going for Ludens first on the Azir here. And Armuth is in such a strong position as well. 3 plates taken in that top lane.
Well,
gonna get 5 as the Rift Herald comes down.
It's gonna be a little bit more than that. Really good play coming through from SuperMassive. And Orome, as one person, you cannot hope to clear this quickly enough. That is a one-hit kill there. Gold shared between Armut and Kakao. And Mad Lions with, Shadow pathing towards topside, Karzi and Kaiser doing the same. They've now had to convert out of that play, The tower goes down, they can't find a move, so they can't even trade for any plates on the bottom side of the map. That's a big win for SuperMassive.
And now that they've taken that first tower, they will just look to move Armut down into this bottom side jungle. The Cyclone engage with the Nimbus Strike can be so powerful, especially when you follow it up with the Solar Flare. Kaiser trying to get some vision around this dragon, but it's denied by Control Ward behind the pit.
All right, feels like we might be looking at a team fight very, very soon. So let's go down into what these teams need to accomplish. Mad Lions need to use Orome's ultimate to remove some of the frontliners. Probably an Armut from the fight allows Shadow and Kaiser to dive into the backside. They're stuck in the pit. Nope, they're not going to make the call. Arome's going to go back towards topside. But that's the idea. Again, Arome, even, after Armut's gotten a lot of kills, well, remove him from the fights, and it's going to be a lot better. And the hard engage can try to shut down this Nidalee Senna.
Shadow was super low on mana there, which is why I think they decided not to fight it. He probably had enough for an onslaught of Shadows, and that was about it. But here comes the quickness, and Shadow's actually coming back for the fight. They're going to knock Snowflower back. And with no flash, even with the Solar Flare, Dawning Shadow combination, I'm not sure
if the healing
comes out. Kakao joins the fight. It's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. Kakao's not going to land the spear onto Kaiser.
He wants
Grand entrance used to exit as Mad Lions able to retreat. But Balulu still has flash in the mid lane, and the ward on Arome will mean that Balulu can just back away.
What looked like such a clean, easy gank for Mad Lions turns into a 1-for-1 because not just the Senna, but the Nidalee on top. They kept Snowpower alive for so long, and this is something that will be a problem for Mad Lions. Right now, the only source of healing reduction is going to be that Bramble Vest. Arome is nowhere near the bot lane for a while.
It's 1,000 gold lane now developed for SuperMassive. Paddle Star's going to come out here. Kakao So a lot of HP lost from a single paddle star, but as you say, you can just heal it straight back.
But that's the almost a bit of the strange thing about picking the Zoe into the Nidalee is that she can heal up a lot of the damage that Zoe does, and even you can line up your spear, so every time Zoe goes for a QR combo, well, you know exactly where she's snapping back to, so Nidalee spears are fair game, Solar Flare exactly from that Leona, all going to be on the table, and Humanoid has to be mindful of that as we move forward.
Even things like Dawning Shadow, like just being able to line it up and you know whereabouts at least the Zoe's going to land. Of course, the cast time on the Dawning Shadow is a little bit longer than the portal jump. Watch out, Eep Kazi. He's able just to ambush his way to safety.
Yeah, Solar Flare was just a second off there before it came back off of cooldown for Snowflower, so they don't press too far forward on that one. Karzi likely only would have lost the flash, but would have been a big cooldown, because that would still be down before the Mountain Drake spawned. Although, this is a weird game, because we only have one dragon taken at 16 minutes, so things are definitely a little bit slower, and the teamfights around dragon aren't going to feel as important.
Right, at least not for the next 10 minutes
Exactly.
or so. You can see Armut here funneled in a lot of gold early on, all those plates helping him out, about 700 gold ahead. Cacao as well, doing an incredible job, farming up as he's 400 gold ahead of Shadow.
A fun little thing on the Herald, I believe the eye opens quicker, the more auto attacks it takes, so the clone from Armut helping out on that one. Not only positioned for the eye, but yeah, pop it open. There you go. Quick take there from Supermassive. Cacao's going to be one to pick that up. I think that's the right decision in this one. I mean, Baloo's had a lot of pressure thrown his way in mid lane, but has stabilized in CS, and they can use that. But Mad Lions, they want to make an attack. No one's top lane. Arome's in mid, and they're all coming down to bot.
But Zeitnot and Snowflower are like, nah, we want none of this. They were already between their tier 1, tier 2s before anyone even started roaming down. They're like, we're not on the strong side of the map. Don't need to be anywhere near this. We don't know where Arome is. They just back away. They give up the turret. Don't lose any lives for it.
It's solid map play from both teams. Mad Lions did what they needed to get the bot tower, but this Herald, of course, spins things up in mid lane. That should be able to knock down the turret.
Rome's trying to fight against Armut. Does have a level advantage as Armut goes in with a Cyclone. Arome, whoa, he's just dead before he can really do too much. Cacao gets the assist on the kill. Humanoid's able to save the tower.
Look at this, though. Mad Lions are underneath, and Zeitnot is not here, so they could force on Balulu.
Kazi looking for it. There's the quickness, but Lulu flashes away. The Dawning Shadow coming out. He's being put to sleep. Balulu falls, but Shadow's short to follow. You have to feel. Snowflower gets the kill. Supermassive take a loss, but also managed to get a kill of their owners. They killed Shadow.
If you doubted the Rakan Twitch combo, that is the proof of concept right there. Humanoid caught out, though.
There's the Solar Flare. Humanoid has been locked in place. Kaiser's going to try and come in. Humanoid steals away a flash and is able to survive for the moment. Kazi now opening up his armor, comes in from the side. No Cyclone for him. Snowflower now on the wrong side of the rift, but he's going to be able to flash away as well, and he's healed
Teleport
up to
in.
almost full. The TP comes in from Arome, doesn't have the Realm of Death. Will have the Death's Grasp. Doesn't quite hit Zeitnot as he steps to the side. Mad Lions feels a little bit like they're overforcing and they'll back away.
Yeah, very, very close right there. Both teams just playing around for a little bit, seeing if they could find an opening. But Humanoid on that Zoe able to pick up a few too many flashes for Supermassive to be able to shut it down. This is how the play starts again. It's Armut plus Cacao finding Arome. This has been a problem for Mad Lions that continues with Armut having a bit of a day on this one here, but this is the combination onto Balulu. Watch how Kaiser plays this. He's going to hop forward to Karzi, who's invisible, so Balulu does not see the salt, and then flashes. Doesn't get knocked up or anything like that. Gets the instant charm into the kill. The chat, of course, trades his life.
Yeah. And it is just a little bit tricky for Mad Lions, because you can find that initial engage, but the healing and the sustain coming out from Supermassive, if they keep a couple of players alive, makes it so difficult for you to actually win out on a team fight in the long run. Second dragon of the game is up. It's a mounted Solar Flare available for Snowflower in about 10 seconds time. In fact, it's just come off cooldown. Mad Lions gonna keep this dragon ticking over. Humanoid looking for the sleep, lands it onto Balulu. Snowflower goes forward, but misses.
Look at Armut!
But here is Armut. Cyclone onto the back line, and immediately Kaiser tries to defend Kazi. Armut now stepping forward in the Death Realm. He's trading against the Roman. The dragon goes down and is taken by the Mad Lions. Humanoid off towards the top side, getting chased away. Balulu flashes forward, actually just jumps in with the Emperor's Divide, and Supermassive will get a kill for the dragon.
Yeah, that should be the mid tower as well. You can see Supermassive, very clear comms, cautiously playing out that team fight. They don't want to overcommit. They want to make use over their heals, and they say, fine, we'll give you the Drake. We'll take that mid lane tower. A very good look for them.
Really is. Balulu actually going Nash's Tooth instead of the Ludens, just gives him that extra DPS across the course of the fight. And Supermassive now 2,000 gold ahead, Ender. in a very strong position. Cull almost stacked up on Zeitnot as he's got the Manamune on its way as well. I like the executioners actually on the center. I think it just gives you that little bit extra against the healing that can come out from a Mordekaiser with Conqueror, from the W,
Twitch even?
from the Twitch, from the W, from the Hecarim as well. Has so much healing when he gets in the middle of a bunch of other players. And it just reduces the amount that the sustain from Mad
For
Lions.
sure, definitely. And that's something that SuperMassive have going for themselves too. Like, Mad Lions got to find some way to cut through that healing, because, I mean, we checked in 10 minutes ago. It was just the Bramble Vest, still just the Bramble Vest. And if you're trying to find W healing over on the side of Mad Lions, well, there's an E healing on Nidalee, right? There's a Q healing on Senna. Like, that is a lot that SuperMassive have going for them.
Yeah, it really is. And I'd love to see an Executioner's call him for Kazi. Now that he's got the Rune Ends and the Blade of the Ruin King, he's kind of like there. Although you could argue Infinity Edge's core on the Twitch as well when you get towards some of these team fights. At the moment, Balulu's off towards the top lane. Does have the TP. As Mad Lions look for a little bit of an engage in the mid. Can't find it. And have to give credit to SuperMassive. They've just been playing this one out super patiently. Haven't always been looking for fights, haven't always been looking for kills, but they are 3,000 gold ahead. As Almost kills Zeitnot, but Snowflower's going to chase him. There's the Dawning Shadow. That's exactly what we said. The portal jump can spell your demise as Arome tries to trade it onto Armor. Death Realm is available, but there's the Emperor's Divide, and Kazi is chucked back into the midst of 5 members of SuperMassive. He's gone. Arome's next on the menu. SuperMassive are just wiping Mad Lions.
SuperMassive just destroy them right there. Snowflower waiting over the wall. Humanoid does a lot of damage, but not that much damage, and Snowflower absolutely punished him. That's going to be the Baron on top, unless Shadow can steal.
Shadow, he's got no flash, he's got no onslaught of shadows, there's no way for him to get in this pit. In fact, at the moment, he's got no smite ender. It's still on a cooldown. SuperMassive going to get the first Baron of the game, 22 minutes in. And we wondered whether the TCL representatives would be able to fight for the top spot in this group. Well, they are making a statement with this game.
They are. They really, really are. And you see it again. This is the problem with the Zoe. It's a style pick, but that R immediately sends you back to the same place. Snowflower punishes it so massively. Now watch Balulu here. He's going to find Karzi. Whoop! Come on back, buddy. And he instantly falls.
It's just nothing you can do there as the Twitch. Great engage from Snowflower on the Leona, the Zenith Blade chase into Balulu, just following up with the Emperor's Divide, and now Mad Lions very much rocked back on their haunches. Sleep from Humanoid. But like, half the damage you just did has been healed up in a moment. Kazi's going to look for the ambush, but Snowflower is here to protect and delay Mad Lions from finding the engage they're looking for. And now in goes Snowflower, the Solar Flare coming out. There's the Cyclone, the Wombo combo from SuperMassive is exactly that. 2 quick kills and a third to follow. SuperMassive are showing up.
Armut and Snowflower are nasty, and they do not give up. Balulu knocks down Shadow underneath the tower. This might just break Mad Lions.
I mean, it might just be game. Let's be honest. They haven't got the minion wave. That's the only thing I can see that could delay them, because this inhibitor tower is going to have all those extra resistances. 20 seconds still on Humanoid, 24 on Shadow, 20 on Arome. This is going to at least break the base of the Mad Lions. And SuperMassive, well, they're really putting a name for themselves in this group, and you wonder, next up we see Team Liquid versus Legacy. Is it going to be Team Liquid versus SuperMassive in a couple of days' time, fighting for the top spot in this group?
This group, I mean, both our groups are exciting. I feel like these games are not always going the way we expect, but look at that setup from Snowflower. Armut comes in to steal the glory, and his Cyclone is massive, but Snowflower with the setup, yet again, he was the one that found Humanoid in the previous fight, and he gets him here too.
I just think the quality of players at play-ins this year is pretty next level. Like, we've seen some mistakes, we've seen some people fall down, but also to see teams starting to really challenge the more established regions is great. And it's great to see SuperMassive once again back on the world stage. Last time they were here was 2018 when they lost in the play-in knockouts. And here they are making a name for themselves once again.
I'm not convinced Mad Lions have a good answer into them in this one. Like, the Zoe just is not going to be useful up against SuperMassive. It really is just a Twitch show, you would imagine, but even then, the damage he deals is getting matched or beaten by Balulu's Azir on the other side of things, who now has a Zhonya. It's like you have double Zhonyas against the dive from Mad Lions. It feels bad because Shadow has dived into so many of these fights, but he has not been able to get much done with people flashing away, and now SuperMassive have everything they need to break the base.
That was cheeky. So Dawning Shadow was used to delay the back of Kazi because they knew where he was, and now that means he can't get back here to defend the inhibitor in time, and SuperMassive.
It's going down.
It's those sort of cheeky plays that really define games like this, like the wherewithal, the awareness to do that, to make sure the Twitch can't get back, to break the inhibitor tower, and now to look for that inhibitor itself as well. Armored is on the front line. Mad Lions looking for the flank position, looking to see if they can get onto the back line of SuperMassive, but right now, SuperMassive are just holding them at arm's length and saying, you can punch all you want. You're not finding your mark. You're not finding the connection. Mad Lions find a good sleep there onto Cacao, but the Paddle Star isn't there to follow up. SuperMassive has, Snowflower has just used the Zenith Blade and didn't quite connect.
Yeah, and SuperMassive, they have this turret to fall back on some Mad Lions. They've forced fights hard, but it will not work if you do it running into the Azir and the powerful backline of SuperMassive. This inhibitor already down below 50% HP, and Zaytnet punches it from a mile away.
So easy for the center to step up here. Armored on the front line. Death's Grasp not going to pull him back. That's the clone. Snowflower down to about half HP, but that's 2 inhibitors down. SuperMassive, a 10,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. Like, they have just taken everything away from Mad Lions.
Yeah, I mean, they just won so many fights in a row, and we saw, like, in draft, we saw the Zoe come in. It changed the options Mad Lions had in the game, but when there's a Nidalee and a Senna on the other side, the healing just makes your champion pretty much irrelevant, unless you can 100 to 0, and that's not going to happen when you're 0 and 4 and have to itemize into the Void Staff, just the cheapest possible items to get to the next breakpoint.
SuperMassive on the other hand, Nash's Tooth, Zonya's complete on Balulu, Yumu's Muramana stacked up on Zeitnot, Trinity Force, Death's Dance, and a Randuin's on its way for Armored. SuperMassive are just too darn strong for the Mad Lions to deal with.
Yeah, let's just work it up into top lane. Snowflower is in exactly the right place to get the deep vision, maybe knock down a couple of turrets up there, because in a minute we have Baron. And that's how SuperMassive close this game. Mad Lions, if they give that up, you can't really hold the line here against SuperMassive's teams. Like, they're just going to break through structure. So teamfight is the best answer for Mad Lions, but even in that, they're horrifically outmatched.
And the question is, like, SuperMassive haven't needed the Baron to do everything, right? Like, they were winning the game before the Baron even came around. So maybe they can just deny any vision around it, look for this tier 2 in the top lane, wait for the supers to push in bot and mid, and then take a fight on their terms. Zeitnot going forward, the Curse of Black Mist, and the tier 2 tower is going to fall before I can even finish this sentence, Endo. It's a surprise to say the least. As
look at this minion wave. It's huge. They've stacked this one up beautifully. Karzi, does he have to use the ult to clear the wave? No, he has his E stacked up, so it will be good. And Kaiser's on the flank. They land the bubble.
Sleep onto Cacao. Uses the stopwatch to make sure the Paddle Star can't connect. Snowflower goes forward. Zenith Blade misses. There's the Solar Flare as well. And perhaps it's the chance for Mad Lions. The quickness comes out. Snowflower almost down, but you just don't have the damage. And now, even with the Sleep landing onto the Lulu and the devastating charge on sort of Shadows goes onto the back line, this is the only opportunity Mad Lions going to have. But you can see they're just getting ripped to shreds. They are being torn apart by SuperMassive. Kazi is next on the menu. Humanoid's already dead. And SuperMassive, with 3 players left alive, are TPing into the base. The Death's Grasp is going to stop Armored, but it is little solace for Mad Lions. SuperMassive with a commanding performance, with a devastating performance, with a demolition of the Mad Lions.
Yeah, Armu just chasing down Rome for the final icing on the cake here. SuperMassive played a great game. Snowflower time and time again finding those engagements and building up a huge lead over the Mad Lions. SuperMassive are going to remain undefeated at Worlds.
And what a strong performance it was from them. You know, Mad Lions, they had a few punches, they had a few moments where they fought back, but SuperMassive were just always ready for them. They always defended in the right place, attacked in the right place. It was a team that was coordinated and on the same page, which is something we haven't seen from every team here in playoff.
Yeah, and I mean, they've had standout players too, like people that look like they can compete at a very high level. Armut, this is his second game now where he's looking very, very good. The way Snowflower completely abused Humanoid, who just gave his team such a large advantage, because this game was not a blowout for the whole time. You know, the laning phase was very even. It was just finding Humanoid 2-3 times in a row that snowballed into so much more for this team and into an undeniable win.
Just exploded. Exploded from nowhere. One moment you looked, it was 2,000. Next, it was 10. And you feel like SuperMassive is sending a statement to everyone else in this group. They're looking at Team Liquid and saying, hey, Yeah, you can beat yeah, you can beat Mad Lions. We can do that too. Let's see which one of us gets that top spot and goes straight into groups. It's going to be a good one to be sure, but when we return, it's time for our final game of the day, Team Liquid versus Legacy. Don't go anywhere. Quickness coming out, Core JJ knockback, but Humanoid's already dead, and there's the second look at Kaiser trying to get Okazi on the back line. Tactical flashes forward once again. Look at him! He's a madman, but he cannot die. Tactical!
Tactical in his 4th professional stage game ever, showing up with the aggressive flashes time and time again.
This is the kind of thing that can change a game. A beautiful outplay from these 2 players of Legacy Esports. And Oceania will find their first win of Worlds 2020. Woo!
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
welcome back for our final game of the day, which pits North America opposite the OPL. Legacy Esports picked up a win for Oceania yesterday, and now they have their eyes set on Team Liquid. Will they take another scalp of the Commonwealth? We do have, well, quite the opposite of common. It is the absolute luxurious Yamato Cannon, and of course Amazon on the end there. Maurice, let's start with you. I mean, it was a pretty win for Legacy and a grueling back and forth versus INTZ.
There were a couple of close calls all across the board, especially when we looked at the mid lane play where they had 2 low HP members. It could have gone either way, but in the end they prevailed. So.
Yeah, and Yamato, I know you haven't been keeping your finger too tightly on that Legacy pulse, but this is a good prospect from the Oceanic region.
I think, you know, they played very, very bold. I'm looking at that Tristana. He was almost trying to honor Uzi with the way he was rocket jumping forward, but a lot of those bot ultimates landed on his head, and I think the standout player of the roster was Tally, that kept a very, very cool mind amongst all of that chaos, because it was a very chaotic game, and I think for the rest of the roster, I think the sky is the limit. They can do more than what they showed.
And while that game may have been perceived as chaotic, for Legacy's mid laner, it's actually kind of interesting. Tally seemed to suggest that they were in their comfort zone for the majority of that. And we can actually check out the video right now. No, we can't. Okay, so I thought we could. I'm getting a little bit of mixed messages in my ears because we're trying to grab hold of a player from the previous match for an interview. We couldn't quite get it in time, which is why I'm gibbling around and being all weird and putting my thumbs up occasionally. All good. Yeah, all good in the hood. But fortunately, let's get back onto the topic at hand, which is that of Legacy and taking on who are they taking on exactly?
Yeah, taking on the Team Liquid.
Yeah, so our recent big win for Team Liquid, and they're looking to do it again here. But against Legacy, is this like is this punching down for Liquid at this point?
I mean, they are supposed to win that game, to be fair, especially given their playstyle, which is really controlled, really slow-paced, so they don't allow for many volatile plays to happen on the map. And I do think that a team like LGC, like LGD Esports, needs to kind of like make something happen in the early game where they get a surprise pick, where they get a surprise gank off in order to actually prevail. And I do think that should be kind of unlikely against Team Liquid, especially given their form yesterday.
Okay, and before we do get to Game 7, let's see what Balalu has to say after beating Mad Lions.
Balalu?
Thank you very much. Yeah, Balalu is here finally. And I mean, you guys opened this day of playing in a hard way. I mean, 2 victories here. Congratulations on this one first. And then I want to know, given the way you guys have been performing and how Mad Lions have been playing lately, which is very poorly, could we call this game an upset or not?
I mean, before coming into this game, we kind of expected to, win this one. We didn't see ourselves as like underdogs or anything, because as you said, they had like a couple of bad games, so their condition is not at their best right now. So I think we had the upper hand.
All right.
Like we had the tempo from our first game too.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, starting the day with the win certainly helped you guys. But I want to talk a bit more about you as a mid laner, because you have specific style, low resources, but high damage in the end. So explain to me your mid lane style and how does it clash with the other mid laners here in play-ins?
That's a good question. I mean, if you have a jungler like Kakao who has all the tools to carry, I don't mind being like low resource and playing supportive champions. I mean, I can step up and play carry champs, but we're usually more used to playing the low resource mid lane style. And I mean, compared to the other mid laners, I don't think it makes much of a difference. We've seen a lot of like set echo and stuff in planes. So I think it's becoming more normal to have more of a supportive mid laner and carry jungler these days.
All right, thank you. And yeah, it helps here shutting down Mad Lions bot lane, but you are 2-0 here in play-ins. You have 2 teams left to play. Actually, the 2 teams who are about to play in that last game. So question in 2 parts. First, how do you think you will do versus Team Liquid and Legacy Esports? And second, who's going to win between Legacy Esports and Team Liquid later today?
I mean, before coming to this group, we saw Team Liquid as the most strongest opponent, and we still think they're the strongest opponent. I think Team Liquid will win, and I think the Team Liquid match against us will be deciding who's going to be first in this group. I think.
It is going to be spicy for sure. But Bululu, thank you very much for the interview, and I wish you the best of luck in the next games. You have a day off, actually. So yeah, you will come in prepared in 2 days. And for now, let's send it over to the AD. Take it away, Alex.
Wow. Thank you so much, Lord. But Lulu, I love you. That was cool. I like his attitude, and I'm convinced. We'll see if Legacy can sow that kind of madness versus North America's Team Liquid, who secured a win over Mad Lions on the back of Tactical and Impact. And he's just gone and said that Liquid are his ones to watch atop the group, and that they will be facing off for the top spot. How does that land on your eardrums?
Honestly, with how the group has played out, there's no way to question that, because Mad Lions now have dropped 2 games, and considering it's just a single round robin, Mad Lions have 1 more game to play, and they're going to end on 2-2, while Team Liquid and SuperMassive are in the conversation of course, ending either 4-0, either of them, because in the end, I think it's crazy that we're here, but it's just so factually true, because both of these two teams have just performed better than Mad Lions.
And it's a revelation that I'm glad we're having and saying out loud now. This is day 2, and already we're acknowledging that Mad Lions' path to the guaranteed spot, the top spot in the group, is gone, and the second is up for question. Of course, SuperMassive front runners in that respect. Amazing.
Yeah, it was, I mean, to be fair, it's still kind of surprising to me to see them struggling to that extent, but given the fact that like now Team Liquid is actually potentially even at the top spot, like we have to give credit where it's due.
Let's do that.
Tactical has been incredible all split, and he's still playing the same way in group stage, which is something you wouldn't expect from Rookie. He plays with confidence, he plays with, he's collected too, he's calm, and he looks for plays when he has to, but he's not overforcing anything. And that's something that a lot of rookies have issues with, where they don't find the balance quite, and they overforce at certain times.
And I think also the man behind him, Coach JJ, that is bringing all that veteranship and that experience, even in the match against, of course, Mad Lions. There's a lot of talk about the Twitch play, how ballsy he was, and how he was just, you know, dodging the skill shots of Syndra, keeping his summoners very tight, not buying magic resistance, is very bold. Coach JJ is the one that pieces it all together with all the wildness. I think Coach JJ is, we mentioned in the both sounds of the game, it was so clear that the man is taking a massive leadership role in this team.
Yeah, and Impact is the one that has stepped up as well, gotten his world's buff. So we've talked a little bit about the bot lane. What's Impact been up to in that top lane? Is this the same old solo killing?
Yeah. I mean, his matchup against Camille, especially when we remember that from game 1 against Mad Lions, that should never happen that kind of fashion when multiple solo kills actually happen. Camille has so many escape turrets. Mordekaiser can legit just run onto you, hope that he kills you within the time that he has his ultimate up, and if that happens, it's good. And he made those plays happen. So again, credit where it's due.
I'm just watching some of these highlights. You can see the Impact really did.
Don't gank him. Don't gank the Mordekaiser.
Leave the Mord alone, I think, is the lesson they learned in that day.
Boom.
So 2 solo kills so far for Impact. And who's he stepping into the ring against on the other side of things from No, it's not SuperMassive. That interview's thrown me off. Legacy. God, it's been a long day.
It's Mr. Topoon, who honestly...
we were singing his praises.
He was honestly doing well in the match against, like in the first match where he was split pushing and INTZ didn't really know how to deal with it. I think he did some smart decisions, and I think Tay's inexperience definitely showed that in terms of managing waves, but I can't imagine the same thing happening against, you know, former world champion.
Okay, yes. So there's no doubt about it, where you got, you know, 1 in the semi-finals historically, 1 in the finals, you know, defending champions. That's Team Liquid. So Legacy, the underdogs. I mean...
What can they do to win is actually a good question.
That's where I'm going.
And I think what they can do to win is either get 1 or 2 plays on the bottom side of the map. I do think that attacking top side may not be the right thing to do. I think kind of facilitating and negating like what Tactical brings to the table is actually the right thing to do against Team Liquid.
Okay, target Tactical. Keep that in mind. We'll see what happens when these teams do clash on the Rift as Team Liquid and Legacy face off after the break.
to Worlds 2020. We're in the play-in stage, and it's the final game of our 7-game day. And what a day it's been, Ender. We've had upsets, we've had upstarts, and we've had something else that starts.
Something else starts up. Up dog. I don't know. What's up, dog? What's up with you? That's how it's done. All right, let's get into our final game of the day. Team Liquid versus Legacy Esports. A little office reference for those of you that don't know, but this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. I really liked what we saw from Team Liquid yesterday. Starting in the draft phase, I thought they had some really clever ideas up against the Mad Lions, and Impact especially was an absolute beast in the top lane.
His Mordekaiser was unreal yesterday, and someone else that was unreal yesterday was Babip on the Nidalee. Nidalee immediately banned by Team Liquid. Yeah. Lister taken away from Tactical. No surprises there.
All right. How does this continue to evolve, though? Because we do know that Legacy love to play around top lane early. Tapoon, of course, got his Camille yesterday next to Babip's Nidalee. But against Impact, that's going to be hard, because Impact is a guy that can do so much when given so little. You know, Team Liquid don't always send a lot of players up to that lane, but he can be a hard one to shut down.
And especially since we have seen a focus around Tapoon for Legacy Esports. Like, they love to get into that lane early, they love to get him ahead and then utilize his advantage on the rest of the map.
Yes, he does. All right, so now with Lilia taken away, we're getting rid of a lot of these AP farming junglers from Babip that seem to be all the rage these days. I wonder where Team Liquid go, because yesterday, of course, like the Lee Sin was the big pick that Broxah was fighting Shadow over, but I think that that was a very matchup-specific draft, and they haven't really shown their overall tendencies yet, which can be pretty strong coming into day 2.
You see Jack's currently pontificating, thinking about what he wants to draft for this team. It's going to be the Graves for Broxah to kick us off.
All right, the Graves. This has been a pick that Broxah has definitely gone to in the past over in the LCS. And this opens up, of course, since it's physical damage, like Jensen has much more freedom to play those AP-type champions, but can be a bit of a brawler and doesn't reveal too much in the comp. One thing I do like when you see Graves, especially so early on, is getting a lot of zone control against him. He is low range, and if you see him, you know, he does a lot of damage when he gets in your face, but you can also lock him down. Picks like the Orianna have given him trouble. We've seen, especially over in the LEC.
And Legacy looking currently for the Lucian, something we haven't seen. Well, we kind of saw a bunch on day 1, and then it fell off a little bit today. We haven't seen it banned, haven't seen it picked too much, but instead, this game
Evelyn time.
Locked in. Is it Evelyn time?
I mean, Lilia and Nidalee are banned. Lucian is picked. That usually means Evelyn is going to come on through. They don't necessarily have to go with Evelyn right here because there's already a jungle picked on the other side, but that should be the expectation. That would be my expectation, at least.
At the moment, it is going to be Thresh instead. Hasn't been played too much by Ioz. Ioz actually has like an incredibly huge champion pool. He's played like Bard, Lux, Yuumi, Taric, Morgana, Soraka, Lulu, Thresh, Blitzcrank, Karma, Nautilus, Leona, and Braum, all in.
So he's played literally everything?
Pretty much every support apart from Set and Wukong. But Thresh is a pick that he is comfortable on. We've seen him on a couple of times throughout the course of the split. And now, I wouldn't be surprised at all by the Ashe. Gives you that utility, gives you good lane presence. And Tactical has proven more than enough times that he knows how to pilot the champ.
Yeah, so what's the pairing for Core JJ now? Because, I mean, would we do something like a Blitzcrank up against the Thresh? Can be a good matchup for sure, but you definitely usually see a lot of pairing of hard CC supports next to that Ashe.
Bard. Like, his Bard is absolutely
actually
unstoppable. Ashe has safety in the lane. They're going to go for the Orianna for Jensen now instead, obviously prioritizing getting a strong mid lane pick for Jensen, but I would have loved to see Bard come out there for Core JJ, only because I've talked to a lot of my North American colleagues and I've watched some Core JJ Bard. It is a delight, to be sure.
It seems like there's like 2 different types of these roaming supports, and all our supports are going to be good, like the Thresh and the Nautilus roaming around the map, the really top tier ones. They've got that Bard in the mix as well, and we've got a Ziggs now. I'm expecting this to be a bot lane Ziggs. That would be my expectation. I think that Thresh works really well by himself, and against the Ashe, when you see that locked in, Ziggs is a champion that can actually compete for bot lane priority, and I think can be solid when looking to play for early turret play.
I see that. I think having watched some of the OPL and just knowing, like looking at Raze's champion pool, looking at Tally's champion pool, I would be surprised if Raze, who is known as the best AD carry in the OPL, is the one who's put onto Ziggs. However, what they could do is take Graves, put him on the Lucia, put him in the mid lane, and then take Tally, who has played more Ziggs.
Yeah, because we do know that Tally has played Ziggs over in the OPL. I really like Ziggs in bot lane. It's something that I'm hoping we see more of. We have seen a little bit of the experimentation, rather, of AP champions, especially from Gadget. We saw the Orianna and the Swain, of course, but some room here for a Legacy to play around how they want.
Yeah, it's definitely a good pick into the Ashe. It's just debating whether or not Raze is the one to pilot it down towards that bottom side. Hasn't played he has actually played one Ziggs game throughout the course of this split. So obviously, Ender, you were clairvoyant.
We'll see what ends up happening. Regardless, I like the Ziggs pick. We were talking a little bit about the zone control. It can be very effective against a champion like the Graves. And while TL were quick to pick up the Orianna and prevent that from going into Legacy's hands, the Ziggs can offer that. We also looked at the Blitzcrank as a potential pick for Core JJ down bot side that Legacy also smartly removed. But now with Evelynn getting taken off, I'm like, did we wait too long to pick that one up?
And also, like, hovering the Bard against the guy that you expect to pick it's like, as much as I'm sure Jazz and Team Liquid have it in their minds, do you want to remind them that Core JJ is this incredible Bard player and you can pick up the Bard? Looks like it's going to be a Jarvan in the jungle for Legacy as they hovered through a slew of different picks. Has been brought into the role once by Babbitt this split.
I really don't love Jarvan versus Graves, though. Like, obviously, we don't always look at jungle matchups in the lens of the 1v1, but Jarvan can't really do anything to Graves, who can easily dodge away from the EQ, build up grit, and really blast him inside of his ultimate as well. So in that sense, it's going to be good. What the Jarvan really does unlock is playing around with this Thresh in particular, either ganking bot lane or looking to roam towards mid, you know, maybe even going top lane, depending on what Tapoon chooses to take for himself. But this puts a lot more pressure on Bobbip, on this Jarvan, to make stuff get done early, because otherwise this Graves rather is going to be really a menace.
And the Jarvan, I remembered them playing it in the OPL finals. Just had a quick look now. It was the second game when they subbed in Halo in the mid lane, who was their substitute mid laner, and they lost. So the only time they have played Jarvan this split is the time they lost on it in those finals. No Bard here, though, for Team Liquid. They're going to bring Rakan back for Core JJ. Had a great performance on it yesterday. And gives him that little bit of extra engage potential alongside the Ornn.
And, you know, Rakan, a little bit more exciting than a Bard. I'm going to be honest. Get those flashy plays going with Core JJ. You love to see that, especially paired with the Orianna. So once again, Team Liquid, as seems fairly standard for them, drafting some strong team fight composition here. A lot of all-in potential and the damage to back it up.
Sylas, the final pick here for Legacy. Expect that to go up into the top lane for Tapoon. It has so many good ults, like Quickness, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Shockwave is good-ish if you can get into the meat of the battle. Collateral damage and Call of the Foot. Like, I'm looking at this as like a buffet of ultimates. Just to
for sure. Sylas loves this, and especially the matchup against the Ornn in the top lane. You know, he's gonna have a good time, especially with the W. It's hard to push him out or actually look for a kill, but he can pick up that Ornn ult and then look for those TP plays, or even as simple as walking it down towards that mid lane. The last we saw on the screen, it was Lucian in mid lane, which I do personally like, but we'll see what these teams ended up going for.
Tally, previously a top laner, switched to mid lane this year to play with Legacy, and has been having a pretty good time of it, of course, as Legacy won the OPL with a 3-1 victory versus Order. Now, both these teams undefeated so far in this group. Both of them looking to equalize Supermassive at 2-0 and to separate themselves from INTZ, who are at the bottom on 0-3. The winner of this game will guarantee themselves a spot in knockouts. Of course, the top 4 teams from each group go to knockouts. And if you win this and you are 2-0, you cannot lose 3 more games. And INTZ is sitting at 0-3, so they cannot catch up with you.
Yeah, so this game, obviously a big deal for these two teams. I'm a little surprised, honestly, coming out of the draft phase to see how these two teams attacked it, because I feel like Team Liquid didn't really put too much pressure on themselves to get a lot done early on. They have some solid lanes, some good blind picks, of course, and Graves is going to be farming up a store. I do feel like there is pressure over on the side of Legacy, especially Bobbip on the jungle with the J4, making plays around strong early lanes to play for turret plates and, of course, those kills.
I mean, historically, Legacy have looked to the top lane
And Barbit has looked to the top lane to try and get Tapoon ahead and then utilize that advantage. Now, the Sylas-Ornn matchup is not one I've seen a huge amount. Is there the possibility that they can try and shut down Impact early on?
Yeah, so I do think if Ornn does get pushed in that lane and you set up the lane so that he has a long way to run to his tower, you can gank there. But I think, especially for rocking Lucian in mid and Ziggs Thresh down bot side, I would actually like to see more pressure put around those areas to unlock support to roam with the jungler. I know it's not necessarily the Legacy bread and butter, but the way they have drafted is exactly what they are saying. They want to play through that combination to support Tally and Raze hitting these turrets early.
And we just have a pause as we jump straight on into the game, so we'll get that sorted and then get back on into the action. It's been a great day of League of Legends. I've loved it. Like, we'll talk more about Team Liquid and Legacy as we go throughout the course of this game. But let's just talk about like what we've seen today. And like,
sure.
LGD lost to Rainbow 7, which is just, that's mind-blowing. LGD are 0-2 in the group. Mad Lions got knocked down by SuperMassive in the game that we just watched. Unicorns of Love look incredibly strong. We saw Legacy beat INTZ earlier today. Like, it feels that this play-ins is the closest in terms of skill level across the board that it's ever been.
Yeah, and when you look at it, it's like, okay, the LPL and LEC are now sending their 4th seeds into play-ins, which does mix things up, but we're looking at groups now, and this Group A in particular, where Team Liquid look to be the favorites with SuperMassive as the team to chase them. Of course, this game is the opportunity for Legacy to also put themselves into the conversation. Just to win against INTZ is not enough to prove yourself in the play-in stage.
And I will say, if Legacy, like the expectation is here, Legacy should be on the back foot the entire game. Like Team Liquid, they are clear favorites in this game, especially after their showing yesterday against Mad Lions. They'll probably play the early game relatively slow. That's the Team Liquid way. And then when we get to team fights, when we get to coordinated map play, that's where Team Liquid really come online.
Yeah, and the team fights especially. You look at Ornn, Graves, Orianna, Ashe, Rakan, like it is a very clear story over here for Team Liquid, who seem to have lasered in on a couple of styles that they want to play. Of course, yesterday they had the global options, right, with the Mordekaiser and the TF to really collapse and hit side lanes hard. Today they said, look, Legacy, we're not worried about them early on. We're going to get through the lane phase. Don't, make things too complicated. We're just going to get to those team fights. And yeah, I like the cohesiveness I've seen from this comp.
It's just works so well together. And when you have the call of the Forge God coming in from the side and the Rakan jumping onto the back line, it's going to be very difficult for Legacy to reposition around. You do have some mobility. You've got the Lucian who can dash. You've got the Jarvan who can reposition in the middle of a fight. And the Lantern, I feel. The Lantern coming out from Isles on this Thresh could be defining in some of these team fights. Because if a Call of the Forge God comes down and then you're able to Lantern someone out before the quickness can follow up, before the arrow can follow up, you negate so much of that engage potential.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lantern is going to be a really big deal, as you mentioned. And Thresh in particular, this is a game where we're going to have to see Legacy really unlock Isles to make plays around the map with their Jarvan. Because, I mean, we briefly hit on this earlier, but if you look in the jungle, you're getting outscaled in that regard. If you're looking at Orianna versus Lucian, while Lucian's scaling is not terrible, when you consider what they have to offer to team fights, you're always going to err on the side of that Orianna. And even Ziggs' damage can be fairly unreliable in team fights if it's not paired up really well with either the Jarvan ult or a stolen, really big Wombo ulti that Sylas can go ahead and find for himself. So we're always going to err towards the side of Team Liquid the later we get into this game, I feel. But, of course, Legacy have the options with the Jarvan and the Thresh to unlock more plays early on.
It's a mountain for Legacy to climb. Historically, the OPL has not done incredibly well when it comes to Worlds and international performance. Last year, Bombers went out of MSI play-ins. Mammoth lost their tiebreaker in the playing groups to Unicorns of Love and were knocked out. I mean, Legacy, the last time they were at the world stage was 2014 when we still had the international wildcard tournament, and they bombed out of that as well. Yeah. So the OPL, it seems like every time we come to Worlds and when we come to international tournaments, they are like, maybe this year, maybe this year, maybe this year. And after their first performance, I have a little bit of hope in them, but this is the game that will really define whether the OPL have come to fight.
Yeah, it's always a big matchup here for OS to finally try and take down North America. I remember the best pregame speech of all time, the best I have ever heard, was 2017 Worlds play-ins. And it was Direwolves playing against Cloud9, and I believe it was the owner of the Direwolves who came up on stage and gave this long speech about the Direwolves were like native to North America, and now they're finally going to return and they have to take what they want, and they didn't pull it out in the end. end, but it was intense. So these teams are always looking to put themselves up against top contenders from the larger regions, and this is now Legacy's chance to do the same.
Of course, we do apologize for the pause. We'll be back on into the game as soon as everything is rectified. Originally, it was CoreJJ who had an issue with some of his settings, and now it looks like one of the Legacy players is seeing some attention. In fact, I thought I had an announcement for you, but they have moved the auto queue away from where it was.
There's no announcement. There is an announcement.
Team Liquid's CoreJJ and Mad's Tally reported an in-game issue that we are currently investigating. So there we are. It's not Mad's Tally, it's Legacy's Tally.
He might be mad about it.
I think what happened there is, it goes to show, they could put anything up on that auto queue and I would probably read it out word for word. But yeah, Legacy.
That's how the writers get their revenge, right? Is they just start putting like confusing things in the prompter. You know, you get to read something and it's like, oh, I didn't write that. Delete it instantly. And
oh, that's true, actually. Yeah.
Evan, if you're listening, please don't do that.
Hey, I'm saying, Evan, that's pretty sus. Okay, it's pretty suspect. Evan is the imposter, I think is what we've worked out. But let's take just a wider picture view of Plains generally, as we don't need to because we're going to get on into the game. Let's talk about League of Legends,
yes.
Ender. Let's do it. So, let's have a look down these rune pages. Lethal Tempo on the Ashe, as expected. Guardian on the Rakan. Press the attack, Lucian. You tend to see that in the mid lane. But then Conqueror Jarvan is like, I can understand it, but it feels a little bit aggressive to me. You could also go for something a little bit more tanky.
Yeah, so I think the two options you usually see on Jarvan are either the Conqueror or the Electrocute. And I think we've seen a lot more people go towards the Conqueror for the sustained fight. Yeah. Electrocute, after some nerfs a long time ago, is just more frowned upon by junglers with lower damage and lower cooldown. You're not spamming out ganks in pro games, so you might as well go for that Conqueror. And it also means you have easy access into Legend Tenacity, the rune choice that'll be very effective against an Ashe later.
So there is a ward that Team Liquid have just walked over that the sweeper did not spot. So Legacy know this is happening, and they know that Broxer is in their jungle. Babip has started on the top side of the map. Wonder if he's going to try and EQ.
He's going to go red to blue. Yeah,
is he spotted on this ward? Yeah,
yeah, he should be on that one. Yep. So the reason why I think this is a really good play from Team Liquid is because I always think the Bobib's plan was actually going to be to go red to blue right off the bat here. It's something you can do. Level 1 on Jarvan, you don't really have that many tools to fight, but level 2, hop over the wall and go for that one. So now the map is going to be fully split. This also provides a lot of protection for Tactical and CoreJJ on the bottom side, but Impact will have to make sure this lane doesn't start pushing away from him. And I think it's in a good position to hold right here, so he doesn't have to worry about a Jarvan.
Boon hits 2 first, going to abscond, abduct in. Ooh. That's quite a bit of damage. Kingslayer, of course, healing Tapoon up at the start of that fight.
Yeah, but look at that grass proc from Impact. He's level 1 and got a whole chunk out of Tapoon on the way out there, so he's going to be feeling fine with that one. Now, one of the things we mentioned in draft was like early pressure from lanes from Legacy to back up this Jarvan on the invades. Another reason why I think dodging out from Bobip early on is going to be good, but because there's pushing lanes, it makes it harder for Bobip to actually find a gank. Top lane, he can't go there. Mid lane, he can't really find a move either, but Tapoon, holy!
So this is where Legacy get their advantages. Tapoon is a monster, and I was wondering when I watched their games whether he would be a monster on an international level as well, or whether he was just a big fish in a small pond. And it looks like with these initial trades, he could be at a level where he can challenge Impact.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on it as we go into this game, because it's one thing to take some good trades in a lane matchup, it's a whole other to be able to have that same influence on stealing those big ultimates later on in the game too. Is heavy trading around mid, and there might even be an opportunity for Brox. I don't think you actually commit here, because of course Tally could just walk into the river and then all of a sudden there's a Jarvan, but that Jarvan's looking for a dive top.
Impact is going to clear out the way with the Bellows Breath, gets the knock up onto Tapoon, but here comes Babip. Impact with an early flash to get out. Summoner burnt there on the Ornn, and now Broxer is sitting around the middle lane looking to see if he can catch out Tally.
Yeah, now that they saw Bobip, he can go for this play. He wasn't going to originally, but it is open to them now. Still a flash and a dash for Tally. Should mean no kill opportunity, but we're back for round 2, Medic.
There's only 3 minions here, though. One is going to get cleared out as Babip tries to get in, and Impact done a good job just of slowing up the Jarvan, and has a little chuckle as he watches him walk away.
Yeah, Bobip thought he could make something happen there, but I think the previous gank Impact had committed forward with the E, which made it a little bit easy to line up that EQ, force the flash away. And now Broxer will be back off of the reset. And this is something that is less than ideal when you're playing an early game ganking jungler, is if the opposition is recalling before you, it actually reduces a lot of the time where you can make plays. You know, he doesn't want to walk into mid lane on low HP when Tally is going to be low as well, because it's a very easy answer for Broxer.
Tapoon trading onto Impact once again. Just a couple more auto attacks would be enough, but the saving charge is saved. Impact will get away. Talon's recall was stopped. That's so good.
Brox is going to keep going. Oh no, it's so doomed for Tally this whole wave. It might be kill.
Brox the smoke screen misses the end of the line. Tally has to burn his flash.
But it's a flash on top. It's not even just delaying the reset, forcing a TP out of Tally. Like, that is an entire minion wave denied in mid. Tally had a CS advantage, but because of the delayed time, Jensen has now come ahead in CS in a losing matchup.
And also doesn't have to teleport back to the lane. You can see Tally just used his as a pickaxe in that lane now. Tapoon's going to work his way back towards the top lane, and Boxer has total control of this top side of the map.
I want to see if Legacy can get a deep ward inside that bot lane, because Tapoon has his teleport and Bobip is on the bottom side of the map. You have the Lantern now to work with these lane gank plays. Also a blasting cone for Bobip to hop over the wall on, but this is something Team Liquid's bot lane is going to be aware of. You see Core JJ, he doesn't have a ward because he went for level 1 sweeper, so he's being a human ward in that bush. With his mobility, he's pretty safe to go ahead and step up for that.
It's something Team Liquid did so well against Mad Lions yesterday as well. The ability just to step forward, understand where your opponents are. Tally's going to get forced away here.
Ouch.
Has to dodge away because that shockwave is available for Jensen.
Exactly, it's the level 6 difference. We saw before the reset, Tally able to play a little bit more aggressively there. Now Bobip is just around to help push out this wave. Bobip always going to be on vision too. I mean, right now he's obviously revealing himself, but there's double control wards in this topside jungle, and Jensen might look for the ult.
Stepping forward. Ooh. I think what he was trying to do, so you can see where the Demacian standard is, right? Just between those two minions. Jensen deliberately towards this. Tally gets hit with the shockwave. Boxer trying to trade onto him. Bobip in the way. Here comes the TP. Jensen flashes away, and now that teleport is going to be burnt for nothing. Tapoon unable to get into the fight.
It's a disaster for Legacy right there. Not only does Tally go down, but the one advantage they had with the teleport is gone too, as you rightly mentioned. Jensen punishes the flashless Tally, and Brock's like, the slow motion of the end of the line returning his Tally has absolutely nothing he can do against it. It was brutal.
And already Team Liquid getting out to an early lead. 700 gold ahead, and we wondered whether the OPL could challenge against the LCS. Well, right now, LCS is having a field day.
This is just, oh, you hate to see it, you really do. And Broxa gets the line up against the wall. Bobip unable to answer with Jensen's good flash to escape from that. It's starting to look grim for Legacy, because again, while it is just a kill, remember, by going for the Jarvan in the jungle, by, you know, taking Lucian in mid, you were supposed to come out with an advantage, and to lose that 2v2 is deadly.
It's just all of those incremental advantages that a team like Team Liquid will snowball off, right? They will take those small bits and they'll make 100 gold into 1,000. They'll make a plate into a tower. They'll make a first dragon into a soul, right? It's what Team Liquid do so well. They are not the most aggressive team. They are not the bloodiest team, but instead, they are a team that will take those small leads, snowball them away from you, and then beat you in team fights.
Speaking of those team fights, Tactical has reached level 6, so has access to the arrow, and has been completely uncontested in this bottom lane. Because of the early swap, Broxa split the map, and now it's split once again. Jensen picks up the blue buff and full control for Team Liquid around the bottom side of the map. I would not be surprised to see that turn into an Ocean Drake very soon for Legacy. I don't really feel like, or rather for Team Liquid, because I don't feel like Legacy have a lot of firepower around it.
You see as well, Impact's just able to roam away from that top lane. Tapoon hasn't got to the Hextech Revolver yet, assuming he's building up towards a Protobelt with the Kindle Gem. Catalyst of Aeon's already finished on Impact, means that he is very healthy in some of these lanes. And
ooh, look at this. Bobip is running over to get that blue buff trade. It is delayed though, and Brox is going to be done with this red buff soon. Going over the ward, good hook.
Good hook onto Core JJ. He's going to bring him back underneath the tower, but the power of Rakan is his ability to battle dance away. And Bobip, instead of going for blue, has decided Rift Herald is the play.
Interesting. I mean, I feel like once you reach level 6 on Jarvan, continuing to farm, like obviously you're going to continue to farm, but you do need to transition that advantage somewhere else, because Graves, again, is going to be outscaling you. But now, the rest of Team Liquid is on the way to try and stop this from going down, and there's an arrow coming up the river.
Johnny Crystal arrow goes wide. Oh, Tapoon, but the shockwave was available for Jensen. Instead, just chucked a little bit of damage down. Rift Herald secured. Tapoon trying to get onto Impact.
Oh, Impact!
Knock up. Jensen still stepping forward. The saving charge does not connect. Impact still chasing Tapoon down here. Tally's going to try and turn it back around, but Impact's so tanky. Shockwave stolen away by Tapoon. There's the culling onto Jensen. Tapoon goes in. Shockwave hits 2, but it's not enough as Team Liquid to take a kill. And now Core JJ has the flank position, has the quickness, and he's going
Here it is.
Trying to get onto Babbitt. Now turning his attention to Tally. Can't land it with the grand entrance. Babbitt forced away, and Tally is all on his lonesome underneath the tower, but there's not a minion wave here yet.
Medic, I think I know how this one ends. Tally's trying to clear away the minions, but there's 4 members of Team Liquid here.
There is the shockwave, and there goes Tally. 3-0 already for Team Liquid, a 2,000 gold lead. And Broxer is hard smurfing in this game.
Yeah, I mean, 3 kills picking up all of those right there. Let's not forget Impact's 3-man ulti. The follow-up wasn't able to
helping him smurf, but Endo is a jungle main. You know, you take those.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You know, poor Bobip's just trying to get the objective for his team, but Team Liquid, they have the team fight. They have the long-range engage. We saw the Ornn ulti there, the Ashe arrow as well will be coming in later, and that is something Legacy do not want to deal with. You don't want to take the full 5v5s, and that Rift Trail was just a giant magnet for TL.
And once again, it's not the key focus, but I want to praise Tactical for a second here, because CoreJJ was in top lane. Tactical is here, still on the same amount of CS as his lane opponent in a 2v1, and it's the power not only of Tactical being a very good player, but also the Ashe just gives you that much more safety. You can stand a mile back and chuck out volleys and keep yourself pretty safe. Broxer now looking for a gank in the top lane. Tapoon hasn't really had the impact that Legacy would have wanted him to so far on this Sylas. He jumps onto Broxer, steals away the collateral damage. There's a lot of work, but Tapoon will fall once again as Broxer just needs the final auto attack.
And just quickly trying to reload there. Bobip in the jungle for Jensen.
Jumps onto Jensen. Jensen doesn't quite have flash back up yet. There's a Cataclysm, and Jensen will go down. First kill of the game to Legacy.
That is a good look, though, for Legacy. And Bobip, we've been waiting for him to make a play on this Jarvan. It came a little bit late, but they still find Jensen inside the jungle and also deny him that blue buff. So a nice pickup. But this is going to be multiple plates going over solo to Impact.
Oh, there's a Rift Herald available for Bobip in the mid lane, though, so they're going to try and trade this as effectively as they can. Their goal would be to take this first plate down
Look at this. There could be a fight. Jensen will spawn in 5 seconds and has teleport. CoreJJ is around. His ultimate just barely about to come up.
It looks like Legacy are being patient. They're being apprehensive about the possibility of a roam, so they back away. Just get the 2.5 plates.
Yeah, Legacy have also done a good job of keeping consistent vision inside of Team Liquid's jungle. It hasn't always saved them. You know, Broxer was still able to sneak up topside for that gank, but they were able to see Tactical and CoreJJ on the approach towards mid.
So let's take another quick stock of where we are in terms of game state. 2,000 gold lead for Team Liquid, 12 minutes in. 4-1 is the score. Broxer with all 4 of those kills for TL. Legacy are starting to get towards their first items. You can see Manamune stacking up on Tally, Seraph's Embrace, complete on Raze. Photo Belt on its way for Tapoon, but not quite there yet. Team Liquid are about to get the first dragon of the game. It's an ocean for them, and a cloud next up. So Soul is either Infernal or Mountain.
Right now Jensen has push, and they see Bobip inside the jungle. I would almost like to see Jensen try to use this push to then create some pressure down towards bot side, but I think he wants to go back to base. Might have enough to finish off that Seraph's Embrace. One thing we haven't seen Legacy really commit to is roaming Isles and Bobip around the map together. It's not something they did a lot of in the OPL, but if they want to take full advantage in this mid game, they have to find that combination to make plays, because Team Liquid are looking a lot more coordinated so far in the early stages.
And Tapoon is really just struggling against Impact right now in the top lane. He had a good few early trades, and he can trade effectively against him, but the problem has been it hasn't just been Impact in the top lane. It's been Broxer, it's been Jensen, it's been CoreJJ. Tapoon has just been set behind. At the moment.
Broxer wins these.
Yes, he does. Bobip's going to face check straight into him and realize he doesn't want a piece of that at all. Tally locked up with the shockwave. Jensen trying to try and put some extra damage down with the command attack. Boom! Collateral damage from across the wall finds his 5th kill of the game.
I mean, Bobip's right there, but Broxer won't let him save the day. Bobip now being forced out of his own jungle while Jensen hits the mid lane turret. It is doomed. It is looking real doomed for Legacy. Team Liquid with pressure all over the map.
The only lane that really is not in favor of Team Liquid so far is that bottom lane. It's pretty much even. You can see even if Tapoon can find Broxer by himself, just can't do enough damage, just can't take down the Graves. The True Grit working so well for Broxer.
I mean, and look at Isles on the minimap. He's just bouncing back and forth. He's like, do I go top? Can I make something happen? Do I go back bot? Like, he hasn't been able to find any roam, and while CoreJJ has only found 1 assist, he has constantly been moving towards mid lane and helping create a lot of pressure. Now, Raze might not even be able to farm underneath the tower, because CoreJJ is going to be able to cut him off at the pass.
Look at how far Tally is behind at the moment. Like, he's 96 CS. He's going into a lane where Tactical has 150. His lane opponent has 135. Like, Tally has been a punching bag for Team Liquid this game. 1-3. And this Lucian mid pick really hasn't worked out too well for them.
Yeah. I would really like to see, oh yeah. I mean, we'll just watch this one more time. Just catches him on the edge. Bobip, he doesn't know exactly where Graves' positioning is. That's it. That's his excuse, because you can try to walk in front and try to block the extended range on that collateral damage, but it was just a little bit hard to make happen there. Jensen clearing waves in Matrix style.
Yeah, super style.
Yeah, I was gonna say, right before that replay hit, there's a deep ward in that bot lane that Tapoon could have teleported to, and I think that if I'm in Legacy's position, things are starting to get desperate. I would have liked to see them try to force the issue a bit, but you have to figure out a way to force it when Broxa isn't around, because if he's ever in the equation, he's just gonna tear through you.
He's got a 500 gold bounty right now. Tally almost goes down to the collateral damage. The shield from the Lantern will keep him safe for the moment, but here's Jensen. Did have the Shockwave, decided not to use it. Babbitt forces him away. The Shockwave comes out, and there's the flash from the Jarvan. Meanwhile, that tower is chunking away at the minions, yet to be taken, but will be short to fall, you have to feel.
But it's just total dominance from Team Liquid. Don't even let him near the tower. Deny the CS, deny everything, steal away jungle camps.
This is how you play textbook League of Legends.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
Get a lead, and you choke the enemy team out of the game, and that's what's happened, right? They were 2,000 gold ahead. They're now 4,000 gold ahead, and the expectation is by 20 minutes, that's 6,000 gold, and Team Liquid do this so well.
But it's just so demoralizing. You press tab and you see Brox's 5-0 with a Warrior and a Black Cleaver 15 minutes. Like, Turret Plates just went down. What did he do to deserve this? He got 5 kills.
Farmed enemy champions. Yeah, it worked out very well for him.
Looks like Ray's just chucked out his ultimate to try to steal the blue. Did it work? I can't tell.
Boxer doesn't have it.
No, I think Jensen might have picked it up. I only saw it on the minimap, so it was very hard to tell. No,
didn't get it, yeah.
Didn't happen.
A shame for Rays, but only a small slight, considering the magnitude of deficit they are in right now. Boxer's going to get the second Rift out of the game. First, of course, was secured by Babbitt with a nice little play as Boxer is stealing his blue. But this will be able to open up that mid lane. That's the one benefit I guess Legacy have, is it's actually quite hard to siege against the Ziggs, because the Ziggs just like Hextech Minefield, a couple of bombs, the wave is cleared.
Sure.
So the Rift Herald gives you that opportunity just to take a tower a lot easier.
Yeah, I think later on when we get into the game, like TL might actually start committing ultimates like the Orianna Shockwave, the Ornn ultimate as well, to try and zone that Ziggs away from the tower, because I agree, like the wave clear can be pretty hard to break through. But Team Liquid have so many options. That's the crazy thing now, is Ocean, or Cloud Drake, rather, is going to be spawning for that reduced ultimate CDR. And now, here comes Arrow in the mid. That'll just instantly break the tower.
It's just above half HP.
Boom.
Oh, you said instantly, Ender.
Yeah, it was like
your
instantly give or take.
Were incorrect.
Oh no!
Oh,
the combo!
Into the knock-up. Babbitt's calculations on how long he could survive were also incorrect.
It was just the calm before the storm. You know, they needed the extra 1 to auto attack, and well, Babbit died even faster than the tower.
Broxer's still 100% kill participation. It's his first kill that he hasn't got himself this game, though.
You know, it's very kind, Mr. Broxa. Back when he was in the LEC, we used to have a little phrase. It was thank Mr. Broxa. He comes to your lane, he blesses you with a kill. A lot of thanking for Broxa in this game, I feel like, for the carry.
Oh, CoreJJ and Tactical here looking for a flank position on Tapoon. Jensen's on the chase. 2-level advantage for Jensen. And Tapoon doesn't have a good ultimate to steal out of the ones available to him. An arrow might help, but you can only lock up one of the 3 opponents. The Shockwave misses. Jensen has a little bit of a sad B.
No, that was Tapoon's Shockwave. He was using it to clear the wave. He stole it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But his Shockwave missed.
Yeah. Here we go. Got another fight in the bot lane.
Deary me, and Tally able to dodge away from the call of the Forge God. Guys, this is one of those games where if I was playing in it, I'd be surrendering. Because there's no way I'm Team Liquid side. That's way too coordinated for my own gameplay. But yeah, this one is all done but the Nexus falling. Unless Legacy can find something miraculous and Team Liquid throw a few kills their way.
Have to be miraculous, have to be a bit magical in order to turn this one around, because I mean Team Liquid, like, even with the advantage, not giving any breathing room, just layering the CC perfectly right there while they're getting a kill in top lane. Impact and Brox were tag teaming to try and knock out Tally in the bottom side too, so continuing the pressure, maintaining it, and knowing all the while they're only going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes along.
CoreJJ just continuing to step forward here. That's what I love about him. He's kind of reminds me a bit of Hillsang, although he doesn't int as much, which is he gets into the enemy jungle, he gets wards down, he is a nuisance constantly on the map, and he stops the enemy team from ever feeling safe. And that's what really good support can do. Baron up in about 16 seconds. Team Liquid could do it really quickly. You've got a really fed Boxer. You have an Ashe as your AD carry and a tank. So if you wanted, you could go for that 20-minute Baron. It's not the typical Team Liquid style. Instead, they're just going to try and draw Legacy around the map, clear out as much vision as possible, and then look for some of these objectives.
Yeah, just deny them everything you possibly can. And if Legacy ever overstep, they're going to get instantly jumped on with all the long-range CC. It is a really well put together composition. You know, we used to have Jat stats, now we have Jat drafts, and they're looking real good. I grade it an A+.
You give it an A+?
An A+.
That's a super high level for a draft.
I mean, it's just a good draft.
It's true. It's true. It's working out well for Team Liquid right now as they continue to control this top side of the jungle. And I think as they are just looking for these towers, trying to chip away as much as they can. CoreJJ may be going for a flank here, but as soon as he's on the control ward, I doubt he'll go for the full on.
There's a fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, Impact's going to kill Tally. That's about it.
That's all you can.
The Call of the Forge God into the clapback.
I was expecting the assassin tank backline mage AD carry. The Flowers call. Here we go. Let's see if Bobbip. Every time you step past that first brush, and I'm like, he's gonna die.
The tower's going to go down. CoreJJ does have the quickness here. Tapoon's going to steal it away and charm CoreJJ out of going for the full engage.
TSM.
Hey, we have to
They play later in the tournament.
We have to wait like another week before we get to
Tapoon
chant that.
flagged it, okay? It's not my fault.
That's a level of mental warfare we haven't really had at many Worlds because emotes haven't really been available at Worlds too often. So you can put up the emote for the team that beat the enemy team in their finals, or in their
CoreJJ.
CoreJJ goes in with the quickness and immediately goes out with the quickness. They're just looking for the tower. You talked about it a little bit, Ender, investing ultimates to make sure you can take the turret. If you get the kill, great, as Jensen does manage to chunk out Isles, but that was more about just getting the turret than getting anything else.
Yeah, you'll take the kills if you can get them. You know, don't get me wrong, but right there, that's exactly what you wanted to see. And the Mikhails has come through for Isles now, so that's going to be a good defensive option for them. Unfortunately, if you direct your eyes towards the top of the screen, that is an 8,000 gold lead at the 22-minute mark, and Team Liquid are putting on a bit of a show.
They really are. This is a shellacking, to say the least. And I do want to come back to sort of a bigger picture for this group, Ender, because so far we've seen Team Liquid take down Mad Lions in pretty convincing fashion. We'll watch this again. It's Call of the Forge God into two hands slapping the face of Tally to death.
And then he sort of just breathes on him. Jat's like, can he even do that?
It reminds me of, you know, in Sherlock Holmes where he goes discombobulate.
No.
Okay, so in Sherlock Holmes' Game of Shadows, Robert Downey Jr. does the whole thing. He's Sherlock Holmes. He does this whole thing where he plans out a fight in advance. As Babbitt CoreJJ is going to be able to get out. Tapoon there as well. Call of the Forge God coming out as Team Liquid look to see if they can re-engage. Don't really quite find it. Yeah, Impact misses the knockup. Yeah, but he plans out the whole fight and then he says discombobulate and hits the guy on either side of his head.
Right.
That would discombobulate you, by the way.
Yeah. Also, the Oriana Graves combination.
It's pretty discombobulating.
Yeah. Is that a word?
Combobulating.
I don't think
it
that's
would be combobulating.
Yeah, pretty sure. Honestly, I think TL could just run it down mid, but they'll play for the Dragon. If I run it down mid, I mean take the free inhibitor, because no one is there to defend it.
It would be pretty easy for them to do.
Oh, look at the flank. Look at CoreJJ. This is going to be brutal.
Quickness is just coming off cooldown. CoreJJ in a great position. Tapoon trying to be there as well. Trying to see if Core's coming in for a flank position, but Tapoon already knocked up, and here comes CoreJJ slowly waiting.
He's waiting. He's patient.
Here he goes. Call of the Forge got used. He jumps onto the backline. Tactical not able to get in range. Box is actually chunked out just a little bit. Talon going in with the culling as well. Box is low.
Thank you, Mr. Dragon.
At the back of it, Tapoon will be the first to fall as Jensen takes the kill. Tactical steps forward, looking for Raze, looking for Tally. CoreJJ now the front line for Team Liquid.
Jensen still has ulti.
Enchana Crystal Arrow goes wide, as you say. Jensen still has the shockwave. Tactical chunked out. Hextech Minefield, not quite enough. Io's going to fall to the Hextech wind-up from Jensen. Clockwork wind-up. Actually, Oriana's passive as Babbitt jumps back in. Jensen, there's the shockwave. There's the double. And it took Team Liquid a little while longer than we expected, but they managed to clean up the fight.
Yeah, Ray's trying to teleport out of this one. He's gonna make it out, but the rest of Legacy could not say the same. CoreJJ started off on the flank. They didn't get an instant kill, but Jensen Shockwave shows up for the triple.
Now he's sitting 5-1-5 with the Leandries, the Seraphs upgraded into the Archangels. And I think Team Liquid might be going,
They're going Baron
for the ban.
24 minutes, so a little bit slow, to be honest.
Yeah. They could have finished this game about 4 minutes ago, let's be honest, with how strong they are right now. But this is the Team Liquid way, and I will say this isn't a slow game in any way, shape, or form. Like, Team Liquid are doing exactly what you should do in this situation. They are 12,000 gold ahead, 25 minutes in, they have a Baron, they've taken 6 towers to 0, they've got 12 kills to 1, they lost 1 Rift Herald, and they've yet to lose a Dragon.
All right, say it in simple terms. Is it good or
Team
bad?
Liquid Smurf on
All
Legacy.
right, thank you, thank you. Watch Jensen here. We get the little pro view action. Finds the kill, still has the ultimate the whole time, and then, oh, do Legacy know it? No, they don't. Instant death and destruction.
It's a stampede of Team Liquid, as Legacy have been unable to find a response in any way. And I do want to talk a little bit about, like, the fact they're fighting off against SuperMassive for the first place in the group. First place auto-qualifies 2 groups, and I think seeing this performance, it's still a little bit hard to judge because both SuperMassive and Team Liquid demolished Mad Lions or had really good games against them in a similar fashion. So I'm really looking forward to that game.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like the hype game.
Definitely, and I think Team Liquid are the expected favorites in this group, definitely now after their performance over the last 2 days, and SuperMassive trying to upset that. Again, it's just best of 1, so anything can happen, but the way Team Liquid are playing it is very cohesive and looking very, very strong.
Right now pushing in this top lane, there's a cannon minion here, and there goes the Shurelias looking for the chase. Impact's just going to put his body between the turret and the rest of Team Liquid. There goes the first inhibitor. Inhibitor tower, the inhibitor is shortly to follow. Call of the Forge God used onto Jensen. He's going to eat the Mega Inferno Bomb, but able to get away. There's the counter Call of the Forge God, only hits onto Isles. Inhibitor does fall in the top lane, and now the rest of Team Liquid will rotate over, join Jensen, and push in this mid lane.
1 inhibitor falls, the next on the cards, and the ulti down for Tapoon. So long cooldown before level 16. Mark raised the instant Mikhail's. Well played by Isles, but not well played enough to stay or to keep this inhibitor alive.
Yeah, I don't think Isles could do anything right now by himself to keep the inhibitor alive.
But it was good Mikhail's.
He's a support, he did what he could. Had a good Mikhail's. Didn't really have much influence on this game. A lot of this was decided by the top side of the map and how fed Broxah got in the first 10 minutes.
Also, shout out Jensen, because while Broxah was picking up the kills, Jensen was involved in all of them.
Cool, JJ hooked there by Isles, but now with the super minions, the cannon minions pushing in, Baron buff on them. It looks like Team Liquid might be looking to end this one. They still have 30 seconds with the Baron buff, and Super Wave on its way, almost at the tier 3 tower in the top lane. It's going to chip away at these turrets. Impact still full HP.
All right, this is the wave, Team Liquid. Let's go for the towers.
Impact looks for the searing charge. The first Nexus tower with the target in that top side. Down to about half HP right now. Legacy looking for an opportunity to re-engage. The Nexus tower almost falls. Impact eats all of the damage he can. Takes none in response. Box is now like, hey guys, let's do it tutorial style. I've been watching a lot of Bob Ross. I like to paint by numbers. I want to take this bot lane inhibitor.
But do they even? I think they just want to close out here now, Medic.
They will get the first Nexus tower. Now they're looking for the second. The arrow goes wide. Just chops off the top of a minion's haircut. And Legacy just continuing to try and defend. Tactical steps forward is the Call of the Forge God. The cataclysm used by Babbitt. Tally's already down. Jensen gets 1. Tapoon's fallen. Babbitt's fallen. There's another. Isles goes down. Tally the next to follow as Impact tries to chase him away. Tally does what he can with the Carlin, gets back onto the fountain and just about survives. But not much can be said for Legacy's base as Tally goes down on the fountain. Only Raze left alive. 0-0-0, and 0 seems to be the chance that Legacy had. Team Liquid are 2-0.
TL remain undefeated, matching SuperMassive at 2-0 in the group, looking real good while doing it. This team did not come to mess around, they came to win.
Look to me like the strongest team in Group A. And perhaps a team to challenge when it gets through to the main stage as well. Of course, Team Liquid will be looking for that first spot. They play SuperMassive, I believe, on Monday. It is first game, Monday morning.
Bright and early.
Team Liquid versus SuperMassive for the probable first spot in the group. Of course, Team Liquid still have to play INTZ as well. SuperMassive still have to play against Legacy. But The expectation is the winner of that will top Group A and make it all the way through into groups. Obviously, commiserations to Legacy, but they still sit at 1-1, which means they have a chance to get that second, third, or even the fourth seed. INTZ, the only team yet to win in that.
Exactly, because the first mission is don't come last place in the group, because if you're last, you're instantly eliminated. If you make top 4, you have a chance in the best of 5, so at least put yourself in that position. Legacy will be looking to take another win, though, later on in this round robin.
We have also guaranteed that Team Liquid will make it at least into the knockout stages of play-ins. So we know we'll be seeing them in a best-of series pretty soon. And soon we'll give you all the headlines from Day 2 of Worlds 2020. So be sure you stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay. No excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds. Between memes and legends. Between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
Hey, there you are. I was looking for you everywhere. Welcome back to Worlds 2020. We just saw Team Liquid move up to first place, remaining undefeated, and we are going to take a closer look at that win, albeit briefly. I think it starts with the picks and bans. I've got Amazing and Yamato here to provide some insight, and that was a quick agreement from both of you. The fact you're both nodding your heads like those nodding dogs. Amazing, you want to start us off?
Oh, it was a pretty easy and straightforward draft. I think the Graves first pick, especially with the Lilia and Lily bands to cover it, was pretty straightforward. Give Broxer his best champion, besides Lee Sin, I guess, and just have him roll over the early game.
And then on top of that, you know, just adding to the play and the approach to the game, the only potential weakness was the Lucian-Orianna matchup. Graves spent all of his time there. Jarvan was trying to gank the Ornn for some reason, and then after Orianna's head against Lucian, he's just put in the Grave right away because Jarvan can't really contest the Graves ever in the game, so Orianna just kept the mid-prio and Graves just took over the entire jungle.
Can you play devil's advocate for the Jarvan pick, Amazing? Can you justify the reasoning?
So I can see the combo coming in with the Ziggs and potentially, I mean, I guess the Silas, depending on which ultimate he steals. So you do have a team fight set up. Especially against Ashe and Orianna. When you pick away the Thresh, what you then open up is that Jarvan pick or any kind of CC that locks people down will not be able to be countered anymore. So there is some reason behind it. The only issue is that you put the Lucian together with the Jarvan, so you have like a really weak mid 2v2 that is going to get outscared really early on.
Yeah, and one of the weaknesses that was outlined by Jat in that video was Broxer and his weak champion pool. Well, when he gets Graves, he can go off, and this is a prime example of it. We'll look at some of the footage from the game. Very strong start, Yamato. It did seem to kind of grow very exponentially after that first kill.
I think the key reason was right before this, he actually burned the flash of Lucian, made him TP back. Orianna kept her TP advantage. At the moment you get slightly ahead with Orianna Graves into Jarvan Lucian, there is no return because Graves gets too much value from his grit. He gets too much armor. Orianna can also itemize into Zika's armor, but he didn't even need to because he was so strong in this game. And Graves recognized his job very clearly in this game, that he just needed to stay in that jungle, make sure that Orianna can push, and Jarvan just is just locked down.
Yeah, what I like about Broxer, and I guess he has faced a lot of criticism over the years, especially recently, I think, like because of his weak champion pool and because of his playstyle that's kind of like archaic to a certain extent, is that he's actually a control jungle. He will, when he's put in a position where his lanes are actually catering to him and they play at his pace, he's controlling every game from the very get-go to the very end. And I think that's something, there's beauty in that, to play slow-paced and actually play right in that.
Right, I mean, you know, I heard Ender and Medic saying, oh, they could have finished a couple of minutes earlier, but, you know, the reality of it is, is a win's a win, and doing so, reducing your margin for error to 0, I think that sounds like the right way to be doing it. I'd consider that a dominating win for Team Liquid. And actually bringing up the standings is an interesting way to continue this conversation. Team Liquid, top team of Group A, Unicorns of Love leading Group B, and okay, red flags for LGD. So breathe this one in. SuperMassive, they came in with no info. It was 0-0 at the start of the day. Now they're at the tippy top of Group A. Unicorns of Love, the same goes for them, Yamato. We've had a pretty impressive debut from both of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think if we look at the unit of measurement, is like how hard did Team Liquid and SuperMassive beat Mad Lions. SuperMassive was way more convincing. This is not a very good metric to go by, but that matchup is going to be super exciting. After Unicorns of Love took down PSG, it feels like the winner has already been crowned on the other side of that group.
Yeah, okay, fair play. Fair play, looking down that list as well. We are also joined by a familiar face. Latigress is calling in from LA, who will be hosting Worlds Cooldown in a few minutes. I see you materializing behind me. Hello. We're making fake virtual eye contact. Hello. Nice to meet you. So let's start this off.
Nice to meet you as well.
Could you give us a tease of what the viewers can expect just coming into what has been an interesting second day?
Yeah, so first and foremost, we do have the backs of our sleepy citizens when it comes to summarizing the games that we all just experienced. But I do have Raz and Spawn joining me as well to talk over some of the big takeaways, including the O2 start for LGD, new teams taking the reins in Group B. We also have some players that we personally want to highlight. And then I know you're going to miss her, but we're stealing some of Laura's time so that we can get some words from none other than Tactical.
Oh, man, I'm excited to see more from Laura and excited to see more from yourself. It does sound like we've got a bit of an audio issue there, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be jumping back in with yourself. Latigress, Raz, Spawn, don't you go anywhere. Okay, they're sneaking. Okay, it's a whole thing. I'm going to do a cartwheel now. What do you think?
Welcome, everybody, to Worlds Cooldown presented by State Farm. I'm LaTigress, joined today by Raz and Spawn at the crack of dawn for some, about breakfast time in these parts. Raz, did you manage to fuel up before cooldown, or were today's games enough to get you going?
Oh, I'm already good. I feel like the games have done that for me. So in terms of food, I'll get that a little later. In terms of the games, yep, definitely feeling good.
What about you, Spawn? How are things in your neck of the woods?
Feeling good, huh, Spawn?
It's actually perfect time for me still. Like, I'm just going to keep rubbing it into the rest of the world. Like, 1 a.m., perfect gamer hours. Like, I miss being able to stay up until this time. And you know what? Unfortunately, the last game, it didn't go the way that I wanted it to, but I'm still enjoying, you know, what was, 7 games? That's such a big day of League of Legends.
That's why we have you on cooldown. Apparently 1 a.m. Spawn is the best one. We love having your takes here. And for anybody tuning into cooldown for the first time, this is where we will be taking a look at the big takeaways from today's. So warning, spoilers ahead. And whew, we got plenty of them, because if we take a look at the standings, we had 7 games that contributed to what we have seen so far. Unicorns of Love leading their group after 2 victories for themselves. Rainbow 7 putting themselves somewhat on the board, but at the cost of LGD, Raz, not so much for them.
Yeah, kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, the fact that LGD already, based off the first 2 games, taking big shots, and against Rainbow 7 too, that weren't looking good throughout the tournament. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, when you come in as one of the weakest members of that group, I think that I had, you know, maybe V3 slightly weaker, but LGD falling down to Rainbow 7 after they lost to V3 already, that was like a real strange game to me. And it just looks like it can't get much done. Mad Lions at the same time as well. Now 1 and 2 on the standings. What is happening to our 4th seed teams?
Yeah, it could have easily been 0 and 3 looking at the INTZ versus Mad Lions game. It's just like the result is panning out as it is, but also just like if you look deeper, the quality of the games aren't looking good for our 4th seeds.
But the last game, maybe some people on the desk feeling better about it than others. And lucky for us, we do get to hear some words directly from players. Specifically, we have Lore getting some words from Tactical.
And thank you very much, Tactical, joining me right now after Team Liquid's 2nd win here in Play-ins 2020. Thank you very much for joining me.
No problem.
So as I said, you guys are 2-0 right now. It's your first time going to Worlds, so I want to say first congratulations on this result. And how are you enjoying the competition and tournament so far?
So far, it's been really fun, especially since I get to play on a stage now. Because in LCS, we didn't get to play on stage at all. So it's like a new experience for me.
Yeah.
And it's like even Worlds. And so far, it's been really fun playing versus other regions. I've always wondered what it was like to play versus other regions. And it's been pretty fun so far.
All right, well, I'm happy that you're enjoying the stage experience, because given that you're a rookie, I thought that this would be something that goes in your way. But I mean, you have an experienced roster here to help you. All these players have so much experience on international stage. So have they been able to help you and share their wisdom to help you being ready here?
Yeah, I think since my team is so experienced, everyone's really calm during the matches. And I think it helps a lot. I've never really played with, so far, I've only played with veteran players, so I'm not really sure what it would have been like if I was playing with newer players as well. But so far, it seems pretty nice during the stage games, because everyone's pretty calm, and it's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it can see that everything is clicking between you guys. Last question here, a few words. Are you confident for the rest of play-ins?
Yeah, I think we're going to do pretty well. And I think if I just keep doing what I'm doing and do my job in the team, I think we're going to do well.
I agree with you. Thank you very much for the interview and congrats again on going to 0 here so far in China. And back to you, Gabby, in cooldown.
Tactical's first interview on the world stage. Spawn, we had you on cooldown yesterday, and in both cases, we're coming fresh off of a Team Liquid victory. I think it's fair to say, are you impressed with the rookie's performance?
Absolutely. I mean, when you have a look at Tactical, he's kind of everything you want in a rookie bottom laner. It seems like he has great direction around Summoner's Rift, really solid fundamentals, and he doesn't make those whoopsies that we attribute to young players all that often. So I think that he's been super solid. And I mean, just speaking towards the interview as well, who wouldn't love to play as a rookie on a lineup that has, you know, Core JJ as your support, Impact as your top laner, Jensen and Broxah? I mean, that is just like an experience sandwich surrounding the rookie, and it's no wonder that he's stepping up big in these games.
I mean, Raz, that's what we experienced all throughout the split since he's come into that starting spot, getting to see him learn from the veterans. But on a bigger scale, because we did have a lot going on today, yep, I do want to get your assessment of some of those large takeaways. What's the first thing that stood out to you on day 2?
Kind of preluded to it already, looking at the standings. Kind of delving deeper, it's LGD. Like, I'm always excited to see LPL teams come at Worlds, right? Just because I always talk about the depth of talent, or at least the depth of the teams coming in. And then LGD dropped they dropped something. It wasn't looking good.
They dropped games.
Yeah, a lot of games.
Picked up L's.
And if they were to drop games to, I mean, they dropped games to PSG. If they dropped a game to the LCL team, I think it would be okay, right? Because then you would say, okay, well, they'll come back stronger. But losing to Rainbow 7 for me has a lasting impact, because I saw Rainbow 7 as the worst team of the Pulse 2 teams. The fact that they lost in this fashion, they look nothing like themselves domestically too, means that it's only going to get harder from here for this team.
And I think that when you have a look in the fashion that they are losing, Raz, because they have elements of control throughout these games, but they're just botching their compositions and they're constantly getting caught out. Yeah. This is an area that a couple of the analysts were speaking towards, you know, are they going to show composure, or is this going to be an LGD that still makes mistakes? Well, the mistakes are still very apparent in their gameplay. And it doesn't seem to be getting any easier because, yeah, as you mentioned, this is a team that you would have expected them to beat.
Because you expect veterans to come in big moments. Really, the only player that I look to and say, you know, they don't have that experience internationally or like in big games is Mark, right? The rest of the talent there have been in these moments before, so it's that much more surprising for me that it feels like those execution errors are coming so much more frequently.
So if you are a fan of the LPL, though, Raz, should you panic at this point if you're watching LGD?
I always have faith that they'll come back, right? I think, like, I always had that faith because we've seen them domestically. This kind of reminds me of the first run that FPX had within their group stage when they were in the main stage, that people just started having knee-jerk reactions. This is not going to be the LGD that we see in the next few days. And if it is, oh, we got a problem, right? But I think that, especially now that they have the night to kind of look back at their games and have real conversations amongst each other, this should not be the same team that we see going forward tomorrow.
Raz, you don't have to quote a different team from LGD, because I hate to break it to you, buddy. LGD have already done this once at a World Championship. They've come into a group as a favorite. They're supposed to be able to wipe everyone else out, and they've been able to pick up one solid victory. I'm telling you, I smell some choking going on. And I think that, you know, expectations are so high. And we talk about this being in a home city and the fan expectation of being able to roll through an area. That's tough to be able to deal with sometimes. And I think that when you start losing games, that only gets more difficult. It doesn't get easier from here. You already dropped the sitters. Now you have to play the hard ones.
Yeah, and just one added portion of it. A lot of it comes down to also just taking your opponent seriously and having the added prep. Just a small thing, like losing a ban on blue side should just never happen. Like that literally should never happen. And it could happen for multiple reasons, but it shouldn't be for lack of prep. So that's something that LGD coming into this one obviously unprepared.
Yeah, that's a pivotal resource that you end up not using in that scenario. But for other teams within play-ins, perhaps the losses that have been suffered by LGD leave openings for them to make a statement. Spawn, are there teams or emerging regions that you feel have been standout here?
Yeah, coming into Worlds, I was keeping my eye on the TCL and the LCL, you know, Unicorns of Love as well as Supermassive. Historically, these have been the two regions as well as the VCS that have started to take that step. And I think that it is certainly becoming a conversation of who is that strongest emerging region, because it looks like the gap is closing. I'm a massive fan of the way Supermassive play the game of League of Legends. They are much more fluid, in my opinion, than a lot of the other teams. They have a more solid early game, and it does seem that the Unicorns of Love's games do degrade at a certain point and become a little bit more scrappy and a little bit more team fight heavy. Raz, I'm seeing an essence of finesse right now in Supermassive that I am not used to seeing from these emerging region teams.
Yeah, and I think we both saw the same thing when we were watching their games domestically. Like, they recognize, like, they know when to get vision, how to get vision. Like, a lot of it comes down to being patient as well. So when top lane is pushing out, that they're not, you know, sticking their necks out to get picked off. Like, this is just patient, disciplined play coming in from Supermassive, and we're seeing that and then some. Because even though we were both high on this team coming into the tournament, I didn't expect them actually beating Mad. I know we'll be talking about that specific game later on. But like, for me, we're seeing a much more refined team that we're already looking good. So yeah, it's fun to be able to see Pool 2 teams come in hot this tournament.
And it's also great to just see individual players like take that step up. And, you know, you have to shout out the top laner in Armored as well. He's been able to have back-to-back terrific games today, bursting onto the scene here at Worlds and really carrying his team over the line.
I gotta say, fellas, I really love listening to your well-thought-out, in-depth analysis. But look, I think it's time for you to get in the hot seat. I want to get some of your gut reactions. So it's time to hit you with some buzzing questions. I want you to answer as quick as possible. We're going to do one of you at a time. Spawn,
you're the
one.
Us.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm trying to really not make this cool down. I'm trying to heat things up. Spawn, are you ready?
All right.
Yeah, Raz, you get a little bit of a break.
You sure you don't want to answer it for me?
No, I'm
you got
this,
I'm good.
Spawn, you just trying to push it off a little bit, but nah, here we go. I'm going to hit you with it. First question to you. Most fun game to watch today?
Legacy TL.
All right, biggest int.
With Tally in the mid lane.
Favorite breakfast cereal?
Wheat Bix.
Okay, best play?
Cacao on the Hecarim dive, probably, I think, level 3.
Okay. And what champion do you want to see played next?
Kane.
Oh, there we go. That's not going to happen, but there we go.
Ooh, I was more thrown off by your cereal answer, I think, than any of your answers.
That proves how old he is.
Wheat Bix? Wheat Bix? Do you know what they are? They're like a brick of like wheat-based cereal, like this big, and you have them with milk and maybe like a little bit of honey, some chopped up bananas over the top.
Yeah, let's just say a few more years on you, and you're going to be adding more raisins to it. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to put that in there.
That sounds like a cereal that benefits much more from the toppings that you're putting into it. I'm a Cinnamon Toast Crunch girl myself, but yeah, you can simmer on that, Raz. No cereal-related questions coming your way. Are you ready?
I'm ready. All
right, first, biggest surprise so far?
Ooh, I'm LGD for the wrong reasons.
Right ones.
Favorite play-in team logo?
Wait, say favorite play-in team logo?
Favorite play-in's team logo, yes.
Legacy. I think Legacy's logo is sick.
All right. What scares you most? Halloween?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow for LGD. Let's see.
All right. What champion do you think needs to sit the rest of Worlds out?
Lilia. I don't want to see that champion no more.
Easy. And play-in team that could win Worlds.
Woo! We're going to do it like that, huh? Oh, Team Liquid. I think let's go Team Liquid. They're looking good right now. I just cheated.
Now,
He's the 3rd seed.
If you had to pivot back into your more defined analytical mind to defend that point, what do you think is about Team Liquid that could pose them in that winning position?
I mean, one thing that we are able to see is like the discipline play that's around Core JJ. Core JJ is like a stunning support right now, and even like before the show even started, we got to listen in on the comms, and he's really directing a lot of their play. That's great to see, and the carries around those calls are playing really well. We got to hear from Tactical, and on top of that, Jensen had a smashing performance last game. If we can continue that and they can develop, then sure.
I think also that we've started to throw structure around as a little bit of a dirty word in League of Legends. People like the more free-flowing, you know, team fight, like skirmish-heavy style. But I do think that, like, Team Liquid have a couple of set plays that seem to work for them. You know, that invade in the last game that we just watched into the bottom side with Bob Pryo. A lot of their 2-2-1 setups when they had Baron buffs and things like that, Raz. I think that this is a team that is smart, in my opinion. And if they can continue to maintain the high mechanical play that they're playing at, I think they are a chance to make waves. They're not winning Worlds. I mean, I'll be the first person to say it, Raz, you're crazy. No one from play-ins is winning Worlds.
I was still the question. Come on now.
You could have said no one. But yeah, I think out of the people still here, maybe they're the best chance.
Oh my goodness. I'm not going to give the people a non-answer, all right? I will say this, though. Another addition to it, because it feels like I'm snubbing him. Impact has just been amazing right now, actually. On weak side, he's been absorbing a lot of pressure. We saw his game going up against Mad Lions. He was the primary carry. Like, so far, he's been having an insane start to Worlds.
I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to answering a question. You offered that unsolicited. You just declared Team Liquid as your champ. So I said it, it's done. But keeping in the zone of quickness, I just had y'all do some quick thinking. But when it comes to the game of League of Legends on the biggest stage, the World Championship, a win or a loss can come down to a split-second play. We're going to honor some of these amazing mechanics in today's Every Second Counts, powered by Cisco. Spawn, what we got?
Yeah, and I know you weren't too happy about this one, Raz, because this looks like a stack wave coming in, but they shoot the arrow early and it is instantly cleansed off. No time to flash in to get a follow-up kill, no ignite going down there. Those snap second reactions potentially save a life.
Yeah, and it's the reason why I was pissed off is because, like, you can press tab. You already know that they have cleanse on that bot side of the map. And you having pressure for how long in this game? Like, just set up a play. Call your jungler. I know the jungler's back at base, but he was actually pathing bot side. So that should turn into a dive pretty easily if you get it coordinated. But guess what? It didn't happen. You right. And instantly cleanse it out. All right, we'll give him that.
Yeah. You right, Raz's words. But for now, we're going to go ahead and step away for a break. But on the other side, we'll be waiting through the games of the day, giving some props to the players that impressed us as well. More cooldown after this. Welcome back to World's Cooldown, presented by State Farm, with a jam-packed 7-game day on day 2 already. What? We have so much to cover. Yeah, I love it. So once again, I'm going to challenge our analysts to keep things speedy. You thought you were here for a marathon. I have multiple sprints for you. In our next segment, which is Sleeping Didn't Watch, for all of our NA or other regions that may have missed out on what was happening today. So let's bring up the clock. Game number 1, it was Rainbow 7 versus V3 Esports.
Yeah, sweet. I'll take this one. I mean, for me, it was just kind of reassessing the skill between both V3 and Rainbow 7. Of course, V3 LGL team being introduced for Worlds for this game. Of course, they did come in slow. They had at least Renekton. They had an Ashe set bot side, so they actually had side lane prio. You saw at least go towards top side for a gank, and it was working out well for them on that one. And then you see towards this one. This one was a really scrappy game. So the problem here for Rainbow 7 was the fact that they were constantly walking in towards V3's vision, so they never really got to deal with Paz's flank. So every single time Paz was able to push out bot side of the map and then coming in at a flank, there was one fight 23 minutes into the game that he was able to do that in red side jungle, but it was just a constant. So for me, major lesson here if you're a Rainbow 7, put Tristana on a side lane, or just have another lane of prio so you don't have to constantly deal with it. So it was a big win for Rainbow 7. It took a bit of time, but it was a nice way to make your entry into Worlds.
Well, maybe don't catch every skill shot on Twitch. That was the only other thing maybe. Do.
Perhaps. All right, Spot, we got game number 2. Like you said, SuperMassive looking SuperMassive.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the game that I was speaking about, Kakao and Armor putting on an absolute clinic for the TCL representatives. This Shen was out of control. The Hecarim was riding over whoever he wanted. Shinny had a couple of good moments on the Nidalee as well, if you are going to look at what INTZ did well. However, really, it was all SuperMassive. Big top dive play here for INTZ that just went all wrong, and the game Raz just snowballed completely out of control.
Yeah, even off that top play, the fact that Armut just had a monster performance, 7-0 and 5 at this point of the game, he could just dictate the flow on side lanes. And then this game for me kind of blew wide open off of what was a blundered Rift Herald play from INTZ. And from that point forward, how are you going to fight into SuperMassive composition? Like, that's a souped up Hecarim that you really can't add damage.
Well, game number 3, Spawn, you said this was the most exciting game to watch of the day. Why was that?
I mean, having a look at UOL coming into Worlds, I thought this was a team that was going to have great starts, good plans, and then scrappy team fighting, and that is exactly what we saw. Level 1 action. We actually got a teleport out of a mage bottom lane Orianna into a lane swap in this game. It was crazy. However, Boss stood tall, and in the end, it was no man's Kassadin, the pocket pick that came out and shocked V3. He was uncatchable, unkillable, and completely destroyed them.
Yeah, and, gotta watch out for No Man's TPs, because he was able to get a lead off that on bot side, was able to do the same thing in the top side of the map, and from that point forward, they were just tight team fighting into them. I really love the draft, and just the play themselves. UOL came into this tournament as a strong team fighting team, and they proved that with this game for me.
Proving why they're known for that experimentation in the draft too. You noted how important it was in this game. We saw that coming from them later on in their next game as well. But we're not to that one just yet, because game 4 was the first upset of the day, Raz. This was LGD losing out.
Yeah, to put it simple, LGD came in with a strong split push comp in Camille TF, and they were going up against what was a bulky teamfight comp versus Rainbow 7. The game, as per usual from LGD, from what they showcased earlier on in the tournament, they're slow. The execution for me was a little troubling because of both plays. It's not as if LGD wasn't trying to be aggressive. They were, but they were just blundering at times. The Dragons, for me, very impactful. Rainbow 7 forced themselves into a soul point, got into, Ocean Soul on that as well, and forced LGD to play into them in teamfights because they were making it difficult for them to actually play on side. So a real difficult one for LGD in this game.
Certainly was, and I just love the no ego comp coming across from Rainbow 7. When you pick up things like Ezreal, Orianna, and Ornn, you're expecting to lose your lanes just a little bit. However, you are also expecting to scale into the game. That's exactly what they did. They won clutch team fights in clutch moments.
And Spawn, game number 5 was another victory for Unicorns of Love with yet another different comp.
Certainly was, and when we have a look at this game, it was really great top lane dive plays from Anonymous into Rift Herald control. Kaiwing and Kongyue, however, they're still kind of smurfs, if you don't mind. They were having big moments constantly throughout this. However, Boss was like 50 CS up over Hanabi. I feel like you do have to CS at a certain point. Eventually, they cracked open the top lane, they rotated him around the map, and they cracked open everything until there was really nothing left standing. Unicorns of Love, once again, they bring another team down to their level, Raz, and they just seem to beat them with experience.
Yeah, just scrap them. And I love the comp. I thought it handled what PSG wanted to do really well, right? Because PSG just wants to dive into them with Volibear, Alistar set, and they have fairly low damage, and you're just begging them to do that. Renekton, Swain, Rakan, they can counter engage really well. So I thought that was a really smart comp coming in from Unicorns of Love once again.
Rakan been putting in the work across many of these games. Our next one, we had SuperMassive versus Mad Lions. Raz, depending what perspective you have, this could be an upset.
Yeah, that's one thing, right? Because me and Spawn were both high on SuperMassive. We didn't expect, or at least I didn't expect them to take down Mad. And for me, it started in the top lane. Once again, that was Armut just dominating Orome, and it's a very snowbally matchup as well, which turned into constant team fights off of what is heavily warded SuperMassive side of the map. Like, SuperMassive, once again, incredibly disciplined in where they place down vision, so when Mad Team was trying to contest that, Kaiser got picked off on the bot side of the map, and in this side, when they were contesting for what is the red side jungle from Mad Team, they were ready with full 5 members. So yeah, Mad Team right now are not doing too hot in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think when you have a look at support play, you can't really go past Snowflower as well. On the Leona this game, constant setup for his team to be able to get into fights, and just the repetitive use of those spells to be able to chase people down on the back end as well. He was on point with the skill shots and was really able to take over from that support position.
Super cool to see support today. And another good support.
Take it away, Spawn.
This was a disaster. If you're an Oceanic fan, turn your monitor off now, go to bed, it's over, because this game was just dominated by the mid laner of Team Liquid. Jensen from minute 1 had Tally's number. This is a tactic that's being used domestically, but Jensen, he's unlike any Oceanic mid laner. He's going to be able to rip you apart. Great support coming in from Broxer to be able to shadow the lane, but really, I haven't seen a mid lane masterclass like this in years.
Yeah, and he was just calling for, Broxer to be coming in the moment he recognized he was using lethal. It just really felt like Tally couldn't do anything about it. And on top of that, what I enjoyed about it was that, like, a good example is they went towards the top lane outer turret and they brought in the support. They always had numbers, and they were always just overwhelming Legacy when they found themselves huge deficits in lane. So I thought that was really well done here by Team Liquid.
Another strong performance from them to give them 2 victories. Some of these games it looked like y'all wanted to dive a bit deeper into. So let's touch on V3 versus Unicorns of Love once more. Raz, you already mentioned that the draft was an important factor here, but what was it? Let's go ahead and highlight some of the unique aspects and how they played out in the game.
For me, it was the Orianna, because what we saw from Gadget in domestic play was that he was willing to play mages. Teams who would put in prep, you should know that coming into the tournament. I just wanted to know what it would materialize into, because very rarely do you get to see AD carry and mid lane kind of champions intertwine, other than like Syndra is a great example of a mage that goes bot lane. When they picked Orion early, I was like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was bought into the fact that that'd be a mid lane pick. And so you started seeing Karthus, Set, Galio, which made it for a really good R5 on Kassadin. So Unicorns of Love, I think, really outdrafted based off of just what was a very smart play and Gadget being very flexible bot lane.
And that's the key to it, right? This isn't the first time we've seen from Unicorns of Love that they're willing to pick a mage and put it bot to be able to tear open the rest of the map. This is just flexibility across the board and leaving your draft open-ended enough that you're not going to be stacked up on that magic damage. It certainly caught V3 off guard. And I think also kind of surprised me as well, because Gadget, he not only played the champion, he played it quite well and opened up a lot of those fights for No Mans.
And there were so many fights to be had, because even though Unicorns of Love came out victorious, it felt like V3 was controlling some of the pacing and sometimes getting punished, sometimes not, Spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a look at this fight in particular, it looks like V3 are going to be able to hit back, but No Man's comes in off the back side of the team fight. And it's going to be crucial to just track him because, as you can see, like, this was a huge fight where V3 is looking to be able to clean up. And No Man's, he gets himself the first kill, going to be able to pick up Rift Herald as well. And he wastes so much damn time. This is the frustrating thing about Cassidy.
Oh my.
He's not even level 16 yet. He leads them all the way through the jungle, gets the respawn from Boss, and ends up turning this fight with like a triple kill at the end. The Cassidy was out of control.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that, like, even earlier on in the game, because at this point they already had a lead, it was based off of kind of his eyes on the map. TP that he was having bot lane that got the kill on towards Paz, like TP towards top side as well. I think No Man's had a really good start. Of course, the draft really helped him out there so he can have a good matchup. But, I mean, he was set up to succeed with how this game was going.
And this was just solo lane gap all over the place right now. You can have a look at it. You know, the Camille definitely did its job, but it was about the Kassadin and the Orianna, that flexibility of Unicorns of Love. They are a team to watch. I keep talking about these emerging regions and their ability to step up. Well, Unicorns of Love are certainly one of those two teams that I want to keep my eyes on in these play-in stages.
Multiple players stepping up in that scenario, which is the best that you can hope for when looking at the future of their performances here at Worlds. But I do want to dive into another game as well. We talked about the fact that LGD's loss against Rainbow 7 is an upset, but we need to look into that a bit more because it wasn't looking great from the start, especially when you're missing out on a ban.
Yeah, so the ban got me off guard. And of course, like, there's a lot of ways you can kind of spin it, but at the end of the day, you should already know what kind of potential bans you want to throw out on blue side. Like, that shouldn't even be a thing that comes like to mind. But even still, I thought the composition worked out really well. They got what they wanted. Like, CA's Twisted Fate is something that, you know, teams have been banning consistently in playoff time as well. So, like, we're able to get yourself, which is a really good, like, side lane composition. And you have a disengaged support. So, like, if you, as long as you play towards sides initially and trade when the enemy team is hard grouping for objectives, then you should play this one out well. My issue before coming into this game was that LGD was already playing a rather slow game and a conservative game. If you're doing that, you maybe don't play a comp like this, because then you don't necessarily hard push an advantage that you would have on a Camille, and that's the one kind of caveat I'd put down.
But Raz, if you're going to play like a comp like this, play the comp. You can have a look. It's 4v5. There's no jungle available, but they're still fighting the team fights. They're not trying to pull numbers away from the dragon. That was the soul going over to Rainbow 7, and they're still able to win out in the 4v5 action. And again, we're going to see it one more time on the Elder Drake as well. This time around, LGD, they finally get the pick off. They're finally able to take down the AD carry. They stall his death timer until the Elder Drake is going to be available. They generate themselves another 4v5, but instead of putting pressure on the map and continuing to stall around here, Peanut took a bad trade. You can see he's already at 50% health. They're coming in from multiple angles. They're not flashing shockwaves, and they're saving that for the next fight as well. This game in general was just LGD having no idea how to play their composition, and Rainbow 7 being so comfortable to take even uneven numbered team fights. They were taking so many 4v5s and they were winning all of them.
Yeah, I think LGD, you know, when they go back home, or at least when they go through the film, will always look back at their Drake setups, because first dragon, you know, get for themselves, that's all fine, Infernal. The next dragon, they kind of soft contest when they should be hard playing towards top side. Camille should be playing towards top lane outer turret while the enemy team is getting a Drake, but they end up getting Drake for free. And that's just the theme here, is that Rainbow 7 are getting Drakes. Well, they're not, well, you know, LGD are not setting up for the Camille split push. They're not punishing the Ornn on side lane. And so when it gets to soul point, right, Ornn actually goes towards the dragon and then just sacks 2 minion waves because he knows that is the win condition. So if LGD are going to go back and they're going to be like, okay, do we play team fights? If not, and if we're going to be committing to what we've been successful in domestic play, then we have to play to it, like you just said.
And Rainbow 7 has a lot to be proud of, considering the disparity in experience levels between these two rosters as well. And getting those kind of wins can really build some confidence when you have future matches ahead. And speaking of building confidence, I do want to build up some of these players individually that have given us these moments of pure enjoyment. And I'm going to go ahead and kick things off with my player that stood out today, one that we have already talked about, which is No Man's. And Raz, I think you're absolutely right earlier saying there were multiple players on this team that stood out. But one, it was definitely entertaining to see him draw out the complete chase here that resulted in ultimate victories for his team. But great use of the teleport to position himself correctly. The synergy between him and the ultimates from things like the Orianna really offered an opportunity for this team to come together and capitalize upon the comp that they brought to the table, allowing Gadget to unleash and Camille right there in the top lane too. So a lot of work from No Man's to set that up. But Raz, is there anyone else on the team that you think is worth highlighting? I think I know it's going to be. You've already mentioned him a couple times.
I already talked to him about a million times, but I was still struggling with this one because I thought Armut had a really strong showing at the very tail end, but I got Gadget because what ended up doing today can be meta defining. I know that in previous metas, in previous years, we saw Orianna bot lane. I remember in the LPL, Y4 and all that, picking that up. But if teams can see this, then teams will start questioning themselves of whether or not they can add that to their arsenal as well. The Swain, for me, I loved it, because going up against the Alistar, like I mentioned, Set and Volibear, you want that team to dive into you. That was actually a back and forth game that was ultimately decided based off of what is a smarter composition from Unicorns of Love. So if they're going to really etch their legacy at Worlds and kind of come down to what makes them better than another team, is going to be how they draft, and it comes down to Gadget's ability to play these mages.
It's a lot easier to praise a unique draft when they execute it in the fashion that they did in these games. Spawn, what player do you have to offer for us?
I have to go back to one of my oldest favorite players in League of Legends. It's Kakao, of course, from SuperMassive. This is a guy that I used to love when he played over in the LCK. Then in China as well, Raz, I talked about him a lot as well on the IG lineup. And coming into this, it seems to be the rebirth of Kakao. He had early game setups, and his Nidalee game to me was almost flawless. In the first 16 minutes of the game, he had 100% kill participation. He had taken a dragon, he had taken both Rift Heralds for the team, and he was absolutely everywhere, teaming up with his top laner Armut, who was another standout player. But just for the storyline and the narrative, I'm a little bit biased here, guys, I'm gonna go with Kakao. But in saying that, because there is the, China and 2015 memes running around, I don't want to see any Skarner Raz. That's the one thing I will say. I don't want to see IG Kakao Skarner on Summoner's Rift at all this Worlds.
There's somebody else on the Talon team that would be very happy in some ways, but maybe only partially into the game. We've had a lot of big performances from players, a lot of big plays, but we can't forget about the big assists. Let's take a look at the #1 assist that we picked out for today in our Assist of the Day presented by State Farm.
This one, I've seen this one before. Kaiwin comes up big once again. It was yesterday, he was coming out with Bard. This one was a Rift Herald fight that was going back and forth a little bit. But it comes down to these split-second moments where he sees, he must be calling out to his team, just to at least look at what he's about to do. Flashes in for the Pulverize and sets up Uniboy for an amazing E on towards 2 members and an amazing team fight. So once again, Kaiwin, an insane assist for his team to pick up the team fight win.
And this is definitely one of those plays that if you just go by yourself, it looks so troll. You dive in, you burn a summoner spell, and you instantly get popped. But because everyone is on the same page, and remember guys, this is the pickup team, but they're all on the same page. They're all following up on those engages. And I would not be surprised to see Kongyue and Kaiwing play together on a team in the future, because their synergy as players from different teams looks nearly flawless at this stage.
Even when the overall result isn't a success, we did still get those moments to have some hope for the future. Lots of games that happened today with 7 in the books, but we have more to come tomorrow. Taking a look at that schedule, we're kind of getting into the nitty-gritty here since it is just a single round robin. Raz, what match are you looking at most?
For me, it's the main event. at the very end, Unicorns of Love and LGD. Now, LGD will need to win the first game, of course, but for me, Unicorns of Love had made a statement today. That one has to be the toughest matchup for LGD.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement here, because if LGD don't win that match, and I would say win it convincingly, you have to start questioning how they're going to go into any best of fives with any kind of form. I'm going to give them the first game versus V3. If they lose that game, I'm changing my pick of the game to a game that doesn't include LGD, ladies and gentlemen, because like this is a team that just looks like they're a mess at the moment.
Oh, but it's do or die for LGD. I mean, we're on day 2 and we're putting those words into the air. But other teams, we're getting to see a couple more performances from Unicorns of Love. Raz, do you think that they'll have as powerful showing as they did today?
I do think so. I think that they've showcased a lot of IQ in terms of like how they, pick and ban. The team fights have been looking just as strong as it was domestically, so I don't think there's any like nerves coming in. So I just want to see them develop. If they can get the wards placed down really early on and have less scrappy experiences leading up to the team fights, then I'm looking. This looks really good for them.
All right, Raz, who you got? Like, last game of the day, who you got?
I have to go LGD. Like, I can't just bank on a team to just go straight into the dumpster. I'm not going to do that. What do you think?
I mean, I'll play devil's advocate. I don't know. I don't know what you want to kind of put on the line for this, but I would take Unicorns of Love in current form. I think, like, one team is 2-0, one team is 0-2. The numbers kind of speak for itself. I'm not great at math, but I think there is a couple of games between them at the moment.
Well, I can't do a hair bet. That's off the table already. So
I'm gonna grow your hair.
Oh, that was an easy one for me.
Let's do it. I'm ready to see it. The quarantine length of hair. That's what we're in here for today in Los Angeles. But as far as cooldown goes, that's going to do it for us here on the broadcast. On behalf of myself, the casters, and all of the remote broadcast crews around the world, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you later with more worlds to come. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
Into